reality because they can get these weapons. We must take the tool out of the hands of criminals, out of the hands of bigots and racists. And we cannot say we want to fight white supremacists if we're not going to first disarm them.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 5 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we do want to thank you for choosing to begin this Thursday morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, we do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at all of your top stories, and here is a look at everything that we are monitoring on this Thursday, May 19th, 2022. President Joe Biden is set to meet with leaders from Finland and Sweden today at the White House after those two nations did officially earlier this week hand in their applications for NATO, to join that NATO membership. All of this comes on day 85 of the war in Ukraine. We'll get you up to speed on all of the latest video coming into our newsroom on the situation on the ground in Ukraine, and also give you all of the details that you need to know ahead of this meeting. We are expecting to hear from President Joe Biden and both of those leaders, the president of Finland and also the Prime Minister of Sweden. So those two officials set to meet with the President of the United States at some point today. We'll bring you their remarks in full. We also do want to let you know that the Buffalo mass shooting suspect is back in court today. More charges are expected. We'll let you know everything that we currently know and what we are expecting in his latest court appearance. And of course, we do want to get you all up to speed on the latest when it comes to the baby formula shortage that is impacting so many of you tuning in. The Defense Production Act has officially been invoked to address this formula shortage. What does that mean, and how quickly will you be able to feel this impact and get the baby formula that many of you tuning in are in dire need of? We'll get you all of those details as well. But we here on Live Now from Fox, we prioritize the live, raw, and unfiltered. We are getting in a feed into our newsroom live, wide, and worldwide this morning. This is a look at a meeting currently happening right now in Brussels. The European Parliament is in session on European solidarity. And unfortunately, unfortunately, it does appear that we have lost that feed for you all this morning, but we do have a backup that I do want to provide to you all here. Here is a look at that feed that is, once again. And just to give you an update on what it is that you are listening to, the European Parliament session on European solidarity and energy security. Of course, this is very relevant because Russia is one of the biggest suppliers of oil and energy to not only Europe, but to many portions of the world. After they have invaded Ukraine, we are on officially day 85 of that invasion. And obviously sanctions have been thrown Russia's way, which is having an impact on gas prices worldwide. So let's listen into this meeting right now.
Hardest hit by our refusal to supply gas from Russia. Bulgaria is currently suffering because it is sticking to the European strategy. We should not ideologize the Green Deal. Let us be realistic. It is lack of responsibility on our part to see gas as a transitional energy source, while at the same time reducing the time citizens can use hot water. Our current energy strategy is an illusion. What we need is peace. We must make an effort for peace. We also need competitive prices, reliable suppliers, and a common purchasing policies. Let us show real solidarity. Let it not just remain on paper.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Claudia Gamon. 1 minute.
Europe's energy crisis is not the lack of natural gas that we have, but it is our dependence on natural gas. Fossil fuels are not only the drivers of climate change, they are now also instruments of war. And I want to thank the Commission for the Repower EU plan, because our future, the basis of our liberty and our democracy, depend on its success. We have to become the continent where the energy future of tomorrow actually happens today, and where we leap into that development. We need to have a decentralized, renewables-based system with a strong European grid supported by sustainable storage solutions. We need to have affordable, clean heat in insulated homes all across the European Union. We need a solar carpet covering all unused spaces, and a green economy powering the growth of the future. And it's the only future that we have, and I know that we have been working on these developments for many years, but we will need to speed it up. We will have to leap into the energy future of tomorrow today. Otherwise, our freedom also depends on that. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Jutta Paulus. 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, vielen Dank.
President, thank you. Colleagues. Kabri, thank you very much. March, the Commission was thinking about what they were going to do in order to try and stop using fossil fuels, and now they're saying, save, switch, search, save energy, switch to renewables, and then we'll see what we're going to do from there on. Of course, the most important thing is storage, because it will give us independence, it will really remove the burden from our citizens and companies, and also protect the environment. The Repower package is a good thing, and we should focus on solidarity, and that is what is being done. But we're still expecting implementation of the citizens' energy rights from the previous legislative period, and the Commission has to finally help member states. We need to be strict with member states, but you need to give them some kind of a blueprint, some kind of a plan, so that they can work out how they can share energy stocks with their neighbours, and how we can really put a stop to this dependence on Putin and his energy.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Angel Jambalski. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues, Commissioner. I wanted to have this debate because I want an answer to a question. It's a question to the European Commission. Please say yes or no. Are there countries or state companies or private companies that continue to buy Russian gas as Gazprom requested. Yes or no? Are there or aren't there? Because if there are, then the European Commission, the European Union, once again has been hypocritical. Whereas we're talking about sanctions and we should fight the bad guys, somebody on the side is doing their deals because they care for their economy more and not for the others. Gazprom broke the agreement that we had, Bulgarian Gazprom, and also the one with Poland, and it stopped supplies that have already paid. This is aggression, but we need solidarity here, and we don't need people to buy on their own and pay in rubles. Please say yes or no. And at the end, to you, colleagues, this crisis has shown that we should stop with the Green Deal with ideologies, because this Green Deal means higher prices, because you're talking about utopias, about reducing production from normal energy sources. I think we need nuclear energy, our own resources, conventional gas, and everything that we do have in order to have normal economies and not to depend on on other countries or green utopias. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Segue-se a intervenção.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Botenga for 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, President. A great European energy plan, but who's been forgotten? The workers. Once again, there's not a single strong measure to reduce prices. No freezing of prices. Nothing on reducing taxes or excise duties. On the contrary, you're saying that energy prices are going to go up even more, but it's impossible. The workers can't take any more. The reason being that you say you don't want to fund Russia's war in Ukraine. Fine, but you don't mind funding Israel's occupation of Palestine, supporting Israeli gas, or the Saudi war in Yemen, buying Saudi oil. You're sacrificing workers for your geopolitical objectives, and in the process you're also sacrificing the climate. You've decided to release millions of tons of CO2 in the emissions market, so you're sacrificing society and the environment. Why? The time has come to change course. We need massive public investment in renewables, since otherwise we're not going to get anywhere, and we have to freeze prices at the level they were at before the crisis. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Tajani. 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, of course, we want to express our solidarity with the Ukrainian population, the victims of terrible violence. War, food crisis, increases in commodity prices, inflation, these are bringing our companies and households to their knees. Repower EU, presented yesterday by the Commission, is a major step forward, but we need more courage. The energy transition is a priority that we need to support. As the Commission has rightly stated, we need to be realistic, though. To do this, we are going to need hundreds of billions. Using unspent money from Next Generation EU might not be enough to respond to the challenges of the coming years. This plan does not earmark any new financial resources. What we need is a new issue of common debt instruments to finance a new common energy policy. We also need to do common purchasing, but we need to learn from the mistakes of the vaccine buying program and try to do the necessary to ensure that gas prices can fall. We need to do more, though. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jens Geier. 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Commissioner Simpson, thank you very much for that proposal. It's really high time that we started trying to get through the backlog of work that we really have to do. And there's really an important issue here, diversifying our energy sources. As a German, I know what I'm talking about. And measures, again, against the hikes in prices have to be tackled. We need urgently to take action so that we can get people on our side. But, of course, the Green Deal mustn't lose out when we take our sanctions against Russia. But we are also, importantly, very urgently, have to look at crucial infrastructure. And again, I'd like to appeal to the Commission to draft a list of priorities with regard to those infrastructures that need to be protected immediately. For example, of course, the French interconnector, the French-Spanish interconnector. But of course, hydrogen, it has to be able to transport hydrogen, which is therefore H2O ready. And of course, European solidarity is of utmost importance. We mustn't allow ourselves to be broken or split. We must stand together on this if we're going to succeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Jens. You've got a blue card. You've got a blue card from Mr. Maury Pekarintin. You got the floor. If you accept the blue card, of course. Yes.
Mr. President, my question has to do how the Speaker would assess that European renewable raw material for energy, how we could...
To interrupt you, but Mr. Jens Geier didn't have the phones. Now he's ready to listen to you, so you got the floor. Please begin again.
Let be. Oh, no.
Would you...
Let it be.
You give up? You don't want to use your blue card? 1 minute.
Mr. President, Commissioner, a quick glance of a map of Central Europe 150 years ago showed that the area was totally dominated by 4 empires: the Habsburg, the German, the Ottoman, and the Russian. On the map you don't see the Polish, the Czechs, the Estonians, the Slovaks, the Hungarians, the Latvians, the Romans, the Bulgarians, the Lithuanians, the Croatians, the Serbs, the Bosniaks, the Austrians. You don't see the Jews, you don't see the Romans, and you don't even see the Finns. Then change started to happen, and we thought that the era of suppressing empires and with their spheres of influence would be over. But when we look at a new map from 1848, for instance, you see something very peculiar. The 3 empires have vanished, but one is bigger and more influential than ever before. The Russian Empire was still there, although under another name. And it's still there trying to enlarge their spheres of influence by energy resources and by the army. But we earlier oppressed peoples of Europe have one message: the era of empires is over. In the same manner, the era of fossil empires is over, and the politically fossilized empires are over. And we are going to do our part by decarbonizing our enemy and economy and by joining NATO. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kieran Goff. 1 minute.
The Repower EU initiative announced yesterday contains some good elements, but these must be followed up by concrete actions. I welcome the raising of the binding renewable target to 45% and the mandatory national energy savings target from 9% to 13%. And these moves will inject some ambition into the Renewable Energy Directive, contribute to greater energy security, as well as lowering our carbon emissions and our energy bills. And this will be a crucial tool to reduce our dependence on Russian energy imports. More insulated homes means less funding for Putin and his murderous war. However, on the day when the Commission could have solidified our break from dirty fossil fuels, they regrettably chose to provide further funding for LNG and oil infrastructure. And diverting these funds towards renewables would have offered more protection against the kind of volatility we're seeing in oil and gas prices. So let's make sure that the Repower EU brings about real changes and makes the break with fossil fuels. More wind and more solar means more peace in Europe and the world.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Grzegorz Tobiszowski. 1 minute.
Panie Przewodniczący, Pani Komisarz.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. What is most important when we undertake an action? We have to have a proper diagnosis, a proper analysis of the problem. This is what underpins any invention or any action. We are talking about how to stop the war in Ukraine, but the crisis started well before Putin invaded Ukraine. So this is the question, why the policy that we have conducted so far has to be changed. But the crisis started already during the pandemic. Of course, the Russian crisis made it even worse. Here we have young people. We are responsible for their future. But I think we have to really put the finger on it. What is the source of our problems? And it's not as easy as just eliminating fossil fuels. We want more electric energy. Of course, this is all very swell. This is all very good. We want to have electric car, but how do you want to power it? We have to ask ourselves whether, if this policy is so wonderful, why is it not working? You want to do more of the same, and it has not been working so far. We want to have a possibility for different member states to choose their energy mix. Every country has to choose also the innovative energy source they want to use. Choose their energy mix. Every country has to choose also the innovative energy source they want to use.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Sandra Pereira for 1 minute. Thank you, President. The EU's sanction policy sacrifices the interests of the peoples and countries of Europe and is leading to an escalation of conflict, making it difficult to find peace. The case of gas is a good paradigm of this. The sanctions packages that have been adopted are leading to increasing speculation in gas prices, which had already gone up before, and the poor are paying the price. The member states have to enforce these, but as the firms don't want to make investments, it's the people who are going to pay the price. We're ending up with solutions that are more harmful to the environment, with the people paying. Maximum ceilings have to be set, but we need to go further. Production, distribution of the various types of energy has to be something done in the public domain, subject to democratic public scrutiny. That's the only way we can avoid the people paying for the war, the sanctions, and the profit of the multinationals in this sector. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. And now, François-Xavier Bellamy has the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. The situation created by the Russian war against Ukraine has brought it into a position in the medium term where we will have shortages of energy and oil, and we will have hikes in the prices for our businesses and citizens. And the coalition will, this is total lacking in logic. It's a nonsense. And with this Repower EU plan, the Commission wants to move away from dependency on the Russian gas without necessarily reducing any funding for our production of energy, which is so important to us. We have to get out of this situation. We need to tackle this, but we need to use all sources available at the moment in Europe. And once again, let us say that Germany and Belgium must keep their nuclear power stations going. Even that's 1 billion cubic meters of gas a month, which will be so vital to our survival in this battle.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lucas Kohut. 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have already overcome many nationalism in the European Union. Not all, but many. But one of those that we still have to deal with is energy nationalism. Shared responsibility for the Union's citizens and for their energy security is just as important as the common market. The energy union must finally become a reality. And it is happening at our eyes. Joint gas purchases, mutual support between member states, and an end to projects like Nord Stream 2. This is the best moment. This is the moment where the word solidarity ceases to be just a word. And the vast majority of member states have looked at the issue of energy security from the perspective of their borders, their economic and financial interests. But the war has turned the tables. The direction we are going in, the green transition, is the only right direction. We need more photovoltaics, heat pumps, and the development of hydrogen technology. We will need more energy union, diversification, and solidarity. These are the cornerstones of a stronger, safe, and a more integrated Europe. I hope Mr. Kaczynski and his best friend Viktor Orban will also come to understand this.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Clement Gauchel. 1 minute.
Dear Presidents, dependency on Russian energy sources taught us that we need a well-functioning European energy market which does not depend on one sole supplier. So, as the Repower EU foresees, we need measures to diversify our energy sources. We should not replace one dependency with another, even if this should mean that temporarily we will need to base ourselves more on own energy sources and invest in the existing infrastructure interconnections. The second measure is to expedite the move to renewables, which is the only true measure for self-sufficiency. This means that we will need to increase investments in renewables, invest in energy efficiency, and transform. And this is our task. We need to also adopt such legislation that will make it possible for the EU to become neutrally independent and energy interdependent. And then we need systemic solutions for facing energy poverty. We need to protect our people from price shocks. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Bloss for 1 minute.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen, Putin's greatest fear is an energy-independent Europe. With Repower EU, a historic decision has been taken. We will use our European energy resources, the sun and the wind. We are setting off on the path towards 100% renewable energy. Our houses will be our new power plants. 70 million solar-powered roofs could replace all Russian gas imports. We will be building solar panels in Europe. That's good for the industry, it creates jobs for the future, and it creates independence from China. All of this will succeed thanks to pressure from our citizens. We will make progress, but financing is where the problem will lie. We cannot sell more emissions credits to finance the energy transition. We have announced a climate crisis. We have to achieve the Paris goals. Let's be ambitious on climate protection. Let's not undermine it. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Segue-se o nosso colega.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Kelly, 1 minute.
I would like to welcome the Repower EU plan, especially plans to tackle massive problems in licensing and permits, as well as increased renewable energy targets. However, to reduce our dependency on Russian energy and fossil fuels, we must address the building sector much more readily and give it the priority it deserves. The residential sector alone accounts for 40% of EU gas demand, mainly for heating and cooling. Reducing residential energy consumption would greatly reduce the need to increase the EU's energy generation capacity, especially for peak hours. Not only are we in a pivotal decade for the climate, but we are also in an energy crisis that already has caused severe economic hardship on many businesses and households. We need a coherent and realistic energy policy that takes into account the new geopolitical situation. We have committed to 2050 as the goal to reach climate neutrality. However, it is not helpful having members speak in this chamber as if we can simply switch to 100% renewable energy at the flick of a switch. We need to be realistic about transition. We have the end destination. Now we have to decide how to run the race.
Muito obrigado. A próxima.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carmen Avram. 1 minute.
La atacuri violente, răspuns cu strategii pe măsură. Repower EU e modalitatea prin care Europa face pasul.
We need to come up with a response commensurate with the level of Russia's aggression. This will be an immediate first step against Putin's criminal blackmail, cutting off 2 member states' gas supplies. I welcome the Commission's proposal, which will allow us to resupply the European Union. In my country, at long last, we'll be able to overcome the inadequacies of our current system with wind power at sea. Romania can actually become one of the European Union's main suppliers. We need to reach energy independence as quickly as possible with the measures available and with loans required, because without those we can't make renewables for the future. We need that if we're not to be subject to blackmail.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Herbert Dorfmann for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, we all agree on our ultimate aims here. Now, if you look at this proposal of Repower EU, there are still some open questions. We're supposed to remove funds from the CAP to build new plants, but where are we going to get the raw materials from? At a time when we're seeing bottlenecks and shortages, is this a good time to use foodstuffs to fuel our power plants? You know, I think we need to take into account the consequences of this. But what about the money for the common agricultural policy? The investments could be made under the second pillar of the CAP. And this would be helpful for farmers, and these would have additional income. Now, if we put the money into Repower EU, it's not going to help the farmers in their production. It's going to help the large energy companies. So we're taking money away from the farmers, and NGO and other large corporations will reap the profits, using money that should be in the hands of the farmers, and that's not something I'm ready to support.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Nicolas González Casares. 1 minute.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President. And thank you, Commissioner Simpson, for the efforts you're making on the energy position. And we have to show solidarity with this package towards Bulgaria and Romania, for example. Energy dependency is being used as a weapon of war against us. Russia can no longer ever be seen as a reliable supplier. So the energy transition has to speed up, and Repower Europe is how we can do this. Increasing energy efficiency, and the member states are listening. They've seen a range of proposals on joint gas reserves, or this morning's agreement and increasing reserves for winter, for example. So Repower EU is a step in the right direction. It provides some impetus, but let's not forget these measures must not increase emissions. They have to be compatible with the European Green Deal, and we have to be vigilant in ensuring that. Our goal is emissions neutrality, and we all have to pull in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrei Novakov. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Commissioner, I do support and warmly welcome the efforts of the European Commission to find a way to put it to a stop our dependence from Russian gas and oil. I do support the efforts of the Commission to find different ways to supply those crucial energy resources to our continent. However, welcoming Repower EU initiative, I would like to express my concerns and saying that requiring additional 30 billion coming from the cohesion policy and about 8 billion coming from agriculture policy, it's put to a danger the development of those policies who already funded a lot of initiatives. Let me just briefly went through all of them. CARE, CARE Plus, CRE 1, CRE 2, REACT EU, and now Repower EU. In the cohesion policy, we already have 100 billion who are at disposal for decarbonization, transition, and different ways to find resources to our own continent. Let's use them and not create another one. And as a conclusion, I would like to say, yes, we have to find a way to import energy resources to our continent, but we should develop our own and to use the existing one as well. Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Próxima intervenção. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Heisel. 1 minute.
The measures, Madam Commissioner, we have to welcome them because they will enable us to save more energy, mainly through increased energy efficiency, but also by introducing a lot more renewables. But a few comments from me. First, we need to be honest with our citizens. If we want to fast become independent from Russia, it'll cost a lot of money. And the most part will be borne by the citizen, by higher energy prices or when going to tank fuel. We need to invest into infrastructure to import alternative fuels, which is something we wouldn't necessarily want to do because of the Green Deal. We will not be able to find an alternative immediately, an alternative to gas and oil from Russia. We need to remember that those countries that could be an alternative source of our energy, they are neither democracies nor are they willing to sign long-term contracts with us. 300 billion, this is not something we should mention to our citizens as new money. This is just the money being transferred from other sources. And for landlocked countries such as Slovakia and Hungary that have really run out of alternatives, we need to make sure that they have sufficient space, for instance, to invest into LNG terminals. And I believe that the proposed 10 billion will not quite be enough.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra ao deputado. Thank you very much. Next speaker is José Manuel Fernandes. 1 minute. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, energy independence is an essential objective for the European Union. It is unacceptable for us to still be buying billions of euros worth of oil and gas from Russia every day, financing Putin's arms purchases. But this is not new. We've been talking about interconnections for years, interconnections for energy between Portugal, Spain and France are essential. The Commission should have included this in the MFF. Repower should have been within the MFF. As you did not do it, we now have to urgently review the MFF. We need to respond to our citizens' concerns. We need new revenues for the European budget, new own resources. We cannot continue to finance Repower EU by cutting funding from our poorest regions, cutting funding from rural development. This initiative is welcome, but the financing cannot take place at the expense of the poorest. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Angelika Niebler. 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. Now, reducing our dependence on Russian imports is essential, and that's why I would like to thank the Commission for presenting Repower EU. This is a proposal which claims that it's a very good idea to put a lot of money into this ambitious plan. We need to focus on what we already have available as well. I think it's a good idea that we should use our funds that haven't been taken up already in order to fund this. But of course, we have to ensure security of supply, and we have to have accessible prices. Our citizens need to be able to pay their electricity bills, and that's the only way we can have an opportunity to have acceptance across the board. Small companies, medium-sized companies must not be bombarded with bureaucracy, and we have to ask why we've been so slow in all this. With photovoltaic, with renewables, it's a lack of staffing and technical staff in particular that we have to deal with to explain away this delay. We need to take into account all these realities on the ground.
Thank you so much. This was the last speaker. Now we are going for the Catch the Eye. I do ask you to stick to the 1 minute limit allocated time. So we will start with Radan Kanef. You've got the floor.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. It is just 2 minutes shy of the 5:45 mark here on the East Coast, and we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the European Parliament, a session on European solidarity and energy security. All of this, of course, on day 85 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This obviously is going to also touch on Russia's recent cuts of gas supply to Poland and Bulgaria. All of this also comes on a day where the leaders from Finland and Sweden are set to visit President Joe Biden at the White House to discuss their latest movements forward in terms of European security. Of course, we were referring to their applications officially submitting for NATO membership. So we are going to get you up to speed on all of the top stories here at the top of the 6 o'clock hour, but we'll be continuing to listen in to this live, raw, and unfiltered session of Parliament where they are discussing a topic that affects each and every one of our lives: gas prices, gas supply, and energy in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So let's listen back in.
The next speaker is Margarida Marques. President, I recognize the efforts of the European Commission to present Repower EU. It's a necessary initiative and very timely. However, Repower EU will revolutionize a number of existing European instruments, particularly the multi-annual financial framework 2021 to 2027 and the Recovery and Resilience Facility. That's why we call for the Commission to make the necessary proposals, which should be clear and transparent, to ensure that Europe's policies are safeguarded, as well as the priorities that have already been defined. Particularly the MFF 2021-2027, we need a thoroughgoing debate on Repower EU in this Parliament. We can adjust Europe's priorities, but we cannot relegate to the background the objectives that we have set for ourselves. We will never accept the Parliament's call for full budgetary authority to be simply ignored.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Georgios Kietsos.
Thank you, President. I believe that the Commission is trying, and congratulations to the Commissioner, and the European Parliament is also trying very hard, but the key to this is energy policy of our governments. Take the government of Greece, for example. In March, after the invasion by Russia into Ukraine, it increased the value of imports by 69%. So, above all, we're talking about natural gas imports. So it's ridiculous that we don't have serious exports to Russia in Greece. Very, very small percentages, and these small percentages have even dropped to about 5 billion in 2022. So we don't have a bilateral trade relationship, so our dependence on Russia is clear, and our government hasn't done what it's supposed to do. So we can't make any progress. The institutions are showing us the way. Unfortunately, however, a lot of governments are not able to follow their example.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bronis Ropé.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues. When Putin cuts supplies to other member states, well, it is just a matter of time. He will do that when he will face most problems. Therefore, we should express solidarity between ourselves and act together. We need to review programs to change financing. We have to think about cohesion policy, about the agricultural sector, but at the same time we need to take into account the level of development of member states and the level of support for farmers in order to avoid unnecessary burden on some member states. But can we use less energy? Yes. Can we produce energy ourselves? Yes, certainly so. Countries which have had problems with Russia have already done their homework, and others should follow the suit. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima intervenção.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Margarita de la Pisa Carrion.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The European Union came into being to avoid problems with raw commodity supplies. But we're now in a situation where we're dependent on third countries, the totalitarian regimes such as Russia, which has destroyed the peace. We have to recognize this was a mistaken strategy. The objectives were overambitious. The plan wasn't properly designed. Still sticking towards the need for the green transition. You haven't gone for an energy mix that would give us autonomy. Can't you see that environmental policies are actually increasing instability, insecurity and poverty in the Union and our member states?
Thank you. So now we go to the last speaker under the Catch the Eye, so that we give one intervention to each political group. So, Mick Wallace, you've got the floor.
Thank you very much, President. The Repower EU plan in March set an additional 50 billion cubic metre LNG import target, but that's just 28% of the existing total import capacity. During 2021 calendar year, only 42% of the EU's total annual LNG import capacity was used. Europe does not need new LNG infrastructure. Yet, yesterday, President von der Leyen committed €10 billion to gas, LNG and oil infrastructure to stop shipments from Russia. 70% of global LNG supply is already under long-term contract. There will be very little extra coming online before 2025. So the EU will only be able to import more by drawing supplies away from other markets at sky-high prices. The real issue is global supply and price, not infrastructure. New LNG infrastructure will be built too late to address the current energy crisis. LNG will delay the just transition. LNG does not serve the energy poor, and it will not fix Europe's fossil fuel dependency. Thank you, President.
Thank you so much. Now, to conclude our debate, I give the floor to the Commissioner, Kadri Simpson. You've got the floor.
Dear members of the European Parliament, thank you for all your questions and remarks. Based on your remarks, it is clear that we all agree on the same goal, eliminating our dependence on Russian energy. There is just certain differences in the vision how we should get there. Some of you point to the need to strengthen energy infrastructure. Others argue that we need even higher targets for renewables and energy savings. And I heard also calls to increase the share of prosumers. I think we need to work on all these elements. This is what the Repower EU is about. Well, a comprehensive document addressing practically all of the points mentioned today. Some of you mentioned that renewables are not the solution for the near future. And I want to, however, underline that this is not necessarily true for the solar energy. The technology can be rolled out rapidly and it's affordable. The costs have decreased 82% over the last decade, and solar energy is now one of the cheapest energy sources in the EU. With a solar strategy, we are giving a new boost to the industry and sending the right signal to the investors. We are triggering quick and massive PV deployment via the European Solar Rooftop Initiative, making solar panels mandatory on the roofs, at first in public and commercial buildings, and then in newly built residential homes. In terms of our preparedness for this winter, the Commission is working on the risk preparedness plans, and of course, in this context, unity and strong partnerships will go a long way. Therefore, the Commission is working very closely with Member States to ensure that concluding bilateral solidarity agreements will be a priority. And importantly, Repower EU also proposes to develop a voluntary operational joint purchasing mechanism responsible for negotiating and contracting on behalf of participating member states. So I heard that many of you are concerned of the impact to our consumers and these joint purchase activities can deliver more predictable prices for our consumers and industry. Coming back to Poland and Bulgaria, the recent cut of Russian gas supplies to those countries exemplifies the importance of the work done over the years to strengthen the resilience of our infrastructure and properly interconnect the European market. Thanks to the EU solidarity and the work we have done over the years on the gas infrastructure, both countries were not impacted by Russia's reckless behavior. So now we will focus for our preparedness for this heating season, but also in the longer run. And the keywords are renewables, energy saving, and diversification of our supply routes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. So now our debate is closed, and we can suspend our session until our voting session at noon. So the session is suspended. Thank you.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to a session of the European Parliament where they were discussing the very latest when it comes to energy security in Europe. All of this on day 85 of the war in Ukraine. We are back at the White House this morning on this Thursday, May 19th, because later on this morning at around 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expected to hear from President Joe Biden, who is set to meet with leaders from the White House, on leaders from Finland and Sweden on their latest NATO application as the security of Europe. The map of the security of Europe has obviously historically changed as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Thursday morning right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. We do want to wish you a good morning here on this Thursday, May 19th, 2022. It is just before the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we do want to make sure that you are all up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Thursday morning. Here's a live look at the White House as President Joe Biden is set to meet with leaders of Finland and Sweden later on today. He is scheduled to meet with, and we do want to make sure that we have all of this information for you, with the Finnish President Niinisto and also the Swedish Prime Minister in the nation's capital. All of this after both Finland and Sweden submitted their formal applications to become NATO members. Sweden and Finland's bids to join NATO obviously comes in response to Russia's war on Ukraine, which sparked security concerns across that continent. Their bids to join the alliance marks a historic evolution in European security. It really is a moment that many believed would never need to come, but after Russia did invade Ukraine, many European nations began to revisit their own security concerns. So we are later on this morning going to hear from President Joe Biden and those two leaders, one from Finland, one from Sweden, live at the White House. So we'll bring you those remarks for you in full. We also are going to be getting you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the Buffalo mass shooting that occurred over the weekend. That suspected gunman is back in court today. He is scheduled to not only return to court for a felony hearing, but additional counts of murder are expected to come down. The Department of Justice is also working on an investigation of their own that could potentially lead to federal hate crime charges against that suspect, Peyton Gendron. We also want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the infant formula shortage. President Joe Biden has invoked the Defense Production Act, so we'll get you up to speed on what exactly that means and how quickly you will feel the effects if you are obviously a parent who is in need to feed their child. But we do, of course, want to begin with the latest when it comes to the Buffalo mass shooting suspect. Once again, he is expected back in court today. He was initially arraigned on Saturday, but he is expected to reappear in court. We will bring you any information that we get live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to touch base with our Fox News correspondent, Alexis McAdams, who has the latest on this investigation from Buffalo.
Just 30 minutes before the deadliest mass shooting in Buffalo's history, the accused gunman shared his plans online, inviting a small group of people into a chat room on the messaging app Discord. 18-year-old Peyton Gendron described in detail his plans to murder as many black people as possible. No one alerted authorities. Now, New York's Governor Kathy Hochul asking what other warning signs were missed.
We're proud of having tough gun laws, no doubt about it. But as time goes on, you start to see the loopholes.
Today, Hochul signing 2 executive orders. One adding a unit focused on fighting domestic terrorism, and the other will require state police to file an order of protection when they see a high-risk case.
We believe that together these steps are necessary to confront the stem of rising hatred, white supremacism in our state.
New York is one of 19 states that have the red flag law, which prevents anyone who claims to want to hurt themselves or others from having a gun or buying a gun. Police say there was no request for that in Gendron's case. There was the option to do so last June when Gendron was questioned after investigators say he told his teacher he wanted to commit a murder-suicide. Troopers took him to a local hospital for a mental health evaluation, but he was released.
Well, he did fall through the cracks, as far as the system goes. However, when you look at the defendant individually, you had a 17-year-old high school student who had never been treated for mental illness before. Obviously, he was suffering from some sort of delusion or mental illness.
The governor of New York ordering the state police to investigate violent extremism cases online, also calling on the attorney general to go after those social media platforms that allow hate speech. Reporting in Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that report. We are getting in this feed live into our newsroom of a war crimes trial of a Russian soldier that continues to happen in a courtroom in Kyiv. This is the first war crimes trial held by Ukraine. This is a captured Russian soldier who pleaded guilty just yesterday to killing a civilian. He faces possible life in prison, so we'll keep an eye on this trial as it does continue in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. We want to continue to get you up to speed with the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And you can see the United States flag being raised there because the embassy in Kyiv is officially resuming operations. The U.S. embassy in the Ukrainian capital resumed operation just yesterday, 3 months after it was closed. A dozen embassy employees were at the reopening ceremony, watching as the American flag was raised once again. According to the State Department, diplomats are returning on a permanent basis. They were relocated to the western city of Lviv shortly before Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. Though fighting does continue in the eastern portion of that country, officials are now deciding that the capital is secure enough for a full time return. And we continue with our latest coverage out of Ukraine, as we can report to you all that the Senate is set to vote today on a new $40 billion Ukraine aid bill. The Senate will make its final votes on day 85 of this war. After a procedural vote on Monday, the Senate is set to pass $40 billion worth of aid today. This comes as the final holdouts of Ukrainian soldiers in a Mariupol steel plant surrendered to Russian troops yesterday. Wednesday also saw the first Russian soldier plead guilty to killing a civilian, a war crime that could get him life in prison. And we did just bring you that feed live, raw, and unfiltered here. I can actually pull it back up for you all so we can see inside of this courtroom as that Russian soldier did plead guilty, and he is once again in court today. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has the very latest on day 85 of this war from Ukraine, so let's take a listen.
Flag raising at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, marking its reopening. It's been closed since February, amid new concerns on many fronts here. In Mariupol, Russia claiming 1,000 Ukrainian fighters have surrendered as the siege there nears an end. Russians saying some Ukrainians might be tried for war crimes. In Kyiv, a Russian soldier became the first to be charged with a war crime by Ukraine for allegedly killing a civilian. He pleaded guilty and faces possible life in prison, as Finland and Sweden made it official, submitting applications to join the NATO alliance, citing Russian aggression against Ukraine. A unanimous vote is needed. Member Turkey could block the move. It claims the countries harbor anti-Turkey extremists. The White House seems confident.
I got a call that both the leader of Finland and Sweden are coming to see me on Thursday. I think we're going to be okay.
And the fighting goes on. Ukrainian forces beating back Russians around the city of Kharkiv. Russians blasting away for gains in the east. And Ukraine's determination deepens. 36-year-old Ukrainian member of parliament Kira Rudik became world famous early in the war, posing with an AK-47 Kalashnikov rifle, which she tells us she still has.
I've got my Kalashnikov. I'm training with it still. If something happens, I will be able to protect myself.
After nearly 3 months of battles in which she's witnessed important Ukrainian gains and ugly Russian brutality, she is more determined than ever that Ukraine should push Russia back.
It could be a very high price, though,
it will,
pushing them back.
It is, but haven't we paid a high price already?
Secretary of State Blinken met late today with Turkey's foreign minister at the UN. The Turkish official said that his country was resolute in its support for Ukraine, but also said his country had security concerns when it came to those new NATO candidates. To be continued. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And thank you to Greg for that report. You did just hear the latest news out of Mariupol in that piece and earlier on in our show. We can confirm that the International Red Cross said Thursday it has registered hundreds of Ukrainian prisoners of war who left that Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. This is video that came into our newsroom earlier this month of the situation on the ground at that Azovstal steel plant. The International Committee for the Red Cross said the registrations of Ukrainian prisoners of war, which included wounded fighters, began on a Tuesday under an agreement between Russia and Ukraine. We have been breaking down the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine each and every day, courtesy of our Live Now from Fox Phoenix team and intelligence specialist Hal Kempfer. So I do want to bring you his latest breakdown here on Live Now from Fox.
Joining me now to discuss a lot of that, even further and more in detail, national security expert Hal Kempfer with the latest. Hal, good to see you. A lot has happened since we last spoke on Monday night. And let's go over some of these diplomatic headlines just in the last hour, Hal. The Senate has confirmed Bridget Brink to be President Biden's first U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. It was by a voice vote, by unanimous consent. And so now, finally, there will be a U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. There hasn't been one since the war began, since Biden took office. Will this make a difference? Will that just be one, I guess, tool in the toolkit going forward diplomatically?
Andrew, I think you're right. It's going to be an extra tool in the toolkit, but it's a pretty big tool. And having a presidential representative, an ambassador, is a big deal. Having an acting ambassador, that is that's common, but in this situation, we really want someone who represents the voice of the president. And what's really interesting is that was confirmed, voice, fairly unanimous, but also on the same day they raised a flag at the embassy in Kyiv, saying that the U.S. embassy is back in business in Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine. Those two things coinciding from a diplomatic standpoint was, a lot of symbolism more than anything else, but important symbolism.
No, I didn't even think of that, to kind of put two and two together there on the same day. I was going to bring up that as well. That is a sign of optimism. The U.S. Embassy opening back up for shop there in Kyiv. I just want to read in part from the statement put out by the State Department. They said, 3 months ago, we lowered our flag over the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv just days before Russian forces streamed across Ukraine's border to carry out President Putin's unprovoked, unjustified war of choice. When we suspended operations at the embassy, we made the point clear while we would relocate U.S. embassy personnel for their safety and security, this would in no way prevent our engagement with and support for the Ukrainian people. It goes on to say, that day has come. We are officially resuming operations at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. And we had heard a couple of weeks ago, Secretary of State Blinken, when he was in Kyiv, said that this was going to be coming. What happens now, though, now that we are fully back, reopened in Kyiv? It's not like they've closed up shop in total. They were operating in Lviv. They were operating in Poland as well. But now in the capital city, back.
I think what you're going to see is sort of distributed operations. You're going to see a force, but it'll be a smaller group. It won't be as robust as when the embassy was open beforehand. There are, considerable force protection issues, or I should say security issues, that they have to look at. I'm sure the regional security officer there for the State Department has a full plan in place. And as things on the ground shift, as the threat to Kyiv diminishes, they will probably staff up more and more and more. But for the time being, you'll probably see there'll be some functions done at the embassy, but there'll probably be some stuff that's kind of done sort of as a backfill thing. I don't think they're going to move everybody in there. At least everything I've seen indicates they don't plan to fully staff the embassy right away. They're going to kind of ramp up operations as they go along. So it'll be interesting. But what I find interesting with that is the lines of communication to do distributed operations like that means that they're going to be relying on a lot of things, obviously electronic communications, but also moving people back and forth, which means they're going to be putting a lot of focus on the trains to do that. And I just find that kind of interesting. The logistics of how they're doing that, it's a microcosm.
All right, it does look like we lost Hal Kempfer there. Hopefully his signal does get a little better. Hal, I think we lost you just briefly there. Do you have us?
Can you see me?
We can see you,
Am
yes.
I back? Okay.
You are back.
Yeah, it froze on my end too.
Okay.
What I was going to say is, I think you're seeing not just the U.S. Embassy, but other embassies like the United Kingdom, probably even the European Union and some others are doing these distributed operations. So it's not like we're inventing this. Other countries, everybody's collaborating, everybody's talking. And if you worked with embassies, particularly with allied countries overseas, there are certain basic how do we do business stuff that everybody kind of gets along, because we all know we're there.
Right.
We all have this, everybody has a diplomatic mission. So there's certain things I'm sure we're sharing best practices back and forth.
I see. Let's go on to one last diplomatic breakthrough, and this regards Finland and Sweden and NATO. We have the official tweet. It was official today, Hal, and Finland at NATO's Twitter account said, a historic day. I'm going to drop this. Today, Finland and Sweden hand in letters expressing their country's interest to apply for NATO membership to the Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg. But NATO envoys today failed to reach a consensus on whether to start those membership talks, something you and I have been talking about for some time. Turkey finally shoved in and threw its muscle and weight around and renewed their objections today to this fast-track approach. Not to say that this won't happen in the long term, but to fast-track and expedite this, Turkey is throwing up some objections. And what are they, Hal?
Well, it's a fast track negotiation with Turkey right now is what's going on. Turkey's big objection is that there are Kurds who Turkey fully feels are terrorists or supporters of terrorists or tied to terrorism. There are Kurdish separatists that are in Scandinavia. There are some that are in Sweden and Finland. For the most part, their animus is aimed at Denmark, which is already a NATO member, but they want to see some sort of consideration. They like to see some sort of backtracking of their harboring of these Kurds. Obviously, what they like to see is those Kurds sent back to Turkey, and I'm sure Turkey would like to do some sort of judicial action or something like that. That's probably not going to happen, but I'm sure that they're working through some sort of consideration that will give Erdogan a political win, if you will, something he can claim that he got in return for letting Finland and Sweden in. And that's what they're working on right now. And the White House has said they're very confident that they're going to be able to get this done. And basically the objection is not insurmountable, but it was something you and I talked about. It was fully expected that something like this is going to happen.
Yeah, I just want to read in part what Turkish leader Erdogan said today. He essentially said, quote, "You will not hand over terrorists to us, but you will ask us to allow you to join NATO. NATO is a security entity. Therefore, we cannot say yes to depriving the security organization of security." So kind of a window into Erdogan's justification for holding up this fast tracking of Sweden and Finland's membership application into NATO. But, you know, we've been talking about the run up to this, Hal. The news today, though, is it is official. It's on its way. They're reviewing it.
Yes. And I have no doubt that there's Finnish and Swedish officials. They're checking out their desks in NATO headquarters right now. And it's moving pretty fast. And I would be surprised if Turkey doesn't budge on this. But I have to think that all of these countries have been working on something they're going to hand Erdogan to dissipate his objection to this. But it's going to be something that's going to make Erdogan look good, and that's what they're doing. And I fully expected that Turkey, at least initially, would say no, let's hold off. But they're working on it very fast, and you know I'm sure the diplomatic back and forth is pretty fast and furious right now.
All right, Hal, let's move on to some other top headlines. We're watching video right now from earlier of the first Russian soldier to stand trial for war crimes in Ukraine, pleading guilty today. He's 21 years old. He admitted to shooting a 62-year-old Ukrainian civilian man in the head back in February on orders of his commander. Ukrainian prosecutors say they're preparing other war crimes cases against 41 Russian soldiers. This is happening very fast. I was surprised by this news today. Of course, they have had him in captivity, going forward with a full trial that the world will be able to see. Just one of many that we can expect, don't you think?
Well, I think you're going to see it. And what you're seeing in this case, it's a very transparent process. And it has to be. To have any international legitimacy, they have to be very open. It has to be something the world's seeing. This is really for the world's consumption more than anything else. Now, what's interesting is that sergeant pleaded guilty. But he pleaded guilty saying, I was doing it on the orders of my commanding officer. So what he's done in his guilty plea is he has indicted his chain of command. That opens up some possibilities in the future. They're looking at when they're done with this, when the war is eventually wrapped up, there's going to be indictments for hundreds, well, probably thousands of Russians, and they're looking at that entire chain of command. For this case, it made it a lot simpler, as it always does, when the defendant pleads guilty, as he did. But I'm sure there's some arrangement where he will testify in the future when they get his commanding officer. He will testify that he was following orders. And if they're good prosecutors, and I'm sure they are, they're looking at taking that all the way up the chain of command. I'm sure they would love to take that all the way up to Putin if they could, to show that he was following orders. And that's it. There's going to be a much broader array of legal actions taking place here. So this is the first. This is the start. Of course, Putin's response was frustration, anger.
where they said, okay, we're going to charge all the Ukrainian troops evacuated from Mariupol as war criminals, or a lot of them, or something like that. That's just typical Russian response to be expected. Within that, there are other senior Russian officials who are talking about calling them Nazis and say we can't let Nazis free, we can't have a prisoner trade. So there's a lot of this tension that is directly or indirectly tied to this trial, but it is having an effect. And I think by him pleading guilty, it's also having an effect on the world stage, because he is saying, by his initial plea, he has said, yes, we were doing war crimes, but he did it in a way, he said, but it's not just me. I was under orders to do that. And it sets a stage. I think it's a very interesting, from an information operation standpoint, if you will, from a strategic communication standpoint, it's a very interesting first step in these war crime tribunals or war crime proceedings.
Hell, I guess what surprised me the most is this is a country at war. Ukraine's economy is basically contracted so much, it's basically at a standstill. They're under martial law in most of the country. So to carry out a public trial of an opposing soldier on war crimes, to get him to admit to the crime, to get him to plead guilty to the crime, just shows you that Ukraine is still a functioning Western liberal democracy in the midst of war. That's what stood out to me.
And that's what they want to put out there. That's the message, is we're a functioning government, we're a functioning democracy. By the way, we have a functioning judicial system. That's a very strong message. And that will be contrasted against whatever the Russians do, which tends to be arbitrary and capricious.
Right.
And they're showing, something. It also, you got to remember what they're doing here. It's nothing's done in isolation. They want to become a member of the European Union, and eventually they want to become a member of NATO. And I think with every Russian atrocity, every Russian wrong, if you will, it pushes them closer to those goals. And they want that. And part of that is to show a working judiciary and show that they're fair and transparent. And I think they're doing a pretty good job with this. I just hope it stays at this level. What they need to do is to make sure that they have control of their forces. I will tell you that things get heated in combat. With the level of atrocities the Russians have inflicted, maintaining good order and discipline, especially with defenders who are defending their homes. I just hope they maintain good order and discipline, because I'd hate to see Ukrainian units devolving to the same sort of conduct as Russian units. So far, they've been doing a pretty good job, all things aside. And when there have been allegations against Ukrainian units, the Ukrainian government says we're going to immediately investigate it, and they try to keep that investigation, again, as transparent and open as they can. I just think that all of this is related, but it's making the Ukrainians look pretty good. Now, the question is, what does this proceeding do with whatever happens in the International Court of The Hague? That one, I can't predict how they're going to do that, but I'm sure there'll be some sort of arrangement there. And for all we know, the International Court of The Hague may review this and decide that these proceedings are in fact lawful, and may give some sort of stamp of approval. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. I mean, I'm looking into my crystal ball, and I can't predict the future, but the way they're going about it, they're setting the stage for that in the future.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch. That Russian soldier there faces life in prison. Let's, though, focus, lastly, Hal, final thoughts. What's going on down on the ground on the battlefield? What have you been watching as we get even further into this war, as we get into these summer months? What's going on?
Well, some fierce fighting, and interesting today, there was a little, with the Ukrainian government put up, they had a kind of a bump in artillery systems, Russian artillery. About 22 Russian howitzers or artillery systems or artillery pieces were taken out. That's a fairly big bump compared, if you look at the loss of artillery, and that tells you that counter battery fire, the stuff for our 155 howitzers that we put in there with the radars and everything else, it's starting to have effect. The other thing is the Russians have tried some offensives in the Izium area. They tried to do a big offensive and just got stopped cold. In fact, across the board, they've had very little success. The Ukrainians are still putting tremendous pressure on their lines. The Ukrainians appear to be having some success around the Kherson area, which is a little bit further to the southwest, if you will, closer to Odessa. So the Ukrainians are making great strides across the board. A lot of experts are looking at this and they're expecting there's going to be, if not a stalemate, just not a lot of movement back and forth. It's going to take a while, but as more of these Western arms get into Ukrainian hands, and as the Russians continue to show that they can't do coordinated big actions, they're having to do little tactical events at a smaller unit level because they're just unable to coordinate combined arms with maneuver and everything else at a larger scale. And they just can't take large areas. They can't seize major objectives if they can't do that basic tactical coordination of these larger units. And so far they can't do it, along with all the logistics, communications, and command problems that they have. So you may see them stall out for a while. But during that stall, as Ukrainians get better and better at using, implementing the full force or the full effect of these Western weapons that they're getting, they're going to continue to make inroads. How long the Russian army can maintain cohesion within its ranks, that's a big question right now. The other thing too is it's a two-front war. One of it's on the battleground in Ukraine, but the other is in Moscow. And every day there's more and more indicators that there's something going on in Moscow. Of course, we saw the thing a couple of days ago, that amazing, that retired Russian Army colonel on Russian state television that just blasted, Putin's handling of the war and everything there, and basically says that so much of this is propaganda. I mean, it was just stunning that he was allowed to say that on Russian state television. That's an indicator to me that something is going on in Moscow, that he was allowed to do that. And it may be like the Ukrainian head of intelligence, military intelligence said, there's a coup. It's not a fast coup, but there's something going on behind the scenes. And look, in that part of the world, the Ukrainian intelligence, they kind of know what's going on in Moscow, because if you look at, if I'm a Ukrainian intelligence head, what's my number one threat? Russia.
Right.
Where do I put my collection assets? Human, technical. I focus on Russia because that's the big threat.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about Moldova attacking me. That's
right.
not a big threat. I'm worried about Russia. So I think some of the intelligence we're talking about would be pretty good because that's their focus of effort.
All right, Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
Joining me now to discuss a lot of that.
And thank you to Andrew Kraft and Hal Kempfer for that breakdown. We will continue to monitor the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine, as this situation has hit day 85, and on a day where the two nations who just most recently applied for NATO membership, Finland and Sweden, their leaders are set to visit President Joe Biden later on this morning at the White House. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the other top stories that we are monitoring, including the latest when it comes to fighting the infant formula shortage that is rocking the nation, and also the latest business headlines. Gas prices have officially hit a new record high, topping even yesterday's record. And we're also going to look ahead to the markets opening in just 3 hours time, as they did take a sharp decline, the largest decline in nearly 2 years yesterday. So we'll be touching base later on this morning with our Fox Business team as well. All of those headlines right after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are keeping you all up to date on the breaking news this morning, beginning first and foremost with the latest when it comes to gas prices. Gas prices have hit a new national average of $4.59 a gallon. This is just the latest when it comes to a business week that has been really not great for investors. All of this happens as the Dow has hit its worst trading day since 2020. So in nearly 2 years, as it sheds 1,164 points yesterday. We will continue to monitor the very latest, not only when it comes to these gas prices, but also when it comes to the stock market that continues to deal with near record high inflation and also energy crisis when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We also want to get you up to speed on another top story that has been affecting many of you tuning in, and that is the baby formula shortage that has been rocking the nation. We do want to let you know that President Joe Biden has invoked the Defense Production Act. I do want to make sure that this volume is not too loud for you here, but all of this happens also as the House approves a new bill to increase access to baby formula. 2 children in Memphis, Tennessee have been hospitalized because their parents were unable to find formula they needed due to a medical condition. The developments come as Congress is acting on the national formula shortage. The House approved a $28 million supplemental spending bill that will allow for more production of baby formula. President Biden invoked the Defense Production Act Wednesday, allowing defense aircraft to pick up formula from overseas. We actually have President Joe Biden speaking on the baby formula shortage in this nation. So let's take a listen.
You're worried about finding enough infant formula to feed their babies. As a parent and as a grandparent, I know just how stressful that is. I want to provide a few updates on our work to get more formula into the United States and on the store shelves so it's available to you. Today, I'm invoking what they call the Defense Production Act to ensure that manufacturers have the necessary ingredients to make safe, healthy infant formula here at home. The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good. And I'm also announcing Operation Fly Formula. That's to be able to speed up the import of infant formula and start getting more formula in stores as soon as possible. I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster. And I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most. This is one of my top priorities, and I'll continue to keep you updated on our progress.
And that was the latest from President Joe Biden. Once again, all of this after the House passes that bill to increase access to baby formula shortage as a result of this baby shortage, formula shortage that is. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork, he has more and an in-depth look at these policies meant to promote production and help ease the minds of panicking parents like many of you tuning in this morning. Let's take a listen.
He needs formula.
The ongoing baby formula shortage continues sparking national outrage as Patience for Progress is running just as thin as the scarce supply.
I just don't understand why it's taking so long. It's May, and this happened in February.
Abbott Nutrition, which runs one of the nation's largest formula manufacturing plants, shuttered operations back in February after concerns of a bacterial contamination. And while the FDA is now letting them resume production, Abbott says it could take up to 10 weeks for its products to make it back to store shelves. But the White House is promising swifter action. President Biden on Wednesday enacting the Defense Production Act.
The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good.
The Biden administration also authorizing Operation Fly Formula.
I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster.
Meantime, the House on Wednesday night passed a $28 million emergency funding bill and the Access to Baby Formula Act to prevent future shortages and to help those on federal programs purchase more formula. By the way, both bills must now pass the Senate. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And thank you to Kevin for that update. We'll continue to keep you all tuning in, updated on the very latest when it comes to this baby formula shortage that has impacted so many of your lives. We're going to continue on with the latest top stories, and the next bit does bring us back to the conversation of COVID-19. We are hearing today that around 1/3 of the country lives in the Northeast and Midwest, areas that are now considered high risk for COVID infection. An increasing number of infections and hospitalizations are putting more of the country under CDC guidelines that would call for masks and other precautions. Health officials are calling for states and cities to consider reinstating mask wearing indoors and warn the rest of the country of a potentially fast spread of the virus. This, while the feds debate giving booster shots to children, lawmakers are actually pushing for more COVID relief money. Our Fox News chief White House correspondent Mike Emmanuel Haas, he actually has more from Washington. Let's take a listen.
The FDA giving the green light to Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids 5 to 11 years old. The CDC also expected to sign off tomorrow, meaning shots could be going into young arms as early as this weekend. The White House says the feds took their time giving this authorization out of an abundance of caution. And while some parents say they're looking forward to another level of protection, others say they will pass on the booster.
I'm excited for it to some degree because they already had their first shot and second shot, and they felt empowered.
Stop pushing it on the kids, stop pushing it on the parents, let everyone make their own decisions.
Meanwhile, the White House is scrambling to contain the new COVID surge. We're now averaging more than 100,000 cases every day in the U.S., the highest number since February. The spike being driven by Omicron subvariants, and health officials say vaccination is the best way to stop those strains from developing.
We can keep the level of virus to the lowest possible level, which is the best way to avoid variants, because the less replication, the less mutation.
But the government is running out of money to fight the outbreak. There's still no word on when the Senate will vote on a $10 billion compromise funding bill, with lawmakers considering a separate bill this week that would provide aid to struggling restaurants.
Many of the restaurants had to borrow during COVID, borrowing large amounts of money. They need to repay that money.
Senate Democrats are proposing $48 billion in aid for restaurants. Republicans say that is too much. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And thank you for that report. We here on Live Now from Fox, we prioritize live events coming into our newsroom, and we are getting one from the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency. They handle nuclear energy, and we are actually getting a statement here from the IAEA Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi, and he is also speaking alongside the Japanese Foreign Minister. So we do want to listen in here, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
The other is, of course, the issue of the way in which the water that has accumulated throughout the years around the plant and is there in storage is going to be disposed of.
もう一つは処理水の処分についてです。もう何年もかかってこの発電所の周りで貯蔵され続けてきたこの処理水の処分についてです。
2 years ago, when I came as a newly appointed Director General, in my conversations with the Japanese government, I proposed that the IAEA and Japan and TEPCO work together in order to provide first of all, the local communities, the Japanese people, and the international community at large, the necessary confidence and trust that whatever would be done would be in strict conformity with the safety standards. Safety standards.
2年前、私が新しく事務局長に任命された後、日本に参りまして、日本政府に提案をいたしました。その提案の内容は、IAEA と日本政府と、そして東京電力が一緒になって作業をしてはどうかということです。そうすることによって、その自治体および日本人全体、そして国際社会に対して安心感、信頼感を与えるということが可能なのではないかというふうに提案をいたしました。つまり、ここで行われることというのは、きちっと国際的な安全基準に合致したやり方で行われるということを確保しようということです。
I said then, we are going to be here before, during, and after the process. And this is what we're doing in the first part of this triad. We are in the before, in the preparation, and it's going well.
でその時私が申し上げましたのは、IAEA はこの処理水の処分の前、そしてその中間、そしてその後、ずっと私どもは関わりますというふうに申し上げました。で今我々が行っている作業というのはその準備作業です。今のところこの最初の準備作業の段階、順調に進んでおります。
We will continue our work for sure. But let me also, Mr. Minister, thank you wholeheartedly for the support you just announced for the work we are carrying out in Ukraine, which is of extreme importance in order to ensure that to the tragedy of war, we do not need to add a nuclear accident.
ですからこの作業というのはこれから私どもは継続をしていきます。そして林大臣、心から感謝を申し上げます。今私どもがウクライナで行っている仕事についてのサポートが発表されました。行っている内容というのは大変重要なことです。つまり戦争という悲惨なことが起きておりますが、これに加えて原子力発電所の事故があってはならない、それを防ぐという重要な仕事です。
So I thank you for that, and I also thank you for helping cure people with nuclear medicine. So, Mr. Minister, I thank you for your warm reception, your wonderful hospitality, and let us continue working together. Thank you very much.
And that was the latest update from the International Atomic Energy Agency, live from Tokyo. And we here on Live Now from Fox, we bring you out to any live event currently happening around the world. So from Tokyo out to a live look at the White House we go, where later on this morning, we are going to be live, raw, and unfiltered right here when President Joe Biden meets with leaders from Finland and Sweden, as both of those nations have officially handed in their applications for NATO membership. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest chapter of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We'll recap what we saw yesterday and look ahead to what can be anticipated today. All of that after this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to get you up to speed on the latest business news. Stocks suffered their steepest drop in almost 2 years yesterday. This as gas prices have hit a new all-time high of $4.59 a gallon. That is the average nationwide. And once again, this comes just hours after stocks tanked on Wednesday after two dismal back-to-back quarterly reports from Target and Walmart renewed investors' fears of rising inflation. We do know that inflation is hovering near that 40-year high. It was 8.5% back in March, 8.3% in April, so it was down 0.2, but still so close to that 40-year high. The Dow suffered its worst day since 2020 and its seventh largest point drop in history. The Dow tumbling more than 1,160 points. The S&P the S&P 500 lost 165, and the Nasdaq gave up 566. We do have our reporters who are covering this story for us. Our Fox News reporter Caroline Shively. She has more from Washington.
Don't let the smiles fool you. It was a brutal day on Wall Street. The S&P 500 and the Dow both had their worst day since 2020.
We can't get a break. We get one step forward and two step back.
Retail giant Target suffered one of the biggest drops. Its shares fell by over 25%. The company cited rising shipping and fuel costs. Drivers across the U.S. also feeling the pinch of those soaring gas prices.
Oh, they're outrageous.
The national average for a gallon of regular jumped to $4.58 on Wednesday, according to Gas Buddy.
It could get worse for gasoline, as the government today reported gasoline inventories fell by 4 million barrels in the last week alone.
No answers coming from Capitol Hill, but plenty of finger pointing.
Where is the Republican plan to deal with inflation? Non-existent. Where is the Republican plan to deal with gas prices in a meaningful way? Non-existent.
Right now, we've got an administration whose plan is to blame anybody but them and their policies. These price increases started long before Putin crossed into Ukraine.
The Federal Reserve is watching all of this closely. This week, Chairman Jerome Powell said the Fed will have to consider moving more aggressively if inflation doesn't start to ease. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. If you think the price you're paying for gas, groceries, or even a candy bar has gone up, you are correct. Inflation is affecting the United States now more than ever, and some areas have it worse than others. Our Fox's Joy Addison joins us with more.
Inflation hits rural areas hardest because of the extra cost that it takes to transport things to areas that are more remote. I'm here in Midland, Texas, and the nearest major city is Dallas, nearly 5 hours away. Inflation here is through the roof, and people like the owner of this business behind me, as well as everyday residents, say it's tough.
I mean, it's hitting the pocketbook. Groceries, utilities, gas. So we're seeing it everywhere, and it's hard.
Inflation is hitting the U.S. with a rate of 8.3%, the highest we've seen since 1980. People in this West Texas town of Midland say it's hitting them hardest.
We're somewhat isolated between El Paso and Dallas-Fort Worth, and so there's a lot of distance, and it takes you 4 or 5 hours to go to either one. So travel costs, transportation costs, that raises prices.
Midland has a population of just over 140,000, but it's giving big cities like New York, Phoenix, and Dallas a run for their money when it comes to inflation. It's had the highest rate in the country for the last 6 months. Bill Kent owns more than 15 businesses in the area, including gas stations and restaurants. And he says workers want higher wages.
There's not a single business that we have that it's not impacting it. The drivers, trying to hire truck drivers out here for our transportation business, and it's everything from entry-level people we hire for our stores and truck stops to receptionists.
The rising prices are pushing more people to need help feeding their families. The West Texas Food Bank says over the last few weeks, the number of families it serves has tripled.
Most of the clients we serve,
27 to 30% of them have never needed any form of public assistance before, and most of them have jobs or they're elderly who are on a fixed income. So the face is different. Their rent has gone up. They cannot keep up with the price of groceries that they're seeing right now in the grocery stores, and they can't keep up with the cost of fuel.
Last week, the Federal Reserve said it may continue to raise interest rates until it sees inflation rates drop. This will make it more expensive to borrow money, which should slow spending. In Midland, Texas, Joy Addison, Fox News.
And thank you to Joy for that report. We are also keeping you all updated on the latest when it comes to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial that is set to resume today. Amber Heard's sister testified Wednesday in the high-profile defamation lawsuit against her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. Fox's Anna Eliopoulos breaks down the latest proceedings, which took place in a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom yesterday. Let's take a listen.
More witnesses took the stand in the ongoing libel trial between Johnny Depp and ex-wife Amber Heard Wednesday. Among those was Raquel Pennington, a friend of Heard during the pair's multi-year marriage. Pennington admitted she never saw Depp assault Heard, but says she saw bruises and cuts consistent with physical assault.
I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
Heard's sister also testified Wednesday. She told the jury about Depp's frequent alcohol and drug use and says she personally witnessed the Pirates of the Caribbean actor physically abusing Heard.
Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there.
A makeup artist also supported those claims and says she covered up multiple injuries on Heard's face prior to an appearance with late-night talk show host James Corden.
We covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes.
The testimony comes just one day after Heard wrapped up her testimony on the witness stand. Closing arguments are slated for next week at the earliest. In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
And we will be live inside of this Fairfax, Virginia courtroom beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, live right here on Live Now from Fox. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Phoenix team, Daytona, she actually broke down the latest that we saw from yesterday. So let's take a listen.
Her acting coach, her makeup artist, all taking the stand today and really speaking in favor of Amber Heard and everything that she allegedly went through with Johnny Depp. I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, this was substantial for, I believe, Amber Heard's case here. These people really speaking up for her.
I agree. I think that she's definitely doing all she can to put her best case forward. That said, her sister may not be necessarily the most ideal witness in terms of credibility, because this is someone that the jurors will very likely expect to back up whatever story it is that Amber Heard has. On the other hand, the makeup artist, I think, certainly is someone who the jury may find to be credible because she is giving a much more sort of third-party, uninvolved account. Although I do think that the cross-examination in both of these instances probably took a great deal away from what Amber Heard's team hoped to accomplish with these witnesses.
Well, we see a smiling Amber Heard inside of the courtroom today, wearing a little bit more makeup, wearing different type of wardrobe. I just mentioned that. I saw that stuck out to me because we've seen her up on the stand quite emotional, and she just seemed different today. What were your takes on just seeing Amber Heard a different mood swing?
I think that it has been a long and exhausting experience, no question, for her. I mean, we've heard that she's fired her public relations team over the way that the headlines in this case have played out. And certainly I would imagine that the people who are working with her are working hard to ensure that the image that she is presenting, even as she sits in the courtroom, is one of more credibility than she has so far presented. And I expect that that's part of the reason for the difference in appearance.
Yeah, plus she has her sister in the courtroom with her today. I think that was probably substantial for her. We're taking a look at the makeup artist who is testifying as to, you know, what she had to cover up from the alleged abuse from Johnny Depp there. And then we're also taking a look at Amber Heard and her sister walking into the car as they exited the courtroom. Want to bring up just a couple of those highlights from today. Of course, her sister testifying to some of the things that Johnny Depp allegedly said. I'm not going to say a lot of it, but calling her a used up trash bag, saying that he made her isolated and unhealthy, saying that he was controlling. Her acting coach going as far as to say that she lost weight because of him. These are all, you know, substantial claims as to what Johnny Depp did to her. What did you make of all of this?
I think that these were definitely Amber Heard's best witnesses. I think that she unfortunately has had a credibility problem throughout this trial. And I think that these witnesses did a fair piece to try to improve on that situation for her. On the other hand, these are people who are no question very close to her. And I do wonder whether or not the jurors will be wondering if these people have their own angle in terms of how they are presenting testimony in this case and what their own biases are.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, just wanted to point out this is kind of a side story of all that happened inside of the courtroom. Outside of the courtroom, over 100 people, including many Johnny Depp fans, some from actually overseas, camping outside of the Fairfax County Circuit Court overnight into today, hoping to see this defamation trial against Amber Heard here. This is just getting bigger and bigger as time goes on. Nicole, last thoughts on the trial moving into the rest of the week, what we could hear from testimony from Amber Heard's side, what her legal team needs to do to make a substantial impact.
I think they have to keep putting on witnesses who can corroborate the things that Amber Heard and her friends have testified to. I think they can also expect to have more really intensive cross-examination from this excellent team that is representing Depp. And I think that it will be interesting to see how their versions of events hold up under this cross-examination.
So as we heard, Amber Heard's sister.
Great insight there from our very own Daytona Everett, looking ahead to what we can expect today. Speaking of what we can expect today, we are waiting on the Senate to vote on a new $40 billion Ukraine aid bill that will happen at some point during the day. So as soon as we have details on that vote, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to play back a press conference that was held yesterday by Senate Democrats, where they touch on a slew of topics, including not only gas prices, but the latest on the fight for abortion rights across the country, and also this $40 billion Ukraine aid bill. So let's listen in.
Democrats are strongly opposing this dangerous rhetoric and working to make our country more diverse and safer. Democrats are going to relentlessly and strongly highlight the differences between our vision of a brighter future for America and the MAGA Republican dystopian vision between now and November, because it's so important. We're going to fight all the way to protect the rights of Americans. For as long as it takes, we will not relent and we will not give up, because we know that the arc of history bends towards justice. And that's always been true in America, despite steps backward that are all too often taken. We know history is on our side. We're determined to preserve the precious rights that are the bedrock of our great nation. I can feel the energy in our communities. Last weekend, I joined tens of thousands of New Yorkers to march in the streets to show our support for women's rights. And just yesterday, I was with the President and the people of Buffalo, to be with the people of Buffalo as they grieved after unspeakable hatred and violence ripped into their community. But while it's been a sorrow, painful few days for Buffalo, New York, and people across the country, there is a strong sense of resolve. Our communities are not simply going to let MAGA Republicans and the Supreme Court take away our rights. We're going to confront this challenge the same we've confronted them during the 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency, and we're going to get organized and win at the ballot box. Because when confronted with the contrast between what Democrats stand for and what MAGA Republicans stand for, we know the American people are squarely on our side. So we're going to keep up the fight. We're going to keep highlighting the contrast between the parties. The differences couldn't be clearer. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chuck. The mass killing in Buffalo last weekend was a tragic reminder of the threat posed by violent white supremacists and other far-right extremists. I first held a hearing on this threat in 2012, 10 years ago, after the massacre by a white supremacist at a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. In March of last year, in one of the first hearings that I chaired for the Senate Judiciary Committee, following the January 6th attack on the Capitol, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified to our committee under oath that the threat of domestic terrorism is, quote, metastasizing throughout the country. We've seen evidence of that so many places. Sadly, we saw it in Buffalo. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act will respond to this threat. It would ensure the Department of Justice, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security works together to better track and respond to this threat. It would establish offices to combat domestic terrorism at the Department of Justice, FBI, and the Department of Homeland Security. And it would require these offices to regularly assess the domestic terrorism threat and focus on the most significant elements. Crucially, it would provide training and resources to assist state, local, and tribal law enforcement in addressing these threats. The bill would establish an interagency task force to combat white supremacist infiltration of the uniformed services and the federal law enforcement, which is also a critical element. The House passed our legislation in the last Congress. Expect to pass it again, maybe even today. It's time to get this bill to the President's desk and signed into law. We have widespread support from the civil rights community, the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, 31 additional civil rights organizations, and we've worked with our colleagues in the House to work out objections related to ACLU issues. Today I'll be reintroducing an updated version of the bill to match the text the House will consider this evening. My staff will be circulating the updated text today. I encourage everyone in my caucus to co-sponsor the bill. My friends, this is an issue, sadly, that needs to be addressed across America. As we took 9/11 seriously, we need to take this seriously. This is a domestic form of the same terrorism that killed the innocent people in New York City, and now has assaulted them in Buffalo and many other places. Whether it's Pittsburgh, El Paso, you name it, it's a hate crime. We've seen it before in American history. The only thing missing between these organizations and the past are the white robes. But the message is still the same hateful, divisive message that sets off people to do outrageously extreme things and violent things to innocent people across America. It's time for us to take a stand, and I invite the Republicans to join us. Let's make this a bipartisan effort to clean this out of America.
And let me just interrupt. I announced to the caucus at our lunch that we are going to file cloture on the domestic terrorism bill next week. And we hope our Republican colleagues will understand how important this is, given what's going on in the country with replacement theory, with so much bigoted voices on all of our news media, and we hope they'll join us. But we will have a vote on cloture next week on this bill. Senator Murray.
My heart also goes out to the families in Buffalo, everyone who lost someone in the shooting last weekend, and everyone who's really feeling the weight of this attack. Make no mistake, this was a methodically planned white supremacist attack on a black community. It was driven by deep hatred that runs completely counter to the values that we aspire to as a country. It was driven by racist ideology and the dangerous lie of the Great Replacement. And let's be clear, this is a lie we have seen some Republicans traffic in a calculated effort to fearmonger for votes or views. We've seen it on a prime cable TV news program. We've seen it on the campaign trail, even here at the nation's capital. It is up to all of us to call out these lies and root out hate everywhere. At the basic level, at a bare minimum, every single one of us should be able to denounce not just the shooter, but the racist lies and the white supremacist ideology that motivated that attack. What are we hearing from Republicans? Crickets. And that silence is speaking volumes. Republicans must say if they denounce the Great Replacement. And if they continue to avoid giving a clear answer, we will continue pressing, because we need Republicans to work with us to fight racism and extremism. These should not be partisan issues. We should all be able to say the Great Replacement is a racist, white supremacist lie. But denouncing white supremacy isn't the only issue where Republicans have gone quiet. Since it has become clear that the Supreme Court will strike down Roe v. Wade and end the constitutional right to an abortion and force women to be pregnant, whether they want to be or not, Republicans have been conspicuously silent about their extreme agenda to control women's bodies, which has disproportionately affected women of color and those with the tightest budgets and fewest resources. We know better. We know what they have been saying for years, the policies that they have been pushing for decades, and we can see plain as day the laws they are trying to pass in states right now. Republicans have been perfectly clear they will not stop at overturning Roe v. Wade. They want a federal abortion ban. They want to take away birth control. They want to take away IUDs and Plan B. And they want to take away IVF that helps people start a family. And they've shown as much by voting against our bill to codify Roe last week, by voting to undermine our nation's federal family planning program, and by championing extreme bills that states have passed that will take away people's access to birth control and IVF. So while Republicans may try and be silent on these issues, I can promise you we will not be. We know what they said, we know what they have done, we know what they are pushing to do, and most importantly, we know the American people will not stand for it. Thank you.
Senator Stefanik.
Well, thank you so much, and I want to echo what Senator Murray said. We will not be quiet about this issue as well as the other issues that are in front of us and that the American people are so scared about because of the extremism that we are seeing coming from the other side. And I also want to just say on behalf of the people of Michigan, as well as we know all Americans, that I'm really heartbroken with the violence in Buffalo, and I'm angry. I'm angry about it as well. I'm angry about a former president who gave permission for folks to take off their hoods and be clear about what they believed in terms of their white supremacy and hatred and bigotry. I'm angry that a murderer with a heart full of racist hatred would target people who are just trying to live their lives, just trying to live their lives. A loving wife and mother picking up a few groceries after visiting her husband in the nursing home. A retired police officer who was confronted the gunman, but was no match for his bulletproof vest. A retired teacher who helped run her church's soup kitchen. These are the people that he was going after. 10 people whose lives were viciously stolen by a domestic terrorist with no respect for his fellow human beings. No respect. That is a trend these days with MAGA Republicans. We have people who push the white supremacist arguments that inspired the killer in Buffalo, and we have a political party that is willing to take away a woman's freedom to make our own reproductive health decisions. These people are ready to turn the clock back 50 years or more to when a time was there that women had fewer choices and Americans of color had fewer opportunities. They've declared war on progress. But you know what? We are here representing Democrats, not only in our caucus and in this Congress, but across the country. They're saying that we are not going to let them get away with it. We'll stand up against racism and hatred, and we're going to stand up with women across this country who expect and demand their own freedom to make their own choices about their health care decisions. And we're going to continue to fight with every ounce of our being, to stop extreme MAGA Republicans from turning back the clock. There's a lot at stake this year, and certainly in this year's election.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow. Yes, ma'am.
Senator Schumer, will you be bringing any gun control legislation to the floor after this Buffalo shooting, and if not, why not?
Okay, I'm the author of the Brady Law, as you know, passed it in 1994 when I was a House member, and I care very, very deeply about this issue. Obviously, we want to get something done to stop gun violence. There are a number of discussions going on. Some are bipartisan, some are in our own caucus, and we're going to work towards what we can actually get done. New.
There's some drama in the House side regarding your delegation, maps that were drawn. Do you have any concerns with the maps that were drawn and this infighting that's happening within your own delegation?
Yeah, I wish they had drawn different maps. I don't approve of the maps that were drawn. The situation within the delegation is fluid, so I'm not going to comment on that. Yes, no, I promised I would. Yes. On yes, well, two of the issues we're working on, we're making good progress on an insulin bill that would keep the cost of insulin at $35, but it goes broader. Senator Shaheen and Senator Collins are working on a bipartisan bill that would deal with some of the underlying causes as well, dealing with the intermediaries. We're working obviously on the USICA bill. We had a very good conference. I think 90% of the thousands of conferees showed up and spoke, and we're making good progress on that as well, which deals a great deal with costs. Yes. Yes, Senator Stabenow's done a great job on this, and there's a bipartisan bill which I think will pass the House either today or tomorrow, and Senator Bozeman is her co-sponsor, and we're going to try to get that done by UC. We hope no one will block it. It's such an immediate need. Yes.
Democrats that are in the House are struggling to get support for their price gouging, gas price gouging legislation. I know this is something you pushed forward. Does the Senate plan to move on that?
Yes. Yes. The bill that they put together contains the gouging provisions that I believe it is Chairman Pallone put together, but also the manipulation, the anti-manipulation provisions that Senator Cantwell put together. And I spoke with Speaker Pelosi. We decided to combine them. Hopefully they're going to send them over here, and that's another place, in answer to the question before, that we hope to deal with prices and price increases.
What's your observation about the strong performances of Trump-backed candidates in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Ohio? What does it say about Trump's grip on the Republican Party? What does it mean for 2022 or presidential election 2020?
Well, as I've said, the MAGA Republicans, and I would consider Trump one of those, given what he has done, what he has said about replacement theory and so much else, are dominating the Republican Party. And those who are not even part of it are afraid to rebut them, to stand up against them. Frankly, we're happy to have the election be a referendum between what Democrats stand for and what the MAGA Republicans stand for, and it gives us a good deal of optimism about 2022. Last one. No, you'll be net last. You're new.
Formula issue. This appropriations bill is it's less than 1% of what the Ukraine aid package is, for example. Do you think that's enough? Do you think there's more that the Senate needs to do on this?
We'd like to do more, but we want to move quickly because you know the crisis. You've all seen the pictures of the empty shelves in the supermarkets, and so if this, there you are. If this bill can move quickly, we'll move quickly, but it's not going to be the last thing we try to do. Last one.
Thank you. On Ukraine, are you confident that this will be the last supplemental?
No, I am not. The Ukrainians are valiant. They're making progress. As you've seen in the Kharkiv area, they pushed all the way to the Russian border. There are reports now that they're even doing better in the east where the Russians seem to have an advantage. And I think there's strong view in our caucus, and I think although you're seeing some Republicans begin to dissent, a little more of that MAGA-ness, you know, Trump seemed to love Putin, that it will try to give the Ukrainians what they need. They're doing the fighting. They're the ones getting killed. They're the ones struggling and suffering. The least we can do is give them the weaponry they need. Nope, no follow. Thank you.
COVID relief. COVID relief. COVID relief. When are you going to do it?
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. President Joe Biden is set to meet with leaders from Finland and Sweden today at the White House amid both countries applying for NATO membership. Also, some economy news. Gas prices hit a new all-time high of $4.59 a gallon for unleaded gas as the Dow slides to the worst day it has seen in 2 years. Also, a Defense Production Act has been invoked to address the ongoing infant formula shortage nationwide. The U.S. Senate also expected to vote today on that $40 billion aid bill to help Ukraine as the war there now enters day 85. But we do want to stick to that economy news. Investors, and that includes just about anybody with a 401k, maybe on pins and needles this morning. That's because the markets took a huge hit yesterday and consumers are facing everything from rising prices to those baby formula shortages that we've been telling you about. Fox News correspondent Douglas Zader has more on this from Washington.
The administration is taking new measures now to deal with the severe shortages of baby formula, but the bad economic news keeps piling up. It may come as no surprise now that gas prices went up yet again overnight. In fact, J.P. Morgan predicts the nationwide average will exceed $6 a gallon by the end of the summer.
That's just pure crazy for people to pay that much for a gallon of gas. I'm thinking of going electric myself.
The markets yesterday tanked because of a combination of rising prices across the board and higher interest rates. Big retailers like Target and Walmart were hit hard because their costs are soaring.
This is just a big punch in the face of the numbers you're seeing in prices of everything right now.
That's not something that we keep an eye on every day, so I'm not going to comment about that from here.
The White House says they don't really follow the ups and downs of the markets, but they are taking action on the baby formula crisis, which has now landed at least 2 infants in the hospital whose parents were unable to access the special formula they need.
They can't absorb these other formulas, and they end up getting dehydrated and falling behind.
And the president has now invoked the Defense Production Act.
I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster.
And lawmakers here on Capitol Hill have plenty of questions about these shortages. It turns out the government has known about this looming crisis for months now. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. As stocks suffer their steepest drop in almost 2 years, as you just heard from Doug's report, adding economic concerns as inflation rises and some major worries about a possible recession. Fox News reporter Caroline Shively has more.
Don't let the smiles fool you. It was a brutal day on Wall Street. The S&P 500 and the Dow both had their worst day since 2020.
We can't get a break. We get 1 step forward and 2 step back.
Retail giant Target suffered one of the biggest drops. Its shares fell by over 25%. The company cited rising shipping and fuel costs. Drivers across the U.S. also feeling the pinch of those soaring gas prices.
Oh, they're outrageous.
The national average for a gallon of regular jumped to $4.58 on Wednesday, according to Gas Buddy.
It could get worse for gasoline, as the government today reported gasoline inventories fell by 4 million barrels in the last week alone.
No answers coming from Capitol Hill, but plenty of finger pointing.
Where is the Republican plan to deal with inflation? Non-existent. Where is the Republican plan to deal with gas prices in a meaningful way? Non-existent.
Right now, we've got an administration whose plan is to blame anybody but them and their policies. These price increases started long before Putin crossed into Ukraine.
The Federal Reserve is watching all of this closely. This week, Chairman Jerome Powell said the Fed will have to consider moving more aggressively if inflation doesn't start to ease. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And now to some news about that ongoing baby formula shortage that we have been telling you about since this started. 2 children in Memphis, Tennessee have been hospitalized because their parents were unable to find formula they needed due to a medical condition. The developments come as Congress is acting on that national formula shortage. The House did approve a $28 million supplemental spending bill that will allow for more production of baby formula. President Biden invoking the Defense Production Act yesterday, allowing defense aircraft to pick up formula from overseas.
All across the country are worried about finding enough infant formula to feed their babies. As a parent and as a grandparent, I know just how stressful that is. I want to provide a few updates on our work to get more formula into the United States and on the store shelves so it's available to you. Today, I'm invoking what they call the Defense Production Act to ensure that manufacturers have the necessary ingredients to make safe, healthy infant formula here at home. The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good. And I'm also announcing Operation Fly Formula. That's to be able to speed up the import of infant formula and start getting more formula in stores as soon as possible. I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster. And I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
And again, that was President Joe Biden speaking about his efforts to ease that baby formula shortage by invoking the Defense Production Act. And as the nationwide baby formula shortage continues, one group of moms in Phoenix, Arizona is coming together to help others. More than 1,000 moms donating breast milk to help feed hungry babies. Fox's Danielle Miller has this story.
He needs formula.
The ongoing baby formula shortage continues sparking national outrage as Patience for Progress is running just as thin as the scarce supply.
I just don't understand why it's taking so long. It's May, and this happened in February.
Abbott Nutrition, which runs one of the nation's largest formula manufacturing plants, shuttered operations back in February after concerns of a bacterial contamination. And while the FDA is now letting them resume production, Abbott says it could take up to 10 weeks for its products to make it back to store shelves. But the White House is promising swifter action. President Biden on Wednesday enacting the Defense Production Act.
The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good.
The Biden administration also authorizing Operation Fly Formula.
I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster.
Meantime, the House on Wednesday night passed a $28 million emergency funding bill and the Access to Baby Formula Act to prevent future shortages and to help those on federal programs purchase more formula. By the way, both bills must now pass the Senate. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And on that very same topic, we do want to head to a conversation with our own Live Now from Fox's Stephanie Weaver, who spoke to a doctor, a pediatrician, about the shortage and goes a little bit more in depth.
The baby formula shortage is continuing to impact many Americans across the United States, and I am joined by Dr. Cynthia Blanco, a neonatologist in Texas, and also a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics Committee on Nutrition. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
In full transparency, I am nearly 8 months pregnant, and I'm going to be a first-time mother. So this topic is important to me also on a personal standpoint. Babies are ending up in hospitals over this. Is this becoming very concerning to you as a doctor, and what are you experiencing on your end?
And I believe there's different reasons why some of the babies end up at the hospital. Babies that have come back to get hospitalized is because they have a significant intestinal issue or a liver transplant, and they're dependent on specialized formulas that are needed for their intestine to be able to tolerate it, or that have kidney disease, for example. And we had a significant shortage of those very, very specialized formulas over the last several months. But the babies that are born with other, type of needs, like premature babies, or that they have regular formulas, but perhaps have been changed to a low lactose formula or different formulations, there's a lot of different alternatives that you can utilize. And sometimes they have not been able to find the specific formula that they're on, but by calling your pediatrician and discussing all the different options that you could perhaps find, you should be able to be okay. There is a decrease on supply, but we're not over the whole country, right? That supply has decreased for about like 40%, but you still have the other 60% availability. Those is very, very specialized formulas. They were in a bind for a period of time because of the plant that was not producing those formulas, and those formulas were produced, they were literally providing 80% of the very, very specialized formulas for the entire world, not just for our country. So that's why we got in a bind. But the other formula companies had increased their production, but they cannot go from 20% to 100%. So I think for parents, they should know that we have been working very hard as well with the dietitians, with different pediatricians as well, and the American Academy of Pediatrics has formulated some recommendations as well for pediatricians of utilization of different formulas and how to make that change, so then you're not on a bind with one particular formula.
Well, and that's a good point, because I did talk to a mother who is on a specialized formula for her infant and has to travel 3 hours to try to find the formula that she needs. What would you say to these mothers that are anxious?
I would say discuss with your pediatrician, and if they're on that specialized formula, discuss it with the pediatric gastroenterologist and the dietitians, because there is different ways that you can obtain that specialized formula. For example, if you are on PM6040, there's a 1-800 number that the parents can actually call to seek that specialized formula directly from the company. There's also the hospitals that you take your baby to get seen at this specialized areas, like the gastroenterology transplant units, that we can help you directly to bridge that gap while we get additional specialized formula if you do not find it in the stores. That's what we've been doing for our patients in South Texas, that our inpatient and outpatient dietitians and our gastroenterologists, we've been partnering and calling our patients to make sure that they have enough. And if not, then we are able to get it more and more supply.
Now let's talk about one of the big conversation topics, breast milk versus baby formula. First, can you just talk about what the key differences are between the two?
Yeah, so breast milk, of course, is always the best nutrition for any baby. If you require a very, very specialized formula, is because breast milk has not been able to be tolerated by that particular intestine, or your baby has a specific condition that requires additional changes into that composition. But breast milk has a lot of immunity and immune factors that you need for, like, from when you're a baby, and that will always be the best way to provide nutrients to your baby. The formulas, depending if it's for healthy term babies, the formulas try to mimic as much as they can all of the different nutrients that are very, very well balanced in breast milk. So the differences in some of the brands of like the different formulations for healthy term babies, it's more of a difference in like the amount of lactose, for example, the amount of the carbohydrate that you have, right? Or the amount of some other micronutrients that they tweak a little bit for additional DHA or additional benefits for potentially brain growth, right? But those are for healthy term babies. If you have a healthy term baby, your best choice will always be breast milk. Not all moms are able to produce enough breast milk. Some of them get very, very sick. Some of them have a lot of other problems, or they're taking certain medications, or they have significant other issues that they cannot obtain, or they cannot produce much of mom's milk, right? And the formulas, depending on, if you have an intestinal disease, for example, we break down, or the formulas break down already the protein, so then it's better absorbed or easier to be absorbed by the intestine. And those are something called like a semi-hydrolyzed formulations. And then you have the very, very specialized formulas. Those ones are called elemental formulas, or metabolic formulas, that for certain babies that have a certain condition and they cannot tolerate certain amino acids or certain parts of the proteins, they are broken down completely for you, so then they can get reabsorbed in the intestine. Those ones are the ones that are difficult to switch from one another. So you will always need to consult the pediatrician or the gastroenterologist or the metabolic specialist to be able to switch formulas. But then there's others that are consider semi-specialized formulas that have, again, that is just for like a sensitive stomach, or that they have a lot of gas and things like that. Those formulations would actually be easy to switch to a different formula. But again, always consult with your pediatrician and say, hey, I cannot find this formula. Can I switch to the generic term formula? In most of the instances, if you're not seeing a gastroenterologist or a specialist for that particular condition, it would be okay for transiently to switch to a generic term formula. And the reason why we have formulas is because it requires a perfect balance of certain minerals, for example, calcium, iron, phosphorus, which cow's milk does not have that perfect balance, right? Cow's milk, if you give your baby that is very small, like a 1 or 2 month old cow's milk, they are going to get a lot of different problems with their electrolytes, like especially the phosphorus, for example, that can get really, really imbalanced. Or if you make your own, right? We're having problems right now that people are like, well, back in the 50s, we used to make our own. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of babies, you didn't have social media to know that a lot of babies were having trouble with those homemade formulations because it can get an extra amount of salt, extra amount of calcium, or extra amount of different ingredients that can cause a lot of imbalance in a baby's body and get them hospitalized because, and sometimes even with seizures, because of that imbalance of the salt or the phosphorus or the calcium. So if you think about it, breast milk is so perfect. You should always try to use that first. And formulas try to mimic every single component that breast milk has. And it's been a science that has been developed for so many years that it is very, very good formulation that we have now. And unfortunately, with the shortage right now, people are resorting to other things. But before you do that, I will urge all the viewers to really discuss with your pediatrician. What other formulas can I use? And there should be enough formulas around to be able to bridge you until this crisis improves. We're hoping that this is going to improve in the next several weeks as the plant has been allowed to resume operations by the FDA. And it's a very, very large capacity of that plant. It takes several weeks for this to get better. But we should be getting better in the next several weeks.
Well, and that's a good segue because there is a stigma attached to women that choose to formula feed versus use and breastfeed. What would you say to the mothers that simply either they can't for medical reasons, they somehow can't get that supply that they need, or frankly, they just don't want to because of the emotional or physical impacts? What would you say to the mothers that choose to want to use formula?
Mm-hmm. I would say, being a parent is very difficult, and you always have to have a balance with your personal choices of what you think is best for yourself and for the baby, right? Even though breast milk is always considered to be the best nutrition for a baby, but if it's affecting the mother's life, if it's affecting the mother's mental health, if it's affecting you as a woman, that is not good for your baby either. So you should we always think about the baby and the mother. It's a dyad, right? They're together on this. And the mother has to be healthy. The mother has to be able to go through, if they're on medications or they have a disease process, they have to be healthy in order for them to be able to do the best they can for their baby. So it is a choice. And I think that you will always choose whatever is best for you and your family.
And some expectant mothers, they want to breastfeed. They have every intention of breastfeeding, but they do have that anxiety. What if I can't once I do deliver? Do you suggest that anybody stock up on any type of breast milk for that just in case scenario that they do need to use formula versus using breast milk? What would be your response to that?
I would say, I think that in the next several weeks, it's going to get better. I would tell people you can have a couple of cans of formula for the just in case, but we have a lot of lactation consultants and a lot of lactation support in a lot of the different hospitals. So always ask for that lactation support very, very early. As soon as your baby is born, we can help you. It's very difficult even for people like me. I am a pediatrician. I am a neonatologist. This is what I do for a living, right? But when I had my own baby, it is just a different world, right? You need help on how to do it. You can teach it and you can say it, but not until you do it, you know what the difficulties are. So we have experts on that they can help you with your production. They can help you with the way you eat. They can help you on the latching. They can help you also on the pumping. Some people cannot do direct breastfeeding, but they can pump and then they can put it in a bottle and provide it to the babies. So there's many, many different options. But as soon as, even before the baby's born, you can request a consult with the lactation experts, and then they have a special certification for them to be able to teach you how to do it, and being prepared for that. You can never be over prepared. I can tell you that.
And we touched on this earlier, but what is some of the ways if a mother says, I just can't find formula? That's the simple question. I can't find formula. What would be some of your suggestions?
If your baby is less than 6 months of age, my suggestion, if you cannot find any formula anywhere, then my suggestion will be either call your pediatrician, go to the pediatrics office, or call one of the hospitals. We should be able to help you find a can of formula. There is not a parent that we have not been able to help, and all of the different hospitals should be able to help you with that, or your pediatrician. I will suggest for you to not panic. There should be a way. We're trying to help the parents as they go home as well, the ones that are, having issues with providing breast milk, to tell them, hey, these are the different places that have more supply than others. Usually try to go to, larger stores, usually have larger stocks, like, big, like Walmart, Costco, Target, right? The smaller stores that you used to go to, that perhaps they always have like a can here and there, they're probably not going to have as much supply, but try different stores in different areas. So far, with all the different parents that I've talked to, they've been able to find it. And also, don't be afraid of the brand that had been recalled. If they're out there and they are for sale, they should be safe. If you are concerned about that powder formula of that particular brand that got recalled, just do what the WHO suggests, to boil water, right? And when it's boiled and hot, then you mix it with your powder formula, and that should take care of any bacteria that could potentially be in there. And that is the safe way of using any powder baby formula. And that's the other thing that I've heard from some of the parents. They're afraid of that particular brand, and they should not be afraid, because if the FDA was able to release the product and the formula and to be out on the shelves, it should be safe to use.
That's great advice. Before I let you go, is there any advice or message and last message that you would like to give mothers and parents right now during this difficult time?
My advice would be to continue to seek out information from the medical team, and do not seek information from social media on how to mix your own formula, how to dilute your own formula, because making those things, even though you may think you're doing the right thing, it's not safe. Even though we did it 50 years ago, or utilizing goat's milk and other products, they're not approved in the United States for a reason. We have 50 years already of scientific evidence that the formulas are as comparable as they can be. They can never beat mom's milk, but they're as safe as they can be, and it's impossible for you to make that exact formulation at home in the same safe condition. Seek out your doctors, your pediatricians are there for you, your hospitals, your local hospitals are there for you, and we will be able to go through this time. Do not panic and try not to, you can get a week's supply. Don't panic that you may not have any next week. You will have some next week. And if you don't, then again, seek out your medical team of experts.
Well, this is certainly an important conversation. Dr. Cynthia Blanco, thank you so much for talking with me today. We really appreciate your time covering this important topic.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
All right, everybody, and as always, a big thanks to our LiveNOW team on the West Coast, Stephanie Weaver, giving us an update on that ongoing baby formula shortage. So definitely a story that we, of course, will continue to follow here on LiveNOW from Fox. We do want to switch gears and talk a little bit about gas prices. They have hit a new high again. It's a story, it seems as though we keep on bringing you every single day with new updates. The new national average for a gallon of unleaded gasoline is now $4.57 a gallon. So again, prices just continuing to rise. And we do know in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, gas prices there also increasing. We do, of course, want to head out live to our Fox 29's Shayna Ferreira, who is joining us live in Philadelphia this morning. Shayna, thank you so much for joining us. What have you seen just within the past few days about how gas prices are fluctuating there?
Well, across the state of Pennsylvania, we've seen a 19-cent jump in the average price of 1 gallon of regular gas. You see behind me the prices that you're looking at here at $5.29 at the pit stop here in Havertown. This is Delaware County, right outside of the city, one of the counties right outside of the city, and diesel sitting at just about $7 a gallon. And this is something new because most people that have been waking up have been teetering to those prices about $4.50 to $4.75, but now a lot of folks in our area are waking up to gas prices that are $5 and up. The average national price is about $4.50, but this is the first time that all 50 states are paying an average of over $4 a gallon. I mentioned Pennsylvania being up 19 cents in the last week, 2 cents overnight. Also important to note, we also cover areas like New Jersey and also Delaware. Over in Jersey, gas is $4.76 today. It went 4 cents overnight. 27 cents it jumped since last week. Over in Delaware, $4.61 today. It was up 5 cents since last night, and it's 22 cents up in the last week. So it may not seem like a whole lot when you're waking up to incremental 2-3 cents, but when you put it into perspective, we're talking almost a quarter of this additional gas charge for people that are just simply trying to get to work, do what they need to do. A lot of contractors are up this early in the morning, making sure they can fill up to get to where they need to get to, whether it's for gas or for landscaping. As we've been seeing a lot of those folks who say it's just really killing the pockets. It's even doubled for American families. A recent study showed that at least it's been doubled the amount of money that American families are spending on gas because of this up in the price, essentially. So it's been really difficult for so many people. But unfortunately, the question remains, what can you do if you need gas and you need to get to where you need to get to? So some of the tips we've been sharing all morning with our viewers is to ensure that your gas goes as far as you can take it, right? So you want to make sure that your car is maintenance properly. Make sure your oil change is up to date. Make sure your tires, your air is where it needs to be in your tires, because all those little factors definitely make the difference to see how far, and the difference of how far your gas can really go. And experts say, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to lessen up anytime soon. We are approaching Memorial Day weekend, and after that, 4th of July. So a lot of folks are going to be making some tough decisions in terms of what they're going to be doing at the pump. Should they stay home or should they go?
All right, our Fox 29 Philadelphia's Shayna Ferreira reporting live for us, and of course giving us some great tips as well when it comes to travel and saving on gas. So Shayna, as always, thank you for joining us here on the show.
Of course.
All right, everybody, a big thanks to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. We are taking a live look at the city right now. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, but we do want to give you a view of some of the sunrises happening in the Southwest and, of course, on the West Coast as well. You can see the airport there in Phoenix, Arizona. One of those massive planes taking off. As you can see, the sun rising in the background, just absolutely beautiful. Of course, Austin, Texas, a little cloudy there today, and a view of San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge. It is just before 5 o'clock in the morning there on the West Coast. You're taking a look again at some of those beautiful sunrises across the country and some of the top stories we are following today. As you can see there on the side of your screen, President Joe Biden set to meet with leaders from Finland and Sweden at the White House today. Both countries, just within the past few days, officially handed in their applications to join NATO. Definitely a huge story we will continue to follow as this ongoing war in Ukraine continues. Also, as you heard from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team just before the break, gas prices hit an all-time high of $4.59 a gallon, as the Dow slides to the worst day it has seen since 2020. Also, a Defense Production Act has been invoked by Congress to address the infant formula shortage nationwide. So a lot of top stories we are continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. We do also want to bring you some news out of New York. Back to a story that we first broke to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you some video of exactly what we are talking about. That Buffalo mass shooting suspect will be back in court today. 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, the suspected gunman in the Tops supermarket mass shooting, again is expected to appear in court this morning for a pre-trial felony hearing. Gendron is charged with first-degree murder and has pled not guilty. He is currently being held in jail without bail. And we do know that he was actually on the radar of New York State Police more than a year before this mass shooting even took place. He actually underwent a required mental health evaluation, but could still buy weapons. And new light is being shed about his online presence. About 30 minutes before the attack happened, he invited a small group of people to join a chat room online on an app and website called Discord. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest from Buffalo.
Just 30 minutes before the deadliest mass shooting in Buffalo's history, the accused gunman shared his plans online, inviting a small group of people into a chat room on the messaging app Discord. 18-year-old Peyton Gendron described in detail his plans to murder as many black people as possible. No one alerted authorities. Now, New York's Governor Kathy Hochul asking what other warning signs were missed.
We're proud of having tough gun laws, no doubt about it. But as time goes on, you start to see the loopholes.
Today, Hochul signing 2 executive orders. One adding a unit focused on fighting domestic terrorism, and the other will require state police to file an order of protection when they see a high-risk case.
We believe that together these steps are necessary to confront the stem of rising hatred, white supremacism in our state.
New York is one of 19 states that have the red flag law, which prevents anyone who claims to want to hurt themselves or others from having a gun or buying a gun. Police say there was no request for that in Gendron's case. There was the option to do so last June when Gendron was questioned after investigators say he told his teacher he wanted to commit a murder-suicide. Troopers took him to a local hospital for a mental health evaluation, but he was released.
Well, he did fall through the cracks, as far as the system goes. However, when you look at the defendant individually, you had a 17-year-old high school student who had never been treated for mental illness before. Obviously, he was suffering from some sort of delusion or mental illness.
The governor of New York ordering the state police to investigate violent extremism cases online, also calling on the Attorney General to go after those social media platforms that allow hate speech. Reporting in Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Alexis, thank you for that report. Turning now to the vice president. The Biden administration is inviting abortion providers to Washington, D.C. as a woman's right to choose may be under fire in more states. Vice President Harris will meet with doctors and nurses at the White House for a conversation. Those participating represent some of the states with the toughest abortion restrictions in the country. Harris will be emphasizing the administration's commitment to defending the right to choose and protecting abortion access. This, of course, all comes after that Supreme Court opinion leaked document about the Roe v. Wade ruling and how a majority of Supreme Court justices believe it should be overturned. So definitely something we, of course, will continue to follow. And on that very same note, voters in several states went to the polls Tuesday, and while former President Trump wasn't on the ballot, his influence was felt in a number of races. Fox News' correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
A nail-biter in Pennsylvania with no clear winner Wednesday morning in the closely watched Republican primary for U.S. Senate. Hedge fund CEO David McCormick running neck and neck with Trump-backed celebrity TV doctor Mehmet Oz. And Kathy Barnett, who enjoyed a late surge in the polls, appearing to land in third place.
When all the votes are tallied, I am confident we will win. We are making a ferocious charge.
We can see the path ahead. We can see victory ahead, and it's all because of you.
The winner will face off with Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, who won decisively over Congressman Connor Lamb. Fetterman clinching the Democratic nomination despite suffering from a stroke on Friday.
I mean, we're going to run the same race we ran in the primary when it's the general. It's still getting out, meeting folks everywhere across the state, making it to every county.
In North Carolina, Republican Congressman Madison Cawthorn is officially a one-termer. Cawthorn lost his primary race to State Senator Chuck Edwards after a recent string of controversies, including bringing a loaded gun to the airport and photos and videos showing him in sexually suggestive poses. Cawthorn lost despite former President Trump's pleas for voters to give him a second chance. Still, some say Trump's hold on the Republican Party is solid.
The ultimate victor last night across the country was Donald Trump.
So far, 65 out of 69 Trump-backed candidates have won in states that have held elections, a sign of the former president's influence over the GOP as he eyes a possible 2024 presidential bid. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do want to turn to some COVID news. Are you ready to mask up again? Around 1/3 of the U.S. lives in the Northeast and Midwest, which both are considered areas of high risk for COVID infection. And an increasing number of infections and hospitalizations are putting more of the country under CDC guidelines that would call for masks and other COVID precautions. Health officials are calling for states and cities to consider reinstating mask wearing indoors just as we start the summer, and are warning the rest of the country of a potentially fast spread of the virus. Our Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has more.
To Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids 5 to 11 years old. The CDC also expected a sign-off tomorrow, meaning shots could be going into young arms as early as this weekend. The White House says the feds took their time giving this authorization out of an abundance of caution. And while some parents say they're looking forward to another level of protection, others say they will pass on the booster.
I'm excited for it to some degree because they already had their first shot and second shot, and they felt empowered.
Stop pushing it on the kids, stop pushing it on the parents, let everyone make their own decisions.
Meanwhile, the White House is scrambling to contain the new COVID surge. We're now averaging more than 100,000 cases every day in the U.S., the highest number since February. The spike being driven by Omicron subvariants, and health officials say vaccination is the best way to stop those strains from developing.
We can keep the level of virus to the lowest possible level, which is the best way to avoid variants, because the less replication, the less mutation.
But the government is running out of money to fight the outbreak. There's still no word on when the Senate will vote on a $10 billion compromise funding bill, with lawmakers considering a separate bill this week that would provide aid to struggling restaurants.
Many of the restaurants had to borrow during COVID, borrowing large amounts of money. They need to repay that money.
Senate Democrats are proposing $48 billion in aid for restaurants. Republicans say that is too much. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you for that report. A Border Patrol official is telling us that ports of entry along the southern border are opening more lanes to try and deal with the ongoing surge of migrants. And ahead of a looming decision on Title 42, some agencies are hoping to deter migrants by conducting special training exercises. Our Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has the latest.
On both sides of the southern border, preparations are being made for what may be to come. On the U.S. side, law enforcement agencies joining the National Guard to put on a show of force in Eagle Pass, Texas today, all trying to deter migrants from trying to cross the Rio Grande if and when pandemic-related restrictions are lifted. Those restrictions, collectively known as Title 42, are due to expire Monday, and all along the border here in Arizona, border agents say they are preparing for a surge and will deal with it if it comes.
If Title 42 goes away, the border's not going to be open.
But the simple fact is, it is a numbers game, and in many places, border agents and their local law enforcement partners are overwhelmed. Some migrants, for instance, being flown this week from Arizona to Texas because of overcrowded processing facilities. And even with Title 42 restrictions in place, Customs and Border Protection reported more than 234,000 encounters in April, a record high, even if around 10%, a little over 20,000, were Ukrainians who had fled the ongoing war. On Capitol Hill today, the flow of drugs across the border was the focus of a Homeland Security subcommittee hearing, following the discovery this week of a huge drug smuggling tunnel 6 stories deep and 6 football fields in length, stretching from Tijuana, Mexico to San Diego. Returning to immigration and those Title 42 restrictions, a federal judge is expected to rule any day on whether Title 42 should be kept in place beyond Monday's deadline, and the Biden administration has said it will abide by any court ruling. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And as always, a big thanks to him for that report. We do want to switch to some news about Afghanistan. We have new government reports coming in today detailing multiple failures occurring at the end of the Afghan war, which led to a chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan last August. Among the assessment, new intelligence that shows that the U.S. mainland could soon be the target of a terrorist attack from Afghanistan within the next year. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more from the Pentagon.
It's time to end America's longest war.
Well, we've had very good success in talks with the Taliban.
Stay there, stay there.
2 new Inspector General reports that focus on the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan paint a damning picture and outline why the Afghan army collapsed so quickly and how ISIS and al-Qaeda are regrouping in Afghanistan. The DoD Inspector General assesses ISIS-K is gaining recruits and could strike the U.S. homeland within a year, and al-Qaeda could begin training in Afghanistan within 12 to 24 months.
That seems to me like a problem.
We noted that that groups like ISIS-K could try to reconstitute themselves. We are watching this. We are monitoring this. We're not just sitting idly by waiting for another group to be able to develop a capability.
The second report from the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction blames the failure of the Afghan security forces on the U.S. military building an Afghan Air Force that relied on U.S. maintenance and contractors who were withdrawn suddenly in the wake of the deal signed by the Trump administration in February 2020 and President Biden's decision to announce a full withdrawal in April 2021.
We have left them, as our study finds, with tons of weapons, bullets, and equipment, but no logistics to get that equipment. When we pulled the contractors out, their Air Force collapsed within a matter of weeks.
The report outlines how President Ghani and the Afghan government were left in the dark about many aspects of the deal with the Taliban.
You had a paranoid president who was more concerned about what he thought was going to be a coup. He started replacing a lot of competent, Western-trained military commanders and replaced them with people who were loyal to him, even though they may have been incompetent.
The way the U.S. pulled out demoralized the Afghan soldiers, according to the report, allowing the Taliban to convince them to lay down their weapons and stop fighting. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thank you for that report. Speaking of war, the war in Ukraine now entering day 85. And we do want to bring you live out to Kyiv, Ukraine, where a war crimes trial for a Russian soldier is currently underway in Kyiv. We do know that this Russian soldier was captured, and it's actually the first war crimes trial held by Ukraine since this war started back on February 24th. This is a live look inside of the courtroom in Kyiv, Ukraine. We do know that that soldier, again, was captured. He did plead guilty yesterday to killing a civilian and faces a sentence of up to life in prison. So definitely something we will continue to monitor here on Live Now from Fox. And speaking of the war in Ukraine, we do want to take you live out to another feed that we have coming into our desk right now. We do have the European Union discussing energy security as the war in Ukraine enters day 85. The head of the European Union has accused Russia of blackmail after it moved to cut gas access to Poland and Bulgaria for refusing to pay up in rubles. So let's go ahead and listen in to this live press conference coming into our desk from Brussels, Belgium.
Should be filled in, but probably in some member states could be also 80%. Because we don't have enough time for that. So we agreed that if it is 80%, it is in accordance to our legislative proposal, but we prefer 85%. In next winter, it will be 90%. Before 1st November 2023, so next year, it should be at least 90% in our storage capacities. We put in place a certification procedure, very important one, ensuring that no gas storage in the EU is controlled any longer by those who fuel speculative price rises and supply crisis. Very important decision is written in our regulation. We added a provision on a voluntary mechanism for joint procurement of natural gas. An idea, as a matter of fact, I first presented in my declaration with Jacques Delors in 2010, so 12 years ago. And member states were not very interested, as a matter of fact. But now it's quite a new situation, and I trust the member states, supported by the European Commission, will make best use of this possibility to unite their purchasing power when procuring the gas on the global energy market, because we could achieve lower prices for gas thanks to such a huge procurement on global market. It is a situation that Asia is much bigger than we in Europe, of course, hundreds of million citizens, or even billions of citizens. And now, thanks to joint purchasing, we could be slightly similar or even compete with Asia, especially against American or Arab market, let's say. And we opened a possibility for the member states to cooperate with the energy community contracting parties. It's very important. Use storage capacity provided by them to store additional volumes of gas. And especially in the case of Ukraine, it's important because Ukraine has got for our disposal about 30 billion cubic meter of gas storage capacities. enormous, because in the European Union altogether we've got about 100 billion cubic meter, 30 in Ukraine itself. Huge capacity possibility. So we can cooperate, member states could cooperate with Ukraine, also with other contracting parties in energy community, Serbia or Moldova, and so on, if they've got storage capacities, of course. And last issue, the aim of the European Parliament was also to introduce a precise provision limiting the use of gas from unreliable suppliers. We know such suppliers on our continent. To use from unreliable suppliers to fill EU storage facilities. In the current war context, it is absolutely natural and justified. It would also be a clear and strong signal to such suppliers that we in EU refuse to have anything to do with financing some actions on our continent. Horrible, unacceptable, brutal actions. And unfortunately, saying quite openly, the French presidency has not persuaded most of the member states to send out such a signal. But it is not the end of the story, because each member state should do that. Each member state could say no gas supply for filling in our storage capacities from the unreliable suppliers. So it's still open. There's such a possibility, and member states know very well that it was on the heart of European Parliament as we decided even in our resolution about something like that.
Thank you very much. It's now time for questions. Oui, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo Consoli from Asca News Italy. I have a few questions. One, just the last thing you said about reliable suppliers. I mean, it's clear that there are not enough reliable suppliers around in this moment for gas to fill as quick as possible the storage. So I mean, if we had to get the gas only from reliable suppliers, and clearly not from Russia, do you think that it would be possible to fill the storage? And the second thing, it's interesting that you say that since 2010 the Parliament was asking for joint purchasing of gas. Which were the member states that were against? And now it looks like the tide has turned. I mean, but now everybody's in favor, more or less. But which member states were against? Were not interested in this idea? And the last thing was on I mean, we know that there are member states that have storage capacity, sometimes in excess, and member states that don't have storage capacity. What is the situation? Which member states don't have storage capacity, and how this regulation solves the problem? How is the solidarity and the possibility to put the gas in another member states? Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got quite a reliable, quite a big even the number of the member states without storage capacities. First of all, the islands like Malta, Cyprus Island, and some other member states. So it means for them this regulation is not valid in some points, and for them it is very difficult to go to such a regulation which could give them 100% security of supply. If you are on the continent and you've got connections with other member states, it is possible to use the storage capacities in neighboring countries. So it's the case with almost all the member states, except for 3 I mentioned, because they are islands themselves. So for them it's really very difficult, and we feel sorry about that. It would be another possibility maybe in the next years to create such a storage capacities, maybe LNG terminals, for example, but we are absolutely open for that, and maybe it will be even a decision on European level to help them. Second issue, about the Council and internal discussion within the Council. I would like to go to such details, because if you could ask French presidency if they allowed to say something about internal discussion on such a topic, it is great, fantastic. I am even very keen to know something about that. So if you could ask them and they will explain you the situation, would be great. But from point of view of our proposal, legislative proposal, which was in our text, and the proposal which was for European Parliament, the best of the two lying on the table was as follows. When filling storage, member states shall aim at diversifying their gas suppliers with a view to reducing their dependence where that may put at risk the security of energy supply or the essential security interest of the European Union or the member states. Well, there is no word about any concrete supplier, and you can interpret how you wish such a statement, but it's very clear from point of view of our security of supply. Today, in the morning, we had discussion in the European Parliament, almost 2 hours discussion. 2 member states are cut off supply, Poland and Bulgaria. So, following such a decisions by foreign suppliers, third country suppliers, you can interpret whatever you wish, in which direction you wish, what was written in our proposal. The proposal which is on the table now, after the compromise, is certainly weaker. But I think, and I would like to repeat it once again, everything in front of member states. For them is still open such a possibility to resign from filling in the storage capacities from the suppliers which are unreliable for the European Union and creating dangers from the point of view of security of supply. Still in front of member states to take a proper decision.
Thank you very much. We now have 2 questions online that came by text from Manuel Berkel from Table Media, so I will read the questions. The first one is there still a refilling trajectory for 2022, and is it mandatory or indicative? And the second question is, according to the agreement, the filling obligation will be limited to a volume of 35% of the annual gas consumption of each member state with gas storage. Doesn't that mean that large gas storages can remain almost empty when they are in a member state with very low consumption?
Yeah, of course. It is some flexibility which was expected from the side of member states. In the case of very low consumption of gas and huge storage capacities, it was possible to predict something like that. So at the end, 18 member states, it is strictly 80 or 85% of filling in a storage capacity. For the rest, 3 of them without storage possibilities because they are islands, and 5 of them or 6 of them with such a, let's say, flexible because of level of consumption if we compare with gas storage possibilities. And the first question was what trajectory. Of course, trajectory is a very important issue because we expect that in this trajectory it could be deviation, but not more than 5% deviation at the beginning. For example, if it is written in a special annex number 1A, Annex 1A is available, it's no problem. And if it is 5% at the beginning of the storage season, let's say, so it means on 1st of August, it is first date when we check it, 1st August, then 1st September, and 1st October. So in the case of first check-in, it should be not less than 5% below the trajectory. If it is more, the European Commission could react. So we try to empower European Commission to react in such cases. At the end of our season of filling in our gas capacities, it should be not more than 3.5. So on 1st October this year, it should be not more than 3.5% less than it is in trajectory. Because if it is less than 3.5% at the end of season, it means a reaction from European Commission and pushing for the member states and taking care of our global filling strategy for the European Union.
Just to add 2 sentences here, because it was very well explained by President Buzek. Yes, it's mandatory, the filling trajectory, and it was not an easy to find very quick an agreement. Clearly, 80% is the minimum, but they have targets which are mandatory, intermediary targets, which are very, very clear. And then, of course, there are some situations where there is low demand and big capacity. But do not forget the fact that we also introduced the principle of solidarity and give the possibility, not only possibility, the request to member states also to store in other countries storage if there is room available there. If there are no interconnections, of course, the situation could be reassessed. There are some provisions there in order to accommodate specific situations. But those countries are invited to help the others and to store on their territory for other countries and also to enhance the solidarity mechanism. So I believe that we will not see situations as mentioned in the second question there, because we really need to store gas.
Thank you very much. We now have an online question from Alice Tidy. You have the floor, Mrs. Tidy. Hello, you should press the speak button. No, it seems that we're having. No, it does not seem to work. So I will go to the next question from Sergio Giraldo. I will read this one. Does the word solidarity in the agreement means that a member state is obliged to share its stored gas with other member states? The solidarity is only with states without storage infrastructure, or is it also with member states having storage facilities, for instance, Italy and Germany?
Well, of course, solidarity is probably the most important word in such a regulation. And we started, as a matter of fact, 5 years ago in security of gas supply regulation. And it was even decided on the basis of European law. That is something like not only value, because it's our value in the European Union, but it has got legal power. So solidarity is also a legal obligation. That's very important. In such a regulation, it's a legal obligation for the member state, solidarity, and it means, for example, vulnerable citizens. If it is part of European Union or any member state of European Union in danger, it is absolutely necessary to send to these member states from neighboring countries such an amount of gas which is necessary for at least vulnerable citizens, vulnerable consumers. Absolutely necessary. So such obligation in this resolution regulation is also absolutely fundamental. And we started 5 years ago, and we continue in the same way.
Thank you very much. I will now read the question from Alice Taidia. She has kindly provided the question by text. Given that member states are encouraged to shun, quote, unreliable partners, i.e. Russia, will the Commission be required to first attempt to strike deals with more reliable partners under the joint procurement mechanism?
Of course, it is absolutely, well, in the basis of our joint procurement that we would like to have a reliability of gas supply and low pricing. As a matter of fact, when we proposed 12 years ago, it was mainly reliability of supply. Joint purchasing, reliability, you must take into account, because the first idea of joint procurement was 1 year after the crisis 2009 and 4 years after the crisis 2006. So we had 2 crises in the European Union, and after that we just started with such an idea. So it was mainly security of supply. Today is an additional very important issue, pricing. And we would like to have as low as possible pricing. On those times, 12 years ago, we didn't have, as a matter of fact, global market for gas. Global market of gas started maybe 10 years ago. Thanks to shale gas in the United States, some other such ideas. So we've got a global market for gas. Before that, it was global market for oil, of course, not for gas. So it's quite a new situation. And from that point of view, we also would like to have as low prices for gas as possible.
One sentence I will add here. To Mrs. Alice Taidi's question, I think we should go in parallel. We cannot ask European Commission before starting to conclude agreements. And please do not forget that even that we have good discussions with the United States, with Azerbaijan, with Algeria, with Qatar. There is a very good discussion with Israel and Egypt to take LNG via Egypt from Israel. For the very important quantities, and of course to increase our relationship with Norway, a very good and old partner of European Union, we need some time. So the storage starts now, tomorrow. Already member states know what they should do for this year. It will take some weeks in order to become official in the official journal of European Union, but already the provisions are public. They know what to do, and little by little we will replace, and in the end we will stop imports from Russia of gas, taking gas from somewhere else partially and reducing the total gas consumption. And of course, for this we should pursue the REPowerEU plan that was released yesterday and discussed in the European Parliament today. So things will happen in parallel and not one before the other.
Thank you very much. Just before we conclude, I will take a last question from Sylvia Nowosinska. I will read the question for Prime Minister Jerzy Buzek. how is this compromise going to influence on the gas prices and energetic safety of households in Poland?
Well, we are rather secure on European markets from the point of view of gas supply, thanks to regulation from the year 2017, but it's an additional very important regulation which gives us also possibility to use, for example, gas storage capacities in the neighboring countries. In our country, in Poland, we've got not more than 15–20% of our every year consumption, so it's not too big from that point of view. So knowing that some member states, even not far from Poland, they've got much bigger storage capacities, they could help us if it is necessary. But we've got reverse flow on our borders with Germany, with Slovakia, with Czech Republic, Lithuania, and it is always possible to take gas if it is necessary from our neighboring countries, and this is just the case nowadays when we don't have any supply from the east of our continent, and we can rely on the supplies from west, from south. Probably it is not necessary today. It depends on decision of Polish government, but probably it is not so much necessary today, because we've got about 80% of storage capacity absolutely full of gas. So it's a good situation, rather secure situation for our country. It's slightly worse with Bulgaria, we must say, and it's not so easy for them to prevent all the consequences such a situation like today.
Just to not about Poland, because I could talk about Romania, but the question was on Poland. It's a very important legislation for all the countries. I just want to say at the end, because
if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are bringing you several live feeds from Europe, including Brussels, Belgium, where we do have European Union leaders currently discussing energy security amid Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now entering day 85. And that, of course, comes after the EU has accused Russia of blackmail after it moved to cut gas access to both Poland and Bulgaria for refusing to pay up in rubles. So again, we do have leaders from the EU currently discussing that energy situation, working to make Europe more energy independent from Russia as this war again enters day 85. We also have a live feed coming in from Kyiv, Ukraine, the capital city, where a war crimes trial for a Russian soldier accused of killing a civilian. He actually pled guilty to that yesterday, and he does face life in prison. So again, that feed coming into our desk from Kyiv, Ukraine, where a 21-year-old Russian soldier facing the first war crimes trial since Russia invaded Ukraine, again, has pleaded guilty to killing an unarmed civilian, a 62-year-old man that he pled guilty to shooting in the head, again, as that war in Ukraine continues on. We do actually want to bring you some breaking news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to cut away from that for just a second and bring you some news that we have coming into our desk from Dallas, Texas. Definitely some breaking news. We do want to get this graphic up for you on the screen. From our Fox 4 team in Dallas, they've learned that one person was shot and killed at the main gate of the Lockheed Martin plant in White Settlement. There is now a heavy police presence at the facility. So again, that is some breaking news we do have coming into our desk. If you aren't familiar, Lockheed Martin is actually one of the world's largest defense design companies. that, again, manufactures and designs defense and space systems worldwide for the military. So some huge news. You can see that gate there right now. I believe we do have our Fox 4 Dallas team on the way to the scene, and we, of course, will bring you any new information as we get it. But what we know so far, based on this tweet from our Fox team in Dallas, is that one person was shot and killed at the main gate of the Lockheed Martin plant in White Settlement, and there is now, again, a heavy police presence at the facility. So we, of course, will bring you more information as soon as we get it. It is just before 8:40 in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, bringing you some top stories that we are following today. We do want to show you some beautiful sunrises that we have across the country at this very moment. You can see the West Coast waking up to some not so foggy skies over in the Bay Area. Also a beautiful sunrise at the Phoenix Airport and a cloudy day in Austin, Texas. So thank you again so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see on your screen, on your TV, you can see some of the top stories we are following today. We do know President Biden is set to meet with leaders from both Finland and Sweden coming up at 10:30 this morning. They are going to be meeting at the White House. And this, of course, comes after both countries have officially submitted and handed in their applications to join NATO amid Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 85. Also, some economy news. Gas prices have hit an all-time high of $4.59 a gallon. They continue to rise pretty much every day, and that comes after the Dow slid to its worst day in 2 years since 2020. The Dow dropped more than 1,000 points yesterday. Again, that's the worst day since 2020. And also, that baby formula shortage that we have been telling you about for weeks. We do now know lawmakers have invoked the Defense Production Act to address that infant formula shortage, which will not only increase production, but also give the U.S. the ability to ship in infant formula from overseas. And some breaking news we are following out of Dallas, Texas, that we first brought you right before the break. We do know one person has been shot and killed at the entry gate of Lockheed Martin. We do have our Fox 4 Dallas team on the way to that scene, and we of course will bring you any new information as we get it. But again, one person shot and killed at the main entry gate at Lockheed Martin in Dallas, Texas. We do know that this is not an active shooter incident. Our Fox 4 Dallas team saying that again, one person was shot and killed, but this is not an active shooter incident. So as soon as we get more information about that situation, we of course will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to get back to some economy news that we want to tell you about. Inflation, gas prices, stocks, all suffering. We do know that the heavy sell-off returns on Wall Street, stocks tanking yesterday after two dismal back-to-back quarterly reports from both Target and Walmart, which has renewed investors' fears of rising inflation. The Dow suffering its worst day, as we just mentioned, since 2020, and its seventh largest point drop in history. The Dow tumbling more than 1,160 points, and the S&P lost 165. The Nasdaq gave up 566. So investors, as we mentioned, and that includes just about anyone with a 401k, may be on pins and needles today, with the markets taking a huge hit. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more from Washington.
Shortages of baby formula, but the bad economic news keeps piling up. It may come as no surprise now that gas prices went up yet again overnight. In fact, J.P. Morgan predicts the nationwide average will exceed $6 a gallon by the end of the summer.
That's just pure crazy for people to pay that much for a gallon of gas. I'm thinking of going electric myself.
The markets yesterday tanked because of a combination of rising prices across the board and higher interest rates. Big retailers like Target and Walmart were hit hard because their costs are soaring.
This is just a big punch in the face of the numbers you're seeing in prices of everything right now.
That's not something that we keep an eye on every day, so I'm not going to comment about that from here.
The White House says they don't really follow the ups and downs of the markets, but they are taking action on the baby formula crisis, which has now landed at least 2 infants in the hospital whose parents were unable to access the special formula they need.
They can't absorb these other formulas, and they end up getting dehydrated and falling behind.
And the president has now invoked the Defense Production Act.
I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster.
And lawmakers here on Capitol Hill have plenty of questions about these shortages. It turns out the government has known about this looming crisis for months now. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. And as you heard in Doug's story, that we do know that efforts are underway here at home and abroad to help quell the surging baby formula shortage. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on those policies meant to promote production and help ease the minds of panicking parents.
He needs formula.
The ongoing baby formula shortage continues sparking national outrage as Patience for Progress is running just as thin as the scarce supply.
I just don't understand why it's taking so long. It's May, and this happened in February.
Abbott Nutrition, which runs one of the nation's largest formula manufacturing plants, shuttered operations back in February after concerns of a bacterial contamination. And while the FDA is now letting them resume production, Abbott says it could take up to 10 weeks for its products to make it back to store shelves. But the White House is promising swifter action. President Biden on Wednesday enacting the Defense Production Act.
The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good.
The Biden administration also authorizing Operation Fly Formula.
I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster.
Meantime, the House on Wednesday night passed a $28 million emergency funding bill and the Access to Baby Formula Act to prevent future shortages and to help those on federal programs purchase more formula. By the way, both bills must now pass the Senate. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. We do want to switch now to some news out of Buffalo, New York. An awful story that we first broke to you over the weekend. The suspect in the mass supermarket shooting in Buffalo, which investigators say was racially motivated, was on the radar of New York State Police more than a year before that rampage even happened. He actually underwent a required mental health evaluation, but could still buy weapons. And new light is being shed about his online presence. About 30 minutes before the attack, investigators say he invited a small group of people to join a chat room online on Discord before he eventually and allegedly shot and killed 10 African Americans. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest from Buffalo.
Just 30 minutes before the deadliest mass shooting in Buffalo's history, the accused gunman shared his plans online, inviting a small group of people into a chat room on the messaging app Discord. 18-year-old Peyton Gendron described in detail his plans to murder as many black people as possible. No one alerted authorities. Now, New York's Governor Kathy Hochul asking what other warning signs were missed.
We're proud of having tough gun laws, no doubt about it. But as time goes on, you start to see the loopholes.
Today, Hochul signing 2 executive orders. One adding a unit focused on fighting domestic terrorism, and the other will require state police to file an order of protection when they see a high-risk case.
We believe that together these steps are necessary to confront the stem of rising hatred, white supremacism in our state.
New York is one of 19 states that have the red flag law, which prevents anyone who claims to want to hurt themselves or others from having a gun or buying a gun. Police say there was no request for that in Gendron's case. There was the option to do so last June when Gendron was questioned after investigators say he told his teacher he wanted to commit a murder-suicide. Troopers took him to a local hospital for a mental health evaluation, but he was released.
Well, he did fall through the cracks, as far as the system goes. However, when you look at the defendant individually, you had a 17-year-old high school student who had never been treated for mental illness before. Obviously, he was suffering from some sort of delusion or mental illness.
The governor of New York ordering the state police to investigate violent extremism cases online, also calling on the attorney general to go after those social media platforms that allow hate speech. Reporting in Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Alexis, thank you for that report. And we do now have new government reports today detailing multiple failures occurring at the end of the Afghan war, which led to a chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan last August. Among the assessment, new intelligence that shows the U.S. could soon be the target of a terrorist attack from Afghanistan within the next year. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the story from the Pentagon.
It's time to end America's longest war.
Well, we've had very good success in talks with the Taliban.
Stay there, stay there.
2 new Inspector General reports that focus on the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan paint a damning picture and outline why the Afghan army collapsed so quickly and how ISIS and al-Qaeda are regrouping in Afghanistan. The DoD Inspector General assesses ISIS-K is gaining recruits and could strike the U.S. homeland within a year, and al-Qaeda could begin training in Afghanistan within 12 to 24 months. That seems to me like a problem.
We noted that that groups like ISIS-K could try to reconstitute themselves. We are watching this. We are monitoring this. We're not We're not just sitting idly by waiting for another group to be able to develop a capability.
The second report from the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction blames the failure of the Afghan security forces on the U.S. military building an Afghan Air Force that relied on U.S. maintenance and contractors who were withdrawn suddenly in the wake of the deal signed by the Trump administration in February 2020 and President Biden's decision to announce a full withdrawal in April 2021.
We have left them, and as our study finds, with tons of weapons, bullets, and equipment, but no logistics to get that equipment. When we pulled the contractors out, their Air Force collapsed within a matter of weeks.
The report outlines how President Ghani and the Afghan government were left in the dark about many aspects of the deal with the Taliban.
You had a paranoid president who was more concerned about what he thought was going to be a coup. He started replacing a lot of competent Western-trained military commanders and replaced them with people who were loyal to him, even though they may have been incompetent.
The way the U.S. pulled out demoralized the Afghan soldiers, according to the report, allowing the Taliban to convince them to lay down their weapons and stop fighting. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
It's time to end America's longest war.
Well, we've had very good success in talks with the Taliban.
Stay there, stay there.
2 new Inspector General reports.
And as always, a big thanks to our own Jennifer Griffin for that important report again on the ongoing war in Afghanistan. That new report that we just learned from that U.S. watchdog agency saying that the war in Ukraine again was impacted by the withdrawal from U.S. troops. And we do, again, want to take you live to the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, to a story we have been following from the get-go, that ongoing defamation lawsuit between actors Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard happening in Fairfax, Virginia. Again, taking you live inside of the courtroom. And as always, we want to check in with our Fox 5 DC team. We do have Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, who is live outside of the courtroom this morning. Bob, you have been live out there as this trial has continued now through week 5. What can we expect to see today?
Well, today is day 19 of this trial. Amber Heard is still presenting her defense. And supposedly, at some point today, we may hear from the actress Ellen Barkin via video. She won't be here in Northern Virginia, but by video. And also some different attorneys, former attorneys for Johnny Depp and his former agent, a former attorney for Amber Heard, some of them appearing in person here in court. Others by video. There's also, whether it's a live feed or video playback of prior testimony, depositions from like a week or a month or several months ago. Those elements will be presented in court today, again, as part of Amber Heard's defense. Yesterday, we heard from Whitney Enriquez, who was Amber's sister, who talked about being in the presence of the couple when Johnny Depp allegedly physically assaulted her, and having seen some of the aftermath with her own eyes, as opposed to hearsay from other people, which has been part of the testimony up until yesterday. So we heard from Amber's sister, a former makeup artist, a friend, and that friend's husband, those who kind of were in the close-in orbit of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard when they were married several years ago, who say they did witness some of the abuse she has alleged that he brought on to her. We've been speaking to people who've been in the courtroom day after day, watching the jury, trying to get a sense of what they're thinking about the testimony they're hearing. And, these are mostly Johnny Depp fans who are coming to the courtroom here. 150 of them get inside each day, 100 in the actual courtroom, 50 more into a spillover courtroom watching it on a closed-circuit TV feed. And yes, they are somewhat prejudiced. Most of them, not all of them who are here are Johnny Depp fans, but most are. And the ones we've been speaking to who've been in the courtroom say through Amber Heard's testimony, and then her sister and some of the others who've been on her team, her side of the story, their opinion is that the jury is not necessarily buying it just from their observation. So we'll have to see. again, there's probably going to be a verdict sometime at the end of next week, and we'll find out, you know, how the people that matter, the jury, actually feels about the testimony they've been hearing and seeing.
Yeah, definitely something we will have to wait and see. Bob, we're actually taking a live look inside of the courtroom. We just saw Amber Heard, Johnny Depp enter the courtroom. You've been outside, and I know you spoke to some Johnny Depp fans yesterday. More Depp fans than there are Heard fans showing their support in Fairfax, Virginia. What's the feel from people outside of the courtroom as this trial continues in Virginia?
You know, those who are just diehard Johnny Depp fans who are kind of on his team, on his side, don't seem to be swayed by anything that they're hearing from Amber Heard or her attorneys or her witnesses, her evidence. They just don't seem to be swayed, even though some of them profess to be concerned about domestic violence, and you know, that you know, they were not there, they did not witness anything. You know, very few, who else was in that marital home who witnessed some of this stuff, and yet they all just seem to discount what Amber Heard and her team have been putting on. They just, you know, and I'm sure they're prejudiced by their fandom, but they just don't seem to believe her story that when he would be drunk or on drugs that he was violent. They just don't seem to buy it, which is interesting. Again, it's important to note what really matters is what the jury will think.
All right, Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard live in Fairfax, Virginia, outside of the courtroom where, again, that $50 million defamation trial currently underway. Bob, as always, we know you're busy with your DC team, so thank you so much for joining us here on the show.
Our pleasure. Thank you, Mackenzie.
All right, everybody, again, as always, a huge thanks to our Fox 5 DC team. We want to take you back live inside of the courtroom where you can see Johnny Depp sitting in between his attorneys and, of course, Amber Heard near her attorneys there in Fairfax, Virginia. As Bob said, this trial now going on week 5. As soon as we get more information or see the judge come in and see the courtroom stand up as this trial gets underway, we, of course, will bring this back to you. For now, we're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is just past 9 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do know that the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial is currently resuming in Fairfax, Virginia. We do want to bring you live inside of the courtroom, and you know, unfortunately, it looks like that feed is cutting out at the moment. So, okay, there we go. It looks like this feed is back for us right now. Again, this is the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial currently happening in Fairfax, Virginia right now. This feed does appear to be a little unreliable, so okay, there we go. We do have Amber Heard. This is some taped video of her walking into the courtroom just within the past 20 or 30 minutes, because as we did show you before, live inside of the courtroom, that trial is currently underway. We are waiting for the judge to enter the courtroom, and as soon as that gets underway, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, until we get that into our desk, until we get those live feeds, we do want to bring you out to the White House, where we do know President Joe Biden will be meeting with the leaders of both Finland and Sweden. They will be visiting the White House. They are expected to hold a press briefing at about 10:30 this morning. And this is going to be a show of support by the U.S. after the two nations submitted their formal applications to join NATO. So again, Sweden and Finland's bids to join NATO come in response to Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, which has sparked security concerns across Europe. And their bids to join the alliance mark a dramatic evolution in European security and geopolitics. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters yesterday that the U.S. will support their path forward to joining NATO and called it a watershed moment in European security. So again, that is the latest information coming out of the White House. Coming up again, just in about an hour and a half, we will bring that to you as soon as we get it. But those leaders of both Finland and Sweden will be meeting with President Biden today, just days after they announced that they do plan and wish to join NATO amid Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine. And we do actually want to cut away from this and take you back live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, where you do see Johnny Depp, Amber Heard in there right now as we await this trial to continue, which our Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard said is now going on day 18, I believe. Yesterday, we did hear from Amber Heard's friend. She took the stand in this defamation trial, and we could possibly hear from Johnny Depp himself, although he did take the stand a few weeks ago. Amber Heard also wrapped up her testimony earlier this week, but really anything is possible, as we have seen in this bombshell wild trial again happening in Fairfax, Virginia. So as soon as we get that, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to take you to another live feed that we have coming into our desk at this very moment, into our desk from Washington, D.C. We'll take away this graphic and bring this up for you. We do know that the America First Policy Institute is currently having a session right now. Let's go ahead and listen in as we wait for that Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial to continue. And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it does appear that this live press conference coming into our desk of Washington, D.C., the America First Policy Institute event happening in D.C. Currently does not have any audio at this moment. So we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. We do want to bring you an update on some breaking news that we first brought to you earlier today out of Dallas. One person has been shot and killed at a shooting at the main gate of the Lockheed Martin plant in White Settlement. There's now a heavy police presence at the facility. We do have an update from our Fox 4 Dallas reporter, Hannah Batta, saying that federal authorities are partnering with the White Settlement police now that a suspicious device has been found in the suspect car. The perimeter of this investigation now being expanded. Spur 341 northbound is completely closed. Employees can only access Lockheed Gate via Gate 2. So again, that is the latest information coming in from our Fox 4 team in Dallas, Texas. As soon as we get any information, we of course will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to take you back out live to Washington, D.C., where we currently have an America First Policy Institute speaker series, currently talking about the ongoing struggle at the border and border security. We do have Representative Jim Jordan speaking. Let's go ahead and listen in. All right, everybody, you know, sometimes these audio problems just happen. So in the meantime, we are going to take you out to a different story, a different live feed that we are following here on Live Now from Fox, because we do get several into our desk. This is the House Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Non-Proliferation holding a hearing right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
But also the fact that they cannot rely on the fact that they can protect their own borders, or their military will be in a state of readiness in case China takes further escalatory action. Because not only has Russia's supply lines to India for military supplies, but so has Ukraine, which is another supplier of military supplies and components to India. I think what the administration has been doing is the effective way to go, which is try to persuade India that for its own interests, and show what Russian actions in Europe are doing, including in terms of the lessons China is learning, to get India to speak to use whatever good offices it has, channels it has with Putin, to ensure that he does return to that path. I'm not optimistic that he will be convinced. The Indian government has already made clear to Putin that they would like him to speak directly to President Zelensky. That doesn't seem to have had much effect. But I think over time, in terms of how do you actually get India to make decisions that are more autonomous of kind of Russia's interests, I think is to reduce Indian dependence on Russia, particularly for military supply. And I think the Biden administration has been looking at doing that, both in terms of finding ways to further diversify India's military suppliers, as well as encourage and enable its domestic production of some of these military components.
Thank you. Let me try to squeeze in one more question. I'm concerned about what other autocrats may take away as lessons learned from Putin's aggression in Ukraine and his disregard for even the very most basic human rights and laws of war. I think you can draw a very clear line from the impunity that Russian forces enjoyed for war crimes they committed in places like Syria, such as deliberately targeting healthcare facilities and densely populated civilian centers, to those same violations being committed by Russian forces in Ukraine today. Dr. Adel, do you share these concerns for countries in the Indo-Pacific in particular? And if so, what can the U.S. and our democratic partners do to foster greater respect for international human rights laws and norms against targeting civilians?
Thanks very much, Representative Levin. I do indeed share those, and I would just note that some of the tools that have come online of late seem to be proliferating. I'm specifically referring to Global Magnitsky, which has been taken up in Australia this past year. New Zealand basically passed something akin to Global Magnitsky in the direct aftermath of this. So having countries have the ability to move not only with the United Nations, but on their own in response to this, and to condemn and punish, as you had said, individuals who are culpable for direct and gross violations of human rights is, I think, the exact way to push this forward. I would say that if you want to spread and proliferate this further, having U.S. teams, particularly the global Magnitsky teams that had been out in the region, getting them back out to talk about the utilities of these, particularly in Japan and with South Korea and other democratic allies who I think are most likely to utilize these, would have effect.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired. Thanks for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and recognize my good friend from Tennessee, Dr. Mark Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Of course, thank the ranking member for his leadership. Obviously, it's clear that what's happened in Ukraine has significantly altered our relationship with China. And I witnessed when I was in Eastern Europe on a bipartisan delegation with Chairman Lynch, just this incredible resilience and determination of the people of Ukraine to fight back. They want freedom. They want to protect their sovereignty. And Vladimir Putin's horrendous attacks and violations of Ukraine's territorial sovereignty has solidified and unified the West in ways that it never had in a very long time. We're seeing the European countries step up on their defense budgets, moving particularly the NATO countries to 2.5%. We're seeing unity inside the EU. We're seeing countries respond to join NATO, Finland, specifically Sweden. And it's a good thing. This unity is a good thing. Hopefully, Xi Jinping is watching how the West has responded, and it's having some degree of a deterrent effect. But hope is not a method, and so we have to act. And I agree with the witness statements before about increasing our supplies, our military support to Taiwan, changing our policy in that regard. And I also agree 100% in this need to do training. When you look at Ukraine's ability to respond and push back on specifically Russia's ability to maneuver and its ability to logistically resupply itself, that happened because of a number of things. But primarily it happened because we had been training them. Our soft forces had been in there training them for years. The need to have that training done with the Taiwanese army is critical, and it needs to start yesterday. So equipment sales, appropriate defensive measures, and exceptional training will be a deterrent, because clearly that training was effective in preparing the Ukrainians to defend against Putin. As far as economic pressures go, I like to flip the switch a little bit. Everybody talks about how much bigger China is relative to Russia and the invasion of Ukraine. Well, I say let's look at how much more important Taiwan is to the world. When you consider 94% of the semiconductors are made in the high-end semiconductors are made in Taiwan, it is a strategic imperative that the United States deter China in a way that we didn't deter Russia. So the need to unite the West now on this issue is, again, it's so imperative. And not because we think China is different than Russia, but because Taiwan is so much different than Ukraine for the global economy and for the defense of our country. So I noted, I have lots of questions here, but I noted, Mr. Blumenthal, when you were making your initial witness statement, I think you didn't get to finish everything you wanted to say. So what I'd really like to do is just yield my time to you and let you share anything else you wanted to say that you didn't get to say in your opening comments.
Well, thank you very much, Representative Green. Let me just take a few of your comments, which are very important. Let's start with Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. So if the Chinese attack Taiwan, the Chinese will be terribly hurt by that, and the U.S. and the rest of the globe will be terribly hurt by that. So it is Chinese calculations on this, though, are becoming zero sum. The question of attacking Taiwan and being hurt by the fact that TSMC would be destroyed, their question is increasingly, would it hurt us more than would it hurt them? But it raises another point, I think, the direction I thought you were going, which is that, and it's in my statement, which is China is also very economically vulnerable. It goes two ways. So the number one import that China had last year was not oil, it was actually integrated circuits. And most of those come from Taiwan, but a lot of them come from us in the supply chain. And one thing we ought to do in terms of being able to deter China and to convince Xi Jinping and his small circle of advisors that we're serious and we have the capability globally to inflict economic pain is to make sure that we study very carefully China's global economic vulnerabilities, which are many. They're vulnerable to oil imports. They're vulnerable to one of the reasons they couldn't go so far with economic coercion in Australia is how dependent they are on Australian metals. Saudi Arabia, is important. Brazil is important. U.S. food and agriculture is important. So I would flip in terms of comprehensive deterrence. The most important thing is, without a doubt, what you said, which is making and what others have said, which is making sure that Taiwan not just has the weapon systems it needs, but is trained on the weapon systems it needs, so critical. And that the United States is able to effectively fight with Taiwan as a coalition partner should we decide to do so. But also that a global coalition is persuaded that taking economic measures that may be harmful and may be harmful to them in the short term is much more favorable to stopping China from aggression than a war.
All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 9:21 a.m. Thank you so much for streaming our programming this morning. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next few hours here. So let's switch gears momentarily. I do want to show you all this live now image that we are getting from Washington, D.C. If you can look very closely, you will see President Biden and also a few foreign leaders that he is meeting with. Leaders of Sweden and Finland are visiting the White House today. Both countries, as you remember, recently announced that they want to join NATO. So again, we expect President Biden and these leaders to discuss their NATO applications as well as the invasion of Ukraine from Russia. I was expecting that to be a little bit longer. It looks like we just got a sneak peek of what we can expect from this meeting taking place later on. But as you remember, Live Now from Fox is raw and unfiltered. Let's go ahead and head back out to, it looks as though that feed has changed on us as well. Actually, no, there are so many live events going on right now. It could be a little hard to keep on top of everything. But let's head back out to Washington, D.C. and we are going to continue to listen in live as the House Subcommittee talks about foreign affairs as it relates to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
China were to blockade or invade Taiwan. What would absent that, Beijing has to guess as to whether the United States would actually take effective economic action. What would be the effect on China if our law were to provide for such an immediate cessation of MFN under such extreme circumstances?
If I could jump in here. So I think right now the Chinese assumption is that we would, what we did in Ukraine, they're envisioning a light version of that for Taiwan. So I think MFN is definitely one right step, but it has to be the economic measures that we take if China invades Taiwan has to be much more than that. I think right now what we're trying to do with our allies, and particularly where we see Europe right now with Taiwan, is as we move forward, there might be more support and unity, particularly among Western developed countries, to take more actions to defend Taiwan economically in the case of invasion. And I think we need to go do more than MFN.
Losing MFN would in effect, make their products uncompetitive in a host of sectors. But perhaps that would be a first step, and we could take the other steps that you outlined. I want to get back to my first consideration. What do we do to get Japan and South Korea to reach into their pockets and match us proportionately in terms of financial aid and assistance to Ukraine? Does anybody have any ideas as to steps we can take to get them to step up?
Perhaps I might just add here that I do think where the positive has been is that Japan and South Korea have supported the U.S. position diplomatically, as well as with things like humanitarian assistance, and as Dr. Adele said, with some assistance as well. I do think this is where we do need Japan and South Korea to focus also on the Indo-Pacific. Their contributions in the Indo-Pacific.
It's hard to go back to my constituents and say the average American with a certain level of income is providing this level of assistance out of their pocket, and the average citizen of Japan with a similar income is providing a 10th or a 20th of that. But at least they voted our way or voted in the way of justice at the United Nations. So I aspire to accomplish more. I know that Japan has certainly, taken the side of being opposed to unilateral military aggression for the purpose of seizing territory. But I think that's less than what we should want. We've heard about how to get our companies to distance themselves to some degree from China. One approach is to subsidize certain things that increases our deficit, which leads to inflation in the United States. And also, we would have to pick, and we'd invariably be wrong at this, which industries. Another approach is to simply have across the board tariffs on Chinese goods and leave it to the companies to decide how to deal with those, whether hopefully to repatriate manufacturing, but also they could find other global sources. Should we be looking to subsidize corporate America for this or that individual decision to take this or that product out, not involving China? Or should we have across the board tariffs? And then the question, and also with across the board tariffs, then give us bargaining leverage with China on a host of issues. I'll ask any witness to jump in.
Let me jump in for a second. We obviously do have across-the-board tariffs on some goods.
Well, across-the-board tariffs are across the board. We average 6% on all the goods we bring in from China. That's hardly much of an incentive for many companies to do anything other than source in China.
Right. So there, I think we can be more, use more of a scalpel. I think there are industries that we would, or let's say capabilities that we all know right now are critical. Dr. Edel mentioned the dominance of chemical precursors and APIs. I mean, we can say that in the case of a conflict, if China begins to not supply those types of things, then we would really suffer compared to, say, consumer goods. I mean, I think, and I think the Congress is trying to do that. It's a very difficult thing to do, but where China is absolutely dominant in part of a supply chain for items that we cannot survive without, that's where I would put my attention. And I share your frustration that more hasn't been done.
I think the recent baby prices, we never had a baby formula last year.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Illustrates that it's very hard for Congress to identify that this is unimportant, and it would be something across the board would disentangle
the gentleman's time.
I believe my time has expired.
Yes, thank you. Let me go ahead and recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, my good friend, Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your leadership and appreciate our witnesses today. Last month, the House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed my legislation called the Assessing Xi's Interference and Subversion Act, or the Axis Act, requiring the State Department to report to Congress on Chinese support for Russia on sanctions evasion, export controls, and other measures. I was just looking at the website of the Chinese embassy in Washington, D.C., and on April 29th, they released the following statement, the embassy and the ambassador. For some time, the United States and some other countries, as well as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, have been spreading disinformation about China's stance on the Ukraine situation and making groundless accusations to attack and smear China. The falsehoods confusing right with wrong are an attempt to mislead the world. China's position on the Ukraine issue is above board, objective, and fair. And then they go on and they list all these examples of quote-unquote falsehoods. I actually had the opportunity to meet with the ambassador from China. He was displeased, to say the least, with the title of my bill, the Axis Act. Can any of our witnesses provide some clarity to this? Is the ambassador right to be outraged by my legislation? Or can any of our witnesses share examples of actual Chinese support for Russia in either sanctions evasion or...
All right, everyone, the time is now 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you all so much for streaming Live Now from Fox. Of course, we are monitoring several live events. That's what we're all about here at Live Now from Fox. We bring you the top stories and major news headlines globally, raw and unfiltered as they unfold. Now, if you see, we are bringing you all live inside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom where the defamation trial, Johnny Depp versus his ex-wife Amber Heard, continues. We will bring you all inside of that courtroom so you can listen into testimony as it continues in just a bit. But if you take a look at the top upper right-hand corner of your screen, you will see that stocks have just now began to trade. Now, as you know, the markets took a huge hit on yesterday. Investors and anyone, honestly, that probably has a 401k probably feeling the pain from yesterday's drop. But a little bit of background information if you are just now waking up to the news. So stocks were moving lower early on Wednesday. But today, one day after that historic drop, after stocks sank about 1,100 points or 3.6%, and of course the S&P 500 suffered its biggest drop since June 2020, a historic low, again, lowest drop that we've seen in 2 years. So stocks just now opening and beginning to trade. Stay with us because in about 30 minutes or so, we will have a live conversation with Fox Business talking about the latest consumer news, including that drop that we did see yesterday. For now, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. But again, we are monitoring all of the major news headlines that you see on your screen. However, when we return, we'll take you all live inside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom as the Depp versus Heard defamation trial continues. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As promised, we are taking you inside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom. We are continuing to bring you all gavel to gavel almost coverage, especially if you are tuning into our YouTube stream of the Depp versus Heard trial. As we know, well-known actor Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation. He is seeking $50 million. So we are witnessing more witnesses take the stand, including friends of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. It looks as though right now we are witnessing a sidebar or lull, if you will, between the attorneys and the judge. So we do not have anything to bring you as far as testimony right now, but make sure that you all are tuning in because we're closely monitoring this live event. And as soon as testimony resumes, of course, we will bring you all inside of this courtroom. Now, of course, we're monitoring several live events here at Live Now from Fox. We're bringing them all to you raw and unfiltered. So let's head back out to Washington, D.C. We have a House subcommittee speaking on foreign affairs in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
To pursue military modernization and become more aggressive in the region. So I think, echoing my colleague, Dr. Lynn's statements, that the best that we can hope for is shaping the region as concretely as we could, and that includes work that we can do alongside our allies and partners to make sure that we are sending a signal not only in Taiwan, but much more broadly around the region too, that the United States and its allies are more postured, more ready, and more capable to make sure that there is no sense or sign of weakness in our resolve and in our capabilities in the region.
So in other words, the steps that you laid out will not only prepare us, but also send the signal and perhaps decrease Chinese aggression?
It's my impression that Beijing responds most to actions, not words, and positions of strength from us. So maybe toning down the rhetoric and amping up not only capabilities, but what we have in the region will send a louder message than anything that we could say declaratorily.
Thank you very much. Dr. Madan, in your testimony, you mentioned ways to improve our framing in the region on China to help make countries more receptive to our approach. What should our message be, and how will it encourage more buy-in from countries to align with us rather than China?
Thank you, Representative Manning, for that question. I think, as I said earlier, even in the case of China, focusing on its violations of norms, rules, laws in general, more specifically when countries are facing, in the region, are facing coercion, gray zone operations, so that we be responsive to their concerns. The two things that don't tend to have much traction beyond a small set of countries are framings of democracy versus autocracy. As much as we might believe it, it has less attraction. And if we've seen with the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy, they have dropped that framing in framing of the and replaced it with a framing, as Dr. Lin mentioned, which is talking about shaping the landscape in the region around China. Finally, for a number of these countries, even though we are paying attention to several countries in Southeast Asia, even beyond the Indo-Pacific and the Pacific Island states as well, even though we might be paying more attention to them because we are concerned about the China challenge, they will be more receptive.
If you're just now joining us, welcome to Live Now from Fox. We are currently listening in as the House Subcommittee speaks on foreign affairs, of course, in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, let's switch gears because this live event is catching a lot of attention amongst our national audience. Let's go live inside of the courtroom as the Depp versus Heard trial resumes. Actor Johnny Depp suing his ex-wife, seeking $50 million in defamation charges. And we did have a live image of the White House just moments ago. We know that President Biden is meeting with the leaders of both Finland and Sweden, of course, in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as both countries have officially made their bid to join NATO. So we'll bring you all an update as soon as that meeting concludes. But for now, let's go ahead and, again, continue watching these live images that we are getting from inside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom.
Consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
Yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah.
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. He would call me a brother. I'd call him a brother. Yeah. We had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
I tell the truth either way. Yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together. Well, he did the film. I just helped record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001 till 2015. You know. Yeah.
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but, you know, I think that, yeah, it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just, yeah. But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh.
Getting high.
Okay. Getting high on cocaine?
Yeah, once in a while, if I saw it, you know. I mean, handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness? No, I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but, you know, my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, I mean, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him. I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. You know, he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
Feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, and does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and you know, there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You could tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, you know, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a sober nurse. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act, you know.
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, he can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
You know, when he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. You know, he brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up, you know.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Whitkin.
Right.
Your name is in the participants column, and him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. You know, they were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, by hit it hard, they would
drink and smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
Okay, but you would see them drink together?
Yeah. I worked with them both on a few things, so.
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. Text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have a...
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
Do you know what kind of professional help, more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. And I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with Amber. That's my opinion.
Okay. So you were referring to two types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through the mansion or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 20th of 2016.
Okay.
How often were you around Mr. Depp at this time in April of 2016?
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. Well, my dates are a little squirrely, but
And
yeah,
do you have
probably a bit.
Do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah. Smoking weed. Yeah.
So I think your prior testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I've never seen them physically abuse each other. No.
And did you say this was at 3 in the morning when he called?
It was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought it was, something bad. So yeah, I went down.
So Stephen called at around 3 in the morning, and then you went down, and your understanding, you went down after that call?
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
Yeah, that it was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. The first time Stephen ever called me for help like that.
Chairman. The invasion of Ukraine was relatively
Right, guys,
easy
looks
for the
as though
world
that
to
live feed cut
condemn
out, but
because
no
you had the
worries. Let's
invasion of
just
a sovereign
continue to move
state,
right along when it comes
which
to
is a
other top
clear
stories and breaking news that
violation
we are
of UN
paying
Charter.
attention to, bringing you all
Now,
the
while
top
Taiwan
stories
has
that
all
you
the
need to get your
attributes of a
day
sovereign
started.
state,
So let's talk a
China
little bit
has
about
spent
consumer
decades
news. We know that
browbeating
stocks
the
suffered
rest of the
a
world
pretty
with
steep
its one
drop
China
on
principle or one
Wednesday.
China
Let's bring
policy,
in
which
Fox
holds that
Business's
Taiwan
Jackie DeAngelis
is sovereign
joining us
PRC
live
territory,
from New
which is
York. Good morning,
absolutely
Jackie. So
not
elaborate
true.
for us a little bit. Tell us
Why is
exactly
it
how
important for the
investors, and not
United
only investors,
States,
everyday Americans,
as
what are they
it
feeling
builds
this
a
morning
coalition
following
of
Wednesday's
support
historic low?
for Taiwan to push back on this fictitious narrative? Mr. Blumenthal, I'll throw that question to you.
Very
Thank
steep
you very
loss
much,
yesterday, more than 1,000 points on the Dow, and the Dow is down 420 points as we speak, and we've only been open for roughly an hour and a half, and so, pardon me, 30 minutes at this point in the session. And so, you know, investors are kind of looking back and wondering where we go from here. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's probably the biggest issue at the moment. You know, as we move forward, we've got a serious inflation problem on our hands, and it looks like it's here to stay for a reasonable period of time. And that's having an impact on consumers. That's having an impact on their spending. That's having an impact on corporate profits. So all of these things are linked together. You know, think of it like a car engine in a way. All the pieces have to move properly. The consumer, the corporations, the government, all of these things have to work together, and they have to work in lockstep for everything to chug along. That's not happening right now. And so you're seeing that reflected in the valuation of stocks.
And so let's talk about that a little bit more, because as you mentioned, consumers are really going through a lot right now. Gas prices, we're in the middle of what some experts are calling an affordable housing crisis, increased prices at the grocery stores, and a lot of people are looking at the Biden administration. So when could we possibly see some relief, and what does the White House plan to do regarding all of this?
Here's the bad news. I'm not going to, you know, I was level with people. You're not going to see relief anytime soon. Let's start with the gas prices, for example. We're already over $4.50 for the national average. I expect that number to climb. Historically, it always does as we move into the summer driving season and everyone hits the road for vacations and long weekends and holidays. There is one report, one estimate out that indicates we could see gas prices. I've been saying definitely we're going to see them over $5 a gallon on the average, but one report out this morning saying by Labor Day we could be at $6 a gallon on average across this country. And I know in certain states those prices are already higher as it is. So that is surely having an impact on Americans and their budgets. Now, let's get back to the food prices, because the food prices are not much better. We're seeing food prices overall in aggregate up 9% year over year, and the expectation is those prices will continue to rise. Here's the problem with both food and gas. It's a supply issue, right? So if the Federal Reserve starts hiking interest rates to try to cool this economy off, as it's expected to do, that's really not going to have an impact on the gas prices or the food prices. And those are the things that matter to you most. So I see this sort of state of limbo that we're in hanging around longer than most people would like.
Now, you mentioned something that the Federal Reserve is likely to do. I'm sure they're watching all of this very closely.
I mean, they are, and I don't envy the Federal Reserve. I wouldn't want to be Jerome Powell right now, because what's happening is the administration is dumping this in his lap and saying, you fix it, when they created a lot of the problems by overspending themselves. And you asked me previously, what does the administration plan to do? They're not really doing much about it. If they want to change policy here in the United States that they've implemented to create some of the problems like the high gas prices, you know, give oil producers in this country a little bit of a break so they produce more, we get more supply online. Now you're talking about solutions that will actually have an impact. Having conversations about inflation and just telling the Fed that it needs to hike rates isn't, as I said, going to be enough to fix this particular problem.
All right, Fox's Jackie DeAngelis, thank you so much for joining us here.
Sure, sorry for the bad news.
Bad news. No one wants to hear bad news, but we have to bring you the facts, and that's exactly what we do here at Live Now from Fox. All right, the time is slowly approaching the 10 a.m. hour. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We're bringing you all major news headlines from across the globe. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for about the next hour or so before we pass things right along to our Phoenix Bureau. They will carry your nonstop news coverage well into tonight, so don't go anywhere. I do want to bring you all a sneak peek because unfortunately we do have to take a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere because when we return, we'll bring you all back inside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom live. It looks like right now, David Watkins, I believe is his name, a friend of actor Johnny Depp, is taking the stand. We'll listen into this live testimony in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. The time is just after 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you all so much for joining us. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. We have David Watkins, a friend of actor Johnny Depp, testifying as the Depp versus Heard defamation trial continues.
Or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Yes, I have. I was part of the first one against the management group, and then I was deposed in the lawsuit with his lawyer, Jake Bloom.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me. And I just remember Waldman saying, "Hey, nice to meet you." And Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit. And if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, "You got any shit on the Mandels?" And I said, "No." That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to your testimony?
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp now? What happened in the last 4 years?
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And it's like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he wouldn't explain it. And pretty much I haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the whole bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing. No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it. So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that. And when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising. And I've yet to have the conversation with him to go, "What are you talking about?" I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but I wasn't going to lie.
And did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. No. We would just talk about it. And he would say, "Oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right." And I said, "Well, you're not all right." And shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but what, you know, they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, you know, but it's a strange thing around people like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you've testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge one way or another of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you?
No.
With anyone?
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Next witness, Your Honor, they call Tracy Jacobs. She is also by deposition designation and begins with me.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to call Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation, and it begins with me.
All right.
Asking questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tracy Renee Jacobs, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
Talent agent.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent, so my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life, so I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
And then I asked him, after asking if he sued you, and he said no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she certainly never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. But Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is, do you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope, never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
His unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior in the last 10 years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk, it's a small community, and it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to to determine that that was the time you should get on the plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high-profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp. Was it
All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. We are listening in live on Unfiltered to witness testimony as the actor Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial continues. It looks as though we are running into some technical issues when it comes to this live event, but that's okay because we are monitoring several. So let's go ahead and head out live to Washington, D.C. We have several lawmakers and community leaders who are speaking on the future of abortion rights.
To Illinois to either obtain an abortion or to get whatever help that they need. This is wrong that they have to do that, because you are putting women, especially women of color, especially women who are on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum, in jeopardy when you outlaw abortion. When you overturn Roe v. Wade, but you don't actually vote, when you support the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but you don't support child care and you don't support family leave, then you are a hypocrite, because women need autonomy over their bodies. And when you outlaw abortion outright, even in cases of rape, incest, or the health of the mother, you put women in jeopardy. I had to have a DNC. I had a miscarriage. And in order to pursue my beautiful rainbow baby that I had to have a DNC in order to clear out my uterus, in order to continue with my fertility treatments. That option would now be unavailable to me, were I to live in some of these states that have these snapback rules on abortion. Let's be clear. Shame on people who think it is beyond the pale to regulate firearms, but totally fine to regulate our uteruses. I refuse to let my daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than I had, and I won't stop working to codify Roe v. Wade into law and ensure reproductive freedoms are protected for all women. And I am proud that it is Democrats who are standing up for women, and I'll hand it off now to Senator Warren.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Let me wait.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Yep, I'm gonna wait.
All right, I'm gonna go this way, you go.
And I'll go this way.
All right, an emotional plea from that lawmaker there joining us from Washington, D.C. A group of Democrat lawmakers speaking on the future of abortion rights. However, we do have audio when it comes to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. So let's go ahead and revisit that.
You testified at the beginning of this deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Judge
No.
McGee?
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
No.
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
No.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
No.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you referring to when you said at the top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly was good news?
That we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you?
Correct, yes.
Earlier you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So, as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No.
Why not?
Because his star had dimmed due to it getting harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Just, people were talking, and the question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior included?
I think I've described it several times.
Would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes.
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
I read that. I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of why Mr. Depp needed that loan in January of 2016?
Yes, he had said he had come in and met with us, and he had asked for $20 million.
Did Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why. He just expected us to do it.
So so Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
Actually, it was, I want you to give me $20 million. It was not discussed. The question was not asked as a loan.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
And in the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Yes.
What
he felt that he had made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
You ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get the Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirate 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness. Yeah. Again, Ms. Brithoff. Thank you.
Your Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation. Okay. And we start the questioning.
All right. Thank you.
Can you please state your name and business address?
It's Joel Mandel. That's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are here under subpoena. Is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87, called Wyman, Boutzer, Rothman, Kegel, and Silver. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full-service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. And we pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes, and we help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, but financial and personal services that we provide to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
Our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through it if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 10:35 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for streaming our nonstop news coverage this morning on this Thursday, May 19th, 2022. As you can see here on your screen, we are covering several top stories and major news headlines and upcoming live events. Now, the main live event that we are currently listening into, we're closely following this trial. Actor Johnny Depp suing his ex-wife, Amber Heard, for defamation. He's seeking $50 million. We will, of course, continue to listen into this live coverage inside, again, that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom. But let's touch base and recap a few other major stories that we are also following. You can see on your screen at the top right-hand corner, the Dow Jones has begun trading. That took place at 9:30. Now, this is following stocks tanking on yesterday, following a back-to-back quarterly report from Target and Walmart, which unfortunately renewed investors' fears of rising inflation. So it was just Wednesday when the Dow suffered its worst day since 2020 and its 7th largest point drop in history. We just had a live conversation with Fox Business, and of course we will stay on top of this topic, this news topic, well into tonight as we are covering exactly how this is affecting Americans. And we are also closely monitoring this upcoming event, which was slated for 10 a.m. on the dot, 10:30 on the dot, but it looks as though President Biden is running just a few minutes late, probably wrapping up his meeting with the leaders of Finland and Sweden. Of course, we've learned that the leaders of these two nations have officially placed their bid to join NATO, of course, in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So a lot of news to cover, a lot of details to bring you, and we're not done yet. Before I send you all off to break, I do want to bring you an update that we are just now getting to our Live Now from Fox desk. This breaking news situation is coming from Houston, Texas. Now, this is a tweet that Sheriff Ed Gonzalez of the Harris County Sheriff Office just released to the public a few minutes ago. We're getting reports that one person has died inside of an apartment unit in an apparent murder-suicide. Now, we are in touch with our news partners over at Fox 26 Houston, and they do have a crew en route to the scene, so you can bet as soon as our news partners, as soon as our colleagues get there, we'll bring you all a live now look of exactly what is going on there at the scene. Now, originally we thought that 4 people were dead following this apparent murder-suicide, and again, let me correct myself, 4 people have been confirmed deceased inside of that apartment unit. Now, again, very fluid situation. These are initial observations. The investigation has not concluded yet, but again, Sheriff Ed Gonzalez saying that so far we are assuming that 4 people are dead in what appears to be a murder-suicide. Now, this is taking place in the 9700 block of Cypress Wood Drive, which is actually in the northwest area of Harris County. A lot of people refer to this area as Cypress, Texas, which is a small suburb just outside of the Houston city limits. So a very well-known, close community. So it will definitely be interesting to get more details on this really, really sad situation. Again, details are extremely limited, but we do have a crew en route to the scene. We just found this out about 10 minutes or so ago, but that's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. We bring you all the updates in real time. Most often we find out new developments right here along with you, our viewers. Again, raw and unfiltered. So as soon as we get more information, we'll bring you all a live image. But again, following several live events here at Live Now from Fox, slowly approaching that 11 a.m. hour. My name is Rain Augustine. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we will revisit the Johnny Depp case, take you all back inside of that courtroom right on the other side. And again, don't forget, don't go anywhere because we are on standby to hear from President Biden any moment now as he concludes his meeting with the leaders of Finland and Sweden. Back into Live Now from Fox, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you so much for joining on this beautiful Thursday, May 19th. Again, we're keeping a close eye on several live situations here. Before our break, we did let you all know that we are closely monitoring a breaking news situation from Houston, Texas. This is the latest update that we have received from Houston area officials. It's been confirmed that 4 people are dead following what appears to be a murder-suicide taking place on the northwest side of Harris County, Texas. We are in touch with our news colleagues with Fox 26 Houston, and they do have a crew en route to the scene, so you can bet as soon as they touch ground, we will bring you all live images, raw and unfiltered. Now, usually with these types of fluid situations, we can expect an update from officials as soon as the investigation gets underway. As soon as the Harris County Sheriff's Department receives more information, they usually set up a media briefing, which we will stream for you all raw and unfiltered, again, courtesy of our news partners. But again, if you're just now joining, breaking news that we are monitoring from Houston, Texas. 4 people have been confirmed dead in what appears to be a murder-suicide, but there is no active threat at this time. Very sad news if you are listening in or if you are watching from the Houston area, but we will be sure to update everyone. Another national story that we are following, let's go back inside that Virginia courtroom. We are listening in as testimony continues in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case. The actor seeking $50 million following him accusing actress Amber Heard of falsely accusing him of domestic violence. Now, we also have another live event that we're paying close attention to. Let's go out to Washington, D.C. We have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi taking questions from reporters. We know that President Biden has officially signed the Defense Production Act to help baby formula manufacturers get ingredients to make more supplies. But in the meantime, the House on Wednesday night actually passed a $28 million
a lot of it is about
funding bill
supply,
to help
and those are
expedite
negotiations that
this
have to go
process.
on
So House
about
Speaker Nancy
supply.
Pelosi, as you see
And
here,
countries just not ratcheting
very
up the
topic.
supply.
Let's go ahead
for,
and listen
people
in. And
here
again,
not
don't go
drilling,
anywhere
using the
because
permits
just
they have
in just a few
to drill
moments
in
we
our
do
country.
expect
So it's
President Biden
multifaceted, it's not one
to
thing. But this is for the ongoing.
Finland and
Stop
Sweden.
price
It looks like we're
gouging
right
of the
on
American.
time because President Biden is walking up to the podium right now. So let's go ahead and we'll stay in Washington, D.C., but we'll move from the Capitol building to the White House as President Biden is now addressing the media.
Please be seated. Thank you. It's not only a beautiful day, this is, in my view and the view of my team, a momentous day. It's a very, very good day. Today I'm proud to welcome and offer the strong support of the United States for the applications of 2 great democracies and 2 close, highly capable partners to join the strongest, most powerful defensive alliance in the history of the world. 2 proud, independent countries exercising the sovereign rights all states possess to decide their own security. President Nisto, you are, and Prime Minister Anderson, it's a great honor to have both of you here at the White House as Finland and Sweden began the process of joining NATO. It was out of the wreckage of World War II that NATO was formed. And in 7 decades that followed, NATO has proved itself an indispensable alliance, committed to a Europe whole, free, and at peace. But in recent years, doubts began to arise. Was NATO still relevant? Was it still effective? Is it still needed in the 21st century world? Today, there is no question. NATO is relevant. It is effective, and it is more needed now than ever. The indispensable alliance of decades past is still the indispensable alliance for the world we face today, and I would argue tomorrow as well. And the decision of Sweden and Finland, the one they have made, is testament to that commitment. This is about the future. It's about a revived NATO that has the tools and resources, the clarity and conviction to defend our shared values and lead the world. Sweden and Finland are already among our closest partners on a range of issues, from strengthening peace and stability, to advancing human rights, to taking on the climate crisis and addressing food insecurity, from strengthening the global health to promoting development. Finnish and Swedish troops have already served shoulder to shoulder with U.S. and NATO forces in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq. And both Finland and Sweden are already working in coordination with the United States and our other allies and partners to support the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their freedom against Russia's invasion. Sweden and Finland have strong democratic institutions, strong militaries, and strong and transparent economies, and a strong moral sense of what is right. They meet every NATO requirement, and then some. And having 2 new NATO members in the High North will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board. Today, the President, the Prime Minister, and I had a very good discussion about NATO accession, about the war in Ukraine, and strengthening transatlantic security. But our conversations began well before today. President Nisto and I spoke last December, and again in January, and the weeks leading up to Russia's unjust and unprovoked assault on Ukraine. In March, the President came to the White House to see me, to discuss this brutal conflict and the rupture it's causing in Europe. While we were in the Oval Office together, we picked up the phone and we called the Prime Minister, and the 3 of us all spoke. And we spoke again last week when I invited them to come to the White House today. We have consulted closely at every stage as Sweden and Finland made their determinations. And today I'm proud to assure them that they have the full, total, complete backing of the United States of America. Today, my administration is submitting to the United States Congress reports on NATO accession for both countries, so the Senate can efficiently and quickly move on advising and consenting to the treaty. I greatly appreciate Senator Schumer and McConnell's support, as well as Senator Menendez and Risch, to move this through the Senate as quickly as possible once the perspective of all allies are addressed and NATO adopts the accession protocols. The bottom line is simple, quite straightforward. Finland and Sweden make NATO stronger, not just because of their capacity, but they're strong, strong democracies. And a strong, united NATO is the foundation of America's security. By joining NATO, allies make a sacred commitment to one another, that an attack on one is an attack against all. It's Article 5 of the Washington Treaty and the core building block of our alliance. And the only time in history Article 5 has been invoked was after 9/11, when the United States was attacked and all our allies rallied to our side. The United States will never forget that, and we will never fail in our pledge to defend every single inch of NATO territory. I welcome Sweden and Finland choosing that responsibility as well. This is going to benefit all of our people. And today, the President, Prime Minister, and I committed that we're going to work together to remain vigilant against the threats to our shared security and deter and confront any aggression while Finland and Sweden are in this accession process. There's nothing going to be missed, as my mother would say, between the cup and the lip. We're in once it is moving forward. I really mean it. I really mean it. So let me be clear. New members joining NATO is not a threat to any nation. It never has been. NATO's purpose is to defend against aggression. That's its purpose, to defend. And let no one make a mistake. The meaning of this historic day. In the face of aggression, NATO has not grown weaker or more divided. It has grown stronger, more united. With Finland and Sweden's decision to request membership in NATO, it'll be enhanced for all time. Standing together today, we reject the bloody creed that might makes right, and we declare a more powerful creed, all for one and one for all. Because what NATO makes strong isn't just our enormous military capacity, but our commitment to each other, to its values. NATO is an alliance of choice, not coercion. This is a victory for democracy in action. Finland and Sweden are seeking to join NATO because their citizens demanded it, and their elected leaders heard them. That's how it works when leaders derive their power from the consent of the government, from the consent of the governed. And that's why NATO's open door has always been so important. It allows nations to choose for themselves to ask to be part of a group of nations that value freedom, democracy, and human dignity above all else. Countries must demonstrate that they meet NATO's high standards for military interoperability, economic transparency, and democratic accountability. That's what Sweden and Finland have done. And so today, it's an affirmation of those countries in Europe that share our values, that we're willing and able to do what it takes to be part of the alliance. NATO's door remains open. In just a few minutes, I'll be leaving to spend time with two of our Indo-Pacific allies. In a half hour or so, I'll be flying to the Republic of Korea and Japan. I thank the President and the Prime Minister for traveling here on for this meeting before I take off, because it is so important. America's alliances in Europe and in Asia keep us, and I would argue the world, strong and secure. They're how we confront the challenge of our time and deliver for our people today, and harness opportunities for better tomorrow. And I look forward soon calling Sweden and Finland our friends, partners, and NATO allies. I want to thank you both for being here, and I'm going to invite each of you to say a few words, and we'll start. Mr. President, the podium is yours.
Mr. President, it is with great pleasure and honor to be standing here today with you, together with the Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson. We are here for a very good reason. Together we are taking a historic step by seeking to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Finland has made its decision after a rapid but a very thorough process. The process has once again revealed the strength of Finnish democracy. Starting from the strong public support, the decision was made with an overwhelming parliamentary majority, and it also enjoys huge, strong popular support. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for your steadfast support throughout this process. In early March, I visited White House, and you encouraged us to go further. That was of vital importance to our process. Your statement yesterday and our trilateral meeting today are a testimony of enduring commitment the United States has made to European and transatlantic security. I want to assure that Finland will become a strong NATO ally. We take our security very seriously. The Finnish armed forces are one of the strongest in Europe. We have also consistently invested in developing our capabilities. The Finns' willingness to defend their country is one of the highest in the whole world. We are ready to contribute to the security of the whole alliance, making the commitment to mutual security guarantees that being a NATO ally entails. Now that we have taken this first decisive step, it is time for NATO allies to weigh in. We hope for strong support from all allies and for a swift ratification of our membership once it's agreed. I believe that the United States can set a crucially important example to others. The Turkish leadership has recently expressed concerns about our membership application. I want to address these concerns today. Finland has always had broad and good bilateral relations to Turkey. As NATO allies, we will commit to Turkey's security just as Turkey will commit to our security. We take terrorism seriously. We condemn terrorism in all its forms, and we are actively engaged in combating it. We are open to discussing all the concerns Turkey may have concerning our membership in an open and constructive manner. These discussions have already taken place, and they will continue in the next days. 24th February, I said that the masks have fallen, and we see only the cold faces of war. Russia's war in Ukraine has changed Europe and our security environment. Finland takes the step of NATO membership in order to strengthen not only its own security, but also in order to strengthen wider transatlantic security. This is not away from anybody. Like you, Mr. President, said, NATO is protective, defending, not a threat to anybody. At the same time, we must not forget that at this very moment, the brave people of Ukraine are fighting not only for their own freedom and democracy, but for our common security. Finland, together with the EU and the United States, stands firmly behind Ukraine. So, Mr. President, once again, I want to thank you for making history with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for welcoming President Niinistö and me to the White House. The bonds between Sweden and the United States, they are strong and long-standing. And as you know, Swedes first set foot in your home state of Delaware in 1638. And we were one.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is just after 11 a.m. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We're taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., where we just witnessed President Biden gave a few remarks after meeting with the leaders of Sweden and Finland at the White House. We know that this week both countries announced that they want to join NATO, and we just heard from President Biden himself that the United States is fully backing the bid by these two countries. Now, conversations between President Biden, the Prime Minister of Sweden, as well as the President of Finland included again NATO's application to the country's application to NATO, as well as European security. Also talks about strengthening our close partnerships across a wide range of global issues in support of Ukraine, of course. We will learn more about this a little bit later on as we continue to report on this meeting. But for now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. And on the other side, we're going to pass things off to our Phoenix Bureau. They will pick up our coverage of the defamation case as actor Johnny Depp continues to sue his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million. Taking you all live inside of that courtroom on the other side.
President Niinistö. Leader Schumer and other leading members of Congress. And we greatly appreciate the broad and strong support expressed by both parties in Congress. But, Mr. President, our countries also work closer together when tackling global challenges. And Sweden, like other Nordic countries, has shown that emissions reductions can go hand in hand with economic growth. And in Sweden right now, the green transition creates thousands of jobs through investments in battery factories, green mining, and fossil-free steel production. And I actually brought the President a unique example of this, a candle holder made of the world's first fossil-free steel. And what we see in Sweden right now is that previously neglected areas are no longer struggling with unemployment or depopulation. But how to build housing infrastructure, and schools quick enough to meet up with the expansion. And here I see fantastic opportunities to cooperate between the Nordic countries and the United States. And I'm also proud that Sweden contributes to the US economy and the prosperity of the American people. Swedish companies are active in every single state, creating more than 350,000 jobs in the United States. And we are the 15th largest investor. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership in our joint efforts to promote democracy throughout the world. Because democracy requires constant work and safeguarding. We have to win every new generation. And let me conclude where I started. Peace and stability in our part of the world is a common security interest for us, for you, and for the rest of Europe. And we stand here today more united than ever, and we are committed to strengthening our bonds even further. And Sweden is prepared to shoulder its responsibility as an ally in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who might be worried right now during this vulnerable transition? Mr. President, do you plan on speaking to President Erdogan? What can you offer this process?
We're watching live now from Fox. Everybody, thank you again for joining us here worldwide as Finland, Sweden, talking about trying to get into NATO there. President Biden says if they get in, it will make NATO stronger there. President Biden and the NATO and Finland, Sweden leaders did not take any questions there, but leaving now the Rose Garden. You're watching live now from Fox, always here for you. Wanted to bring that to your attention, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. We want to bring you some breaking news that happened within the past hour right here, and wanted to bring it to your attention. Of course, the Buffalo mass shooting suspect was indicted by the grand jury coming in to court today, and we will see that right there. There is the suspect there as he is the suspect in the mass shooting there, accused of killing 10 people in the supermarket. Of course, we all remember that horrific scene from this past weekend where the suspect accused of killing 10 black people at a Buffalo supermarket appeared in court this morning as authorities, including the FBI, continue to investigate the possibility of a hate crime and terrorism charges. The felony hearing for that 18-year-old suspect was adjourned until next month for further proceedings after it was announced that he had been indicted by a grand jury. The suspect is accused of live streaming the attack from a helmet camera before surrendering to police outside the grocery store shortly before the attack last Saturday. He posted hundreds of pages of writings to online discussion groups where he detailed his plans for the assault and his racist motivation. Of course, we will have full details for you right here on Live Now from Fox as it continues in the court process. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Houston, where we have police and other city officials talking about technology that helps to locate shootings in the city. After 1 year, they are talking about that technology and what it means to combating crime. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Street, and it's really hard to know exactly where it's coming from, but this technology has provided an important tool for our deputies to know literally within half a block or maybe even a couple of properties where the gunfire is coming from. And I think within the first month, some of our deputies that are on contract with the East Alding District arrested some two guys that had been discharging an automatic weapon along the Greens Bayou, and they responded right away, and they caught them coming back out from the banks of the bayou with their automatic weapons, and so they were arrested. And but every month we get reports from our contract commander, Lieutenant Santos, and we're seeing it. We're seeing the evidence that they're finding the casings, the shell casings. Sometimes they're making arrests, taking guns off the street. It's making our community safer, and right now it only covers 4 to 5 miles of area where it tracks and picks up the gunfire, but we need to expand it. And so I call on the commissioner and the sheriff to continue to work to expand this. I call on Commissioner's Court to make more funding available to make this something available across the county, so that more neighborhoods that also are experiencing this kind of celebratory gunfire and just random, you know, I call it stupidity, because, you know, it's dangerous to shoot in the air and they think they're just having fun showing off their gun, but the bullet's going to come down somewhere and it's endangering our community, and we just can't have that anymore. We need to put a stop to it, and this tool is helping us find those guys that are doing it. So we're grateful to be the pilot location, the pilot project area for this, and it's making a difference. And we are grateful to the commissioner and the sheriff for bringing this to Aldine and helping us make our community safer. Thank you.
Just briefly in Spanish as well. Esta mañana estamos aquí para anunciar.
All right, so that was Houston police there talking about that shot spotter technology that they have in place for more than a year now, talking about gun violence in the city, and you could see some of their statistics there as they are able to detect as shootings are happening really in real time. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to the UN Special Security Council as they continue to talk about the war in Ukraine.
from hand to mouth every day. There are 49 million people, as the Secretary General very clearly stated, in 43 countries that are knocking on famine's door. If you overlay those 49 million people in the 43 countries along with economic indices, because of the economic deterioration over time, the droughts, you begin to see which 43 countries very well could be destabilized, have famine, and resulting in not just death, but unrest and mass migration. We truly are at an unprecedented crisis. Food pricing is our #1 problem right now as a result of all this perfect storm for 2022. But 2023, it very well will be a food availability problem. When a country like Ukraine that grows enough food for 400 million people is out of the market, it creates market volatility, which we are now seeing. In 2007 and 2008, we all witnessed what happened when pricing gets out of control. There were over 40 nations with political unrest, riots, and protests. We're already seeing riots and protesting taking place as we speak. Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Pakistan, Peru. We've seen destabilizing dynamics already in the Sahel, from Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad. These are only signs of things to come. And we have enough historical experience to understand the consequences when we fail to act. When a nation that is the breadbasket of the world becomes a nation with the longest bread lines of the world, we know we have a problem. And as the Secretary General clearly spoke, we're now reaching about 4 million people inside Ukraine. In fact, we're scaling up to 900,000 on cash-based transfers as we speak that will put liquidity back into the marketplace. But that does not solve the problem outside of Ukraine. That's why we've got to get these ports running. We've got to empty the silos so that we can help stabilize the food crisis that we're facing around the world. Over 36 nations get their 50% or more grain from this region. Those nations overlaid with the 43 nations I was referring to, coupled with other economic indices and debt because of COVID, and you begin to see why the world is so very fragile. So we have to respond. Truly, failure to open those ports in Odessa region will be a declaration of war on global food security. And it will result in famine and destabilization and mass migration around the world. Many of you have been out in the field. You've talked to the poorest of the poor. I've had more mothers tell me, Mr. Beasley, my children hadn't been fed in 2 weeks. My husband had to join an extremist group just to stay alive. Or we have to migrate, or we have to choose between heating oil and cooking oil. And when a mother has to choose between freezing her child to death or starving her child to death, something's wrong, especially when there's so much wealth on the planet today, over $430 trillion worth of wealth today. The problem is going to get worse because the production around the world is going to decrease. And I think we all have been talking to the ministers of agriculture and leaders to maximize production as fast as we can. How do we get the fertilizers back out into the marketplace? Because the African Development Bank gave us some numbers the other day that were frightening. Africa alone will need over $2 billion of new fertilizer because of the cost, if they can get it at all, because of the smallholder farmers who rely on this. A loss of about $11 billion worth of food production in just Africa alone that's already struggling because of that perfect storm that we're talking about. The leaders in the world, it's time that we do every possible thing that we can to bring the markets to stability, because things will get worse. But I do have hope. We averted famine. We averted destabilization over the past many years because many of you in this room stepped up and we delivered. And we can do that again. But we've got things that have to happen. Getting the ports open, stabilizing the markets, increasing production around the world. We'll get through this storm, but we must act, and we must act with urgency, and that must be today. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
I thank Mr. Beasley for his briefing. I now give the floor to Mr. Chu Dong-yu.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, I feel deeply appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Council on this important topic, and the continued attention placed on the issue of conflict and food security. 2 years ago, I briefed to the Council on the multiple risks facing global food security at the start of the pandemic. Today, we gather again for people, peace, prosperity, and the planet to discuss several overlapping crises on food safety, health safety caused by the climate change, food insecurity, COVID pandemic, and conflict. Worldwide, prosperity is being reversed. There is less food security, less health security, less income, and great inequality. My message today is more relevant than before. Agriculture is one of the keys to lasting peace and security. Excellencies, for the last 5 years, we have seen yet another spike in global level of acute hunger. According to the Global Report on Food Crisis, released the 4th of May this year, in 2021, about 40 million more people experienced acute food insecurity compared to the 2020, bringing the total of 193 million people in 53 countries and territories. Worryingly, the projection is for further deterioration through the 2022, including places with catastrophic food insecurity. There is a farming risk in Yemen, Somalia, South Sudan, and Afghanistan. FAO has stepped up its effort to strengthen agri-food systems, save lives, and protect the agricultural livelihood of the world most vulnerable. From our cutting-edge analysis, normative work, our global national policy guidance, and our life-saving aid, FAO helps people, communities, and the government cope with growing uncertainty. Yet, more needs to be done together. Conflict remains the single greatest driver of hunger. Between 2018 to 2021, the number of the people in crisis situations in countries where the conflict was the main driver of acute food insecurity increased by staggering 88% to just over 139 million people. As the world had begun to recover from the COVID-19, another conflict with a far-reaching effect broke out. The war in Ukraine revived the concerns of historic high food and energy prices and their impact across the world. The war has disrupted export, logistics, and seriously affected food availability in Ukraine and Russia Federation together export 30% of cereals, 67% of sunflower in the world. The increase in energy and fertilizer prices is putting the next global harvest at risk. According to our latest scenarios, it could be increased chronic undernourishment, another additional 18.8 million people by 2023. We are neighbors on this small planet village. What happens to one affects us all. Everyone has and will continue to fully align with Secretary-General's call to end the war, restore peace, and save lives. We must strengthen the humanitarian development, peace, nexus. We must analyze the root cause of acute food insecurity, including conflict, climate change, and apply these learnings to our actions. FAO does this through our integrated phase classification, IPC analysis. It's a widely accepted. Our co-leadership of Global Network Against the Food Crisis and our co-leadership of Global Food Security Cluster. Excellencies, we must prevent acceleration of acute food insecurity trend in the coming months and years. Food production at the country level must be expanded. We need to provide cash and critical input for cereals and vegetable production, and to protect livestock with treatment, vaccinations, feed, and water. Agri-food supply chain and value chain must be strengthened with engagement of public and private sector in support of smallholder farmers and households. This is what FAO has been doing in Ukraine, Afghanistan, and others countries. In 2021, FAO reached more than 30 million people worldwide with emergency agricultural assistance and resilient building programs. For example, in Afghanistan, we reached 3 million people, including with wheat cultivation packages. This cost just $160 and met the stable cereals requirement for a family serving for an entire year. In local market, the cost for this same amount of food is 6 times higher. Our support helped the livestock farmers increase milk production equivalent to the level that would allow every Afghan child to have 1 glass of milk a day for at least 5 months. In Ethiopia, despite excess challenges, seeds and plant materials provided by FAO and agricultural cluster partners allowed local farmers to produce 900,000 tons of food, 5 times more than the humanitarian and commercial food supplies that entered the region. Despite this critical importance of agriculture to food availability and access in crisis contexts, only 8% of total funding for humanitarian food security sector goes to the agriculture. Excellencies, we must protect people, agricultural food systems, and economics against future shocks. To prevent the impact of conflict on food insecurity, we must increase the sustainable productivity, strengthen capacity to deliver relevant services and commodities, and provide access to innovative financial tools and digital services. Members urgently need to transform their agri-food systems to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. Last month, I traveled to Bangladesh, and Bangladesh with the innovation, they get the food supply with rice, and early this month, I traveled to see the young farmers in Azerbaijan. They produce 7 tons per hectare of winter wheat, use the new variety and irrigation systems and a proper fertilizer. It's a double yield. And yesterday, I got to know the Minister of Mexico. They can double the yield in some province of Mexico by using the new varieties, new fertilizer, and with irrigation, corn yield that can double. So it's a big potential. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that you continue to provide the necessary aid for food insecurity globally, allocate new resources to sustain agricultural production in challenging contexts, and continue to recognize and support the role of agricultural food security, peace, and contribution of international organizations like FAO, IFAD, WFP, and others. Based on my professional knowledge and experience, we can feed the world sufficiently, sustainably, with existing tools if we all play our part. Like this country, great America, irrigate land. You can produce 2 times more than unirrigated. It's a natural rain-fed farming. Only 80% of Arab land here are irrigated. In Asia, it's a 40.
All right, everybody, so we were taking a listen there to that live UN Security Council meeting, really talking about the war in Ukraine, food security as it continues to be talked about, not only for food supply chain issues, but also how to deliver the necessary items there during a war. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Washington, getting an update about the latest on election security in this country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we bring you top stories, headlines, and live feeds from all over the country. Want to show you what the Dow is looking like today. Remember, yesterday we saw a big drop, more than 1,000 points in the red. Today we are seeing, once again, it is in the red. Not quite what we were seeing, though, yesterday, but still about almost 200 points there as investors continue to worry about inflation, rising gas prices, and so much more. We'll continue to take a look at it for you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to take you out to a Senate hearing that is going on right now on security and on the upcoming elections for the midterms as well as the general in 2024.
Misinformation has made our jobs more difficult as we battle on the front lines defending our democracy. Several of my tenured colleagues have retired or have announced their impending retirements due to these unceasing false narratives. Even the days of wanting to be an election worker for your own civic duty have been replaced with fear and polling place disruptions. We have spent over 2 decades professionalizing our conduct of elections, and now in a short period of time, our institutions are being undermined by falsehoods that continually weaken voter confidence in our elections. The challenge facing our elections are daunting. In normal times, election worker recruitment is difficult, but today it is nearly impossible. Elections offices across the nation will need record amounts of paper this fall for our ballots and other supplies, and they've all been affected by the paper shortages. And lest we all forget, the 2022 election is taking place after the decennial census, with its resulting redistricting a challenging operation even in the best of time. And finally, many of us are also facing new state election laws, resulting in demanding court cases and requiring substantial voter education. Election law changes are the most successful when they're a collaborative effort between the election administrators and the legislative bodies. We remain dedicated to impartial administration of Florida's election laws and conducting fair, honest, and accurate elections. Our goal is to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today on this important topic.
Thank you very much. Ms. Patrick.
Chairwoman Klobuchar, Ranking Member Blunt, members of the committee, and honored guests, it's a privilege to provide testimony on the status of election administration and the preparedness for this election cycle. My name is Tammy Patrick, and I currently serve as the Senior Advisor to the Elections Team at the Democracy Fund and as an adjunct professor at the Humphrey School of Public Policy at the University of Minnesota. I have worked in the election administration field for almost 20 years and spent 11 of those years in Maricopa County, Arizona, most of them as the Federal Compliance Officer, and I too am SARA certified, as Supervisor Wilcox mentioned. I have the great fortune of knowing many state and local election officials, as well as many across the country who are working across the aisle and across the myriad of facets of our election systems to ensure that officials have the tools and resources that they need to serve their voters well. As a representative of the Election Center to the United States Postal Service's Mailers Technical Advisory Committee, a bit of a mouthful, for over a decade, I have forged relationships that have aided the improvement of our postal system to better deliver democracy to the American voter. Today, I'd like to share with you what I'm hearing and seeing unfold for the primaries and the forthcoming November midterm elections. My written testimony covers 7 different topics. For my prepared comments, however, I'd like to focus on just one topic: paper and supply chain issues, echoing what Secretary Ardwin's sentiments are. This is new in both the scope and the scale of what we are seeing. My comments are derived directly from recent communications with election officials and service industry providers. Each section provides direct comments from election administrators and professionals, an overview of the issue, and then the impact it's having now in the field of election administration. Quote, needs? Paper! Exclamation. Some folks have stockpiled paper, but overall ballot paper for November is a major concern, end quote, from a local election official. Another local election official, quote, paper shortage issues was mitigated because we contract with a vendor who responded by purchasing paper early. We did have to increase what we pay, however, to our vendor. And yet, from a service industry provider, the supply chain issues continue with dates getting further and further pushed out. Additionally, more allocations are in play. So, for example, recently our supplier just delivered part of an order we placed months ago and cannot fulfill the rest. We're searching and are having to pay higher prices for paper sizes larger than what is needed and then cut them down to size so we have the ability to keep moving out the work. Paper supply chain concerns began surfacing in the 2020 elections. The origin of the paper supply for election materials is mostly domestic, coming from North American mills, as Secretary Ardwin mentioned, in both the United States and Canada. When the international supplies became problematic, other markets, however, turned to these domestic sources to fill their gap. This reduction in supply occurred at the same time as the increased demand for corrugated paper to fulfill the spike in online shopping during the pandemic. We have not had a new paper mill open in the United States since the 1980s, and the existing mills could not simultaneously continue their traditional paper production and take on the corrugated manufacturing. Many of them opted to change production to the more lucrative corrugated product. Ballot and envelope printers and vendors began seeing these issues in late 2021 and started to ask their election official customers to get their orders in early. In order to take care of their customers, they placed their paper orders well in advance of normal schedules. Standard turnaround times have gone from a few weeks to many months in order to fulfill, and it is now common for orders to be incomplete. Partial shipments, back orders, and outright cancellations are becoming typical. This is creating a disparate impact on jurisdictions. Those who use a vendor or service provider may be in better shape, but only if that vendor pre-ordered paper stock. The order was fully satisfied, and the jurisdiction got their order in early enough. Election officials, which have traditionally printed and created their own materials in-house, are now finding it very difficult to obtain items and are turning to these same vendors who are already strapped serving their existing customer base. Service providers and vendors are now having to turn customers away, and those customers are leaving empty-handed. An additional impact is felt in those states that have had changes to their election policies and laws that negate their ability to use existing inventory of materials. New registration requirements, ballot application changes may necessitate throwing away existing paper products and require reprinting in an already strained market. Not all states and election offices will be impacted equally by the paper shortages. States that offer online and automatic or automated voter registration and those that utilize electronic poll books to check in voters will not be as hard hit as those relying on paper registration and roster forms. To be very clear, the paper shortage is pervasive. It's across all materials required to conduct an election, and simply limiting options for voters to an in-person solution is not viable. States that have all vote by mail regimes, as well as those that offer mainly in-person, are having issues. It's not just ballot paper, but also paper used for postcards, poll worker training materials. It's for everything. The paper shortage further impacts election administration timelines. Unless this shortage is remedied, statutorily required election mailings and notices may not go out on time. The condensed time frame and resources leave no room for error, and we know that errors can occur in printing. Given the shortage, there may not be available stock to reprint if an error occurs, and states need to contemplate how they will handle that situation if it arises. Despite the utmost gravity of the paper and supply chain shortage, there is one silver lining. I always try and include something positive. A service provider recently told me—
We try as well. Go ahead.
I know, it's hard in these times. But one thing that came out of it is a vendor told me that they were working with the state, they couldn't get the normal paper for their voter registration materials, and they were encouraged to redesign to fit the paper sizes that they had. It was a decades-old form that they were able to revise using best practices in plain language and make their materials easier to comprehend for voters. It's the perfect example of how election administrator professions work. They are continually deprived of resources and services, but try to find the best solution available since the election must go on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Patrick. And I was looking at Secretary Ardoin. I think he's happy that I've not just the Mississippi River that connects Minnesota and Louisiana from the beginning to the end, but also trying to get at this paper issue. So thank you very much. I'm going to start with you, I think, Secretary Chapman. Do you agree that election workers need additional federal protections and resources to ensure safety as well as administrate elections?
Yes, so in Pennsylvania we have 67 counties, and one consensus that we have from most county election directors and county commissioners is the need for additional robust funding to administer elections. So just as an example, before 2020, it cost around $20 million to run an election statewide in Pennsylvania. Since then, that cost, at least to the department, has skyrocketed. We spent around $60 million just as a department alone, and that does not include county costs in 2020. So we implemented mail-in voting in 2019. That increased the cost for counties. They had to buy scanners and tabulators and new equipment to fulfill that need. We've had around 6 million voters in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who have used mail-in voting since it was passed in 2019. So that need for both the federal government and also the state government to partner to support our elections is something critical to support county election administrators and their needs.
And I would think cybersecurity, of which
Yes,
we have
of course.
assisted on the federal level, but
Yes.
we know that that is needed. How about the threats against election workers? Are you continuing to see that in your state?
Unfortunately, we are, and it's a concern that we are taking seriously. And you mentioned partnering with federal partners. We actually had a meeting with DHS, CISA, and other federal partners a few weeks before the primary election with all 67 county election directors to talk about how to report threats, how to mitigate threats. So, we've had very good partnerships with our law enforcement partners, but it's something that we're concerned about. Election officials are your neighbors, they're your friends, they're your families, and they're really just trying to do their job to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voter has the opportunity to exercise their fundamental right to vote. So they really shouldn't be threatened. It's a shame that that's happening.
Thank you for saying that so well, because I know you've had issues in your state, and it's one of the reasons that Senator Warren and I and a number of people on this committee have put together this package for election funding. Mr. Hewitt, I have pushed the social media companies to improve their policies for election-related disinformation, make sure these policies are enforced. While we saw some improvements in 2020, there's still so much progress to be made. What kind of disinformation do you think was particularly harmful in 2020?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Klobuchar. What we saw being harmful was the kind of disinformation that steered people away from trying to vote via certain means or sometimes at all. For example, there are a couple of individuals whom we have sued civilly, and they've also been prosecuted, who set up a series of thousands of robocalls to voters. And they used a narrator who had a voice appearing to sound as if she were an African-American woman. That was the intent, as she may well have been. But the voice on the robocall said, if you vote by mail, the information will be used to track you down to execute outstanding warrants by the police. It will be used to track you down to give the information to creditors for outstanding debts, and it will be used by the CDC to require mandatory vaccinations. So you think about fears in the black community about police misconduct, about economic insecurity, about the Tuskegee experiment, right? Trying to hit all of those pressure points to have a chilling effect on voting by mail, which for some people was a safe and effective means of casting a ballot, especially then and also now. So we saw that through the airwaves. And so we've sued civilly. We've put Facebook, Meta, the other companies on notice as well, but we need more help. We need more help from Congress.
Okay, very good. I wasn't aware of that, so thank you for sharing that chilling story. Ms. Patrick, as a member of the Postal Service Working Group on election mail, do you anticipate any significant mail processing and delivery issues this year? Just answer in maybe 1 minute so I can get to my colleagues.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very quickly, one of the biggest challenges will be the continued utilization of the extraordinary measures that were put in place in 2020, and most specifically knowing whether or not ballots will be kept locally, because ballots kept locally are not postmarked or scanned and can create some issues and challenges for the voters in having their ballots be accepted.
Okay. As you know, we recently passed on a bipartisan basis postal reform to try to help with some of this. I will end with you, Secretary Ardoin. You've raised concerns about supply chain issues that would impact election officials' ability to get sufficient paper for election materials. Senator Blunt and I have agreed that the supplies are needed, and I have urged the Election Assistance Commission to support, we both have, state and local officials confronting these issues. As president of the National Association of Secretaries of State, have you discussed these issues with other secretaries, and are you aware of any strategies that can be helpful in getting election officials needed supplies?
We have discussed these issues on our weekly elections calls, Senator, and what has been urged is through the Sector Coordinating Council which is the private sector of the GCC, Governing Coordinating Council under CISA, they have urged since the beginning of the year every jurisdiction to order their paper as soon as possible and to make certain that they order enough in order to be able to deal with the issues that we have seen just recently in Pennsylvania. I will tell you that in my state, we do a lot of deck checks, as we call them, quality checks to make certain that the printer is doing the job that they are supposed to do. But when you catch a mistake and supplies are at risk, it may jeopardize the ability for folks to utilize that. I think what we are going to promote in Louisiana specifically is that, as you know, we had 2.1 million voters vote in person. In the presidential election, and 93% of those voted in person. And we're going to continue to encourage those to vote in person so that there's enough supply for those individuals who need to vote by mail or absentee to be able to utilize that service.
Thank you very much. Senator Blunt.
Ms. Wilcox, quickly, let's go back to the whole idea of pre-canvassing, which means you can open the absentee or the mail-in envelope. What else do you do? I don't have much time here, so quickly give us a sense of what you do before Election Day and when you actually count in the pre-canvassing environment.
Yes, sir, Senator. Thank you. We actually, as vote by mail is returned to us, we're able to validate the signatures. And starting about 3 weeks before the election, we'll actually open the envelopes and run the ballots themselves through the tabulation machines, processing them, but not releasing any of the results. We know how many we've ran through, so that on election night, when 7 p.m. comes in, the only vote by mail that we're dealing with are those that literally were dropped at our door the last 15 or 20 minutes. So it allows us that huge advantage of reporting results in a timely manner.
And do you have a curative process where if there's not a signature or you wonder about the signature, do you try to do something about that, or do you reject that ballot?
Yes, sir, we do have a cure process. And as soon as we receive a vote by mail ballot back from a voter, and if there's any question concerning the signature, we at that point in time attempt to notify the voter via U.S. Postal. If we've got an email address, we're going to do that. Any other means, letting them know that the signature on their vote by mail ballot may be in question.
And that processing's done in a bipartisan way, just like elections are administered in a bipartisan way?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
Is anybody aware of that count as it occurs, except knowing the fact that the ballot was counted?
We know turnout at that point in time, and that's all we know. You can ask me 2 weeks before the election, and I can tell you that, I've had 37,000 ballots cast, and that could either be at a vote by mail or early voting facility.
And do counties have, you said 3 weeks, do they have the discretion to start when they think they need to start?
Yes, sir. The Miami-Dades of the world, they're going to start 3 weeks. Lafayette County, that has 4,500 voters, they may start only 1 week prior to the election. Yes, we as administrators and canvassing board members have that discretion to fit our personal needs.
Secretary Chapman, did you or your predecessor either want to ask the legislature to give you more pre-canvassing ability?
We have, and all 67 counties are in supportive of it. That's why it's Thursday. Our election was Tuesday, and there's still 50,000 ballots left to be counted because election officials aren't able to start the pre-canvass until 7 a.m. on Election Day.
All right. What do you do on pre-canvassing, Secretary?
Thank you, Senator. As a result of the hurricanes in 2020, we had initiated an emergency process. We have an emergency process in our state that I and the governor can act, and then I have to present a plan to the legislature, and we did provide for that. We have provided for, I believe it was 4 days prior to the election, to start the ballot processing, but not the counting. Counting starts on election day.
And is the legislature always in session, or do you have to present that sometime before the election?
I have to present it before the election, and I have to present it to the two committees with jurisdiction on both sides, and then those committees approve it, and then it goes to a mail ballot of the vote.
And when you have a hurricane 6 days before the election, do you wind up changing polling places?
We do emergency changes, yes, sir.
Do you think you'd have the same ability to do those emergency changes if there was a set of federal guidelines?
No, sir.
How about you, Mr. Wilcox? What do you think you'd lose if there was a federal structure as opposed to a state-by-state structure?
As mentioned earlier, I'm in strong support of local and state control of elections, because the things that work for the state of Florida work very well in the state of Florida. But if we went at a federal legislation, I don't know how you could get a Florida and a Colorado and possibly a Louisiana and fit us all into the same box. We in Florida have decided and worked through what works best for our Miami-Dades, our Lafayettes, and everybody in between, so that it fits and we have those optional pieces to make it for our particular jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Secretary Chapman, what do you think was the problem with these 20,000 ballots that weren't able to be counted on Election Day? Was this a printing error in printing the barcode, and why wouldn't that have come up in some kind of pretest to the system?
Yeah, so that was Lancaster County. It was one county. It was a vendor issue with, misprinting the barcode. So at 7 a.m. when the county started pre-canvassing, they discovered this error that the scanner was not reading the barcode. So that's why they're hand marking the ballot. If we had ample pre-canvass time like Florida, that would have definitely been caught earlier.
Right. And on the paper issue, we don't want this to become the new our next baby formula issue. When you have elections on Election Day, you need to be prepared for them, and I think we're both, and this whole committee is very interested in that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Next up, Senator Warner online, then Senator Cruz, then Senator Padilla. Okay. Senator Warner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and let me just say at the outset, I think we all were a little concerned with some of the folks who've been election deniers who are being nominated around the country, some as recently as this week. I do think, I've been working on a bipartisan basis, and I know the chair has done some great work on at least making sure we get the Electoral Count Act reformed, and I really do hope, whether it comes out of the chairman and the Rules Committee's efforts or out of this bipartisan effort, that we get that Electoral Count Act reform legislation to the president as quickly as possible. I think I want to start my questions with Ms. Patrick. I know you've just recently been at an event, kind of current state of play within the Postal Services. Can you talk a little bit about, if you don't have good coordination between the state and the postal system, how that can interfere in an election? And particularly, I believe there are certain states that their vote by mail ballots actually can't even be processed by the post office's sorting machines. Is that accurate as well?
Thank you so much for the question, Senator. Part of the challenge is that many of the materials that are being produced by election officials don't follow standards and best practices, and they are not automation compatible. So what that means is that they're not able to flow through the normal mail stream and have to be manually processed. They're either too big, or there's so much context and text on the envelopes that they get slowed down in the system and they don't follow those best practices. So those are big challenges. The other big challenge that really conflicts with, quite frankly, common sense, is that we have 19 states that allow for a voter to request a ballot within the time frame that the Postal Service says the ballots should be returned. They recommend ballots be mailed back 7 days before the election, and 19 states allow for a ballot to be requested even up to and including the Monday before Tuesday's election. So that's just not possible for the Postal Service to deliver it in that time frame.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I know, I think some of the extraordinary measures that took place in 2020, making sure that you don't change drop boxes, change post office locations, change mail locations in the weeks leading up, that you have appropriate sweeps, and making sure, again, that absentee ballots are treated as first-class mail. Again, I've been working with Rob Portman on a number of these issues on a fairly isolated but fairly targeted set of reforms to make sure that those Americans that choose to vote by mail aren't inhibited and prohibited. And I do think while we can't mandate a single type of ballot, there ought to be some level of incentives so that those ballots that are voted by mail have some level of standard size, may even be of a different color again, so that post office workers can easily sort and make sure that those ballots are appropriately processed. Mr. Hewitt, I thought your comments about some of these misinformation, disinformation stories are pretty chilling. I would point out to my colleagues that literally today there is a meeting taking place in Washington about misinformation and disinformation that includes parliamentarians from, I think some of our House members are going, but members of the British Parliament, Canadian members of Parliament, members from Australia, New Zealand, and a number of other European countries. This misinformation, disinformation plague is happening across democracies everywhere, oftentimes supported by foreign adversaries, not necessarily where they have got to create the foreign bots that are spreading the misinformation. Oftentimes it's just amplifying misinformation, disinformation that may have been originated, for example, here in America, but it is ongoing and it is a problem, even if DHS with their rollout on their recent board did it is pretty ineptly. This is a problem that we can't move away from. Ms. Chapman, I guess what I want to ask you is, you talked about in your testimony misinformation, disinformation directed towards voters. What about misinformation, disinformation that might be directed towards election workers, local elected officials, and others? How do we guard against that taking place, where suddenly you've got election workers believing misinformation that may candidly affect their ability to do their job as an election official? And are you seeing that start to take place?
In Pennsylvania right now, I think the largest bit of misinformation and disinformation we're seeing is around the elections process itself. So around, for instance, secure ballot drop boxes and whether or not, voters can drop off their ballot, which they can. So it's not really directed at the election workers per se, but more about the process of voting and elections. And at the Department of State, we work very closely with our counties on an education campaign so we can be transparent about what the process is to register to vote, to cast their ballot, and also the options voters have to return that ballot as well.
Well, I guess, again, I know my time's up, but I thank the chair and the ranking member. I know they've worked hard together to try to protect election workers from threats and abuse. I do think the sophistication of some of the misinformation, disinformation, I do think we're going to have to look at those election workers themselves being victims of some of this misinformation, disinformation. How we sort through this is going to take us all putting our heads together. Thank you, Chair Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Senator Warner. Senator Cruz.
Much of our discussions about elections today would make George Orwell blush. Democrats have routinely taken to decrying what they call misinformation and disinformation, by which they mean any information that is politically inconvenient for Democrats. That was illustrated most powerfully by President Biden's Minister of Truth, this new appointee to lead a so-called disinformation board, a government board, who has been a wild-eyed partisan her entire life, who has repeatedly amplified things that were in fact disinformation, things like the bogus and fraudulent Steele dossier she was happy to amplify. She's also advocated silencing and censoring things that were unquestionably true, like Hunter Biden's laptop, which was politically inconvenient to Democrats at the time of the election. Just a moment ago, the senator from Virginia made a reference to election deniers, which is yet another interesting bit of nomenclature that Democrats have adopted. I find it interesting that apparently now Democrats are denouncing Hillary Clinton. They're denouncing Stacey Abrams because Hillary Clinton and Stacey Abrams both maintain the election was stolen from them. Stacey Abrams apparently thinks she is still the governor of Georgia and that no election occurred. And so the hypocrisy that our Democratic friends bring to this issue is truly stunning. Now, Mr. Wilcox, a year ago, 21 Democrat senators sent Attorney General Garland a letter about the, quote, barrage of threats and abusive conduct from those seeking to interfere with the certification of the 2020 election or overturn the results. Now, of course, no election official should be subjected to threats. But many threats to election officials and public officials more generally aren't limited to one side of the aisle. We see Democrats across the country making false claims of voter suppression. For example, President Biden has called Georgia's common sense election law, quote, Jim Crow in the 21st century. This rhetoric, deliberately racially divisive, incendiary rhetoric, can have real consequences. Can you speak, Mr. Wilcox, to how this type of rhetoric and misinformation from the left affects our elections?
I think misinformation, regardless of left or right, is bad for our election institution. You know, my concern and my colleagues' concern as elections professionals is the accuracy, the security, and the ability to vote. Once again, I go back to our statement earlier. We want to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And however that is accomplished is what we want as elections administrators.
So the last major bipartisan examination of voter fraud was the Carter-Baker Commission. This was a bipartisan commission. It was chaired by former Democrat President Jimmy Carter and former Republican Secretary of State James Baker. They produced a report. That report concluded that voter fraud was real, it was a problem, it was persistent, and it needed to be combated. It also put forth a series of recommendations in terms of how to fight voter fraud, things, common sense ideas that the vast majority of Americans support, like photo ID for voting. You need photo ID to get on an airplane, to drive a car. You need photo ID to get a beer, or if you're a teenager, to get into a movie. And yet our Democrat friends routinely filibuster and oppose any efforts to have photo IDs, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of Americans support them. Carter-Baker Commission also talked about one of the most frequent sources of voter fraud is mail-in ballots, that mail-in ballots historically have invited fraud. Now, I will say, unfortunately, we're seeing Democrats across the country pushing for universal mail-in balloting, and it's almost as if Democrats took the Carter-Baker Commission, read the recommendations on how to stop fraud, and inverted them, said, let's do the opposite. Whatever would stop fraud, let's do the opposite, and let's do more of the conduct that produces fraud. You know, we're sitting here in Pennsylvania. We still don't know who won the Republican nomination for senator because we're still waiting on ballots coming in. Many states managed to actually conduct their elections on the day of elections, and yet Democrats keep moving in the direction of election chaos. Secretary Ardoin, some of the witnesses here have criticized laws, like Texas's SB 1, because it slows the expansion of non-traditional voting methods like mail-in voting. Can you tell this committee about the security concerns and fraud concerns potentially posed by mail-in voting?
Yes, Senator. The concern in Louisiana that we have found is that we can't quickly enough process the ballots to make certain that the absentee requests are from the individuals that are actually asking for the ballots. We have to compare signatures, which requires additional equipment for us to be able to electronically do that. Right now, we're doing it eyeball in person. That slows down the process of being able to get individuals their ballots. The concern is, which we passed a law with regards to ballot harvesting. Our concern was that political campaigns, political parties, and nonprofits, 501c3s and 501c4s, and political action committees could manipulate the process and we didn't want to have that happen in the presidential election. So we passed bipartisanly that piece of legislation in a Republican-led legislature, and it was signed into law by a Democratic governor. So we did not have the issues that we've seen around the country, that a lot of harvesting was done in terms of turnout for an election. Because of that, we feel more confident where we are. We make certain that we promote in-person voting. We had 2.1 million votes cast in 2020, and of that, 93% of those were in person. People did not mind standing in lines. It was at the height of COVID for early voting. We have 7 days of 10 hours of voting for early voting, and we have for federal elections a 14-hour voting day. So we've given our citizens ample time to vote in person. And with this shortage of paper, we believe that we should be promoting in-person voting as much as possible. It's also the best way for the voter to make certain that their vote was accurately cast and counted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Cruz. I'm going to turn this hearing in general over to Senator Merkley. Senator Padilla is up next. I know Senator Ossoff is here. And I did want to thank the witnesses because I'm going back to vote. You've been incredible. And I will note, I hope you saw the spirit that Senator Blunt and I bring to this issue. We had disagreements on the Freedom to Vote Act that I strongly believe we should pass. But we agree that there should be some federal funding for elections. We've worked together on that in the past. We believe, as we stated, that election officials, local election officials, should be protected and should not be the subject of threats and violence. And we believe in our democracy and a fair administration of our elections. So with that spirit, and we believe in trying to fix the paper shortage for the secretaries of state, Secretary Erdogan. There's many other things we agree on as well, but we bring that spirit to this hearing as we go forward into another election. So I just want to thank all of you for raising these very important issues. Thank you very much, Senator Padilla, former Secretary of State of the great and large state of California. You're next. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in a similar spirit, I will resist the temptation to engage or escalate partisan rhetoric in this hearing out of respect for the topic at hand, out of respect for the professionalism of the witnesses that are before us, and out of respect, frankly, for the American people, everybody observing this hearing. Mr. Wilcox, I've heard you say a couple of times now, not leading up with a question yet, the catchphrase I've heard far too often here, where we just want to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Sounds good. It's a great soundbite, and it's not your fault, but I've heard it far too often in this committee as a pretext, frankly, from some of my colleagues who, look, I agree. We should be making it easier to vote and harder to cheat. If you look at the policies, if you look at data, we've gotten the harder to cheat part down because voter fraud in America is exceedingly rare. What I get frustrated by is my colleagues forget about the first part, the easier to vote part, because there are proven practices that are secure but can afford eligible voters more opportunities to conveniently register, stay registered, and actually cast their ballot, have their ballot counted. So it's not directed at you, but just sort of a level set for anybody observing this conversation, because I agree, you've all touched on it. Election security and ballot access should not be mutually exclusive. They should not be mutually exclusive. I don't think they are. And as the former Secretary of State of California, proud that the California model, I think, is Exhibit A on how we can do it right. Every voter in America deserves the same protections, the same options for participating in our democracy. Now, there's a lot to unpack in the hearing here today. Appreciate the concerns that have been raised about poll workers, recruitment, retention, training, safety. But I'm not going to ask a question about that. We've talked about that. We'll continue to talk about that. Vote by mail, an expansion of vote by mail, including the security steps in ensuring the integrity of vote by mail, like signature verification, opportunities to cure. I won't get into detail because we have in previous hearings and will continue to have the conversation. Even the value and merit of ballot drop boxes as an additional option for voters to return their ballot. The merits of in-person early voting opportunities that can be done securely and afford additional options for voters to participate. I will have a second question on election disinformation. But I want to talk about just security for a second. Not cybersecurity, not staff training, not voting systems and the guidelines and security standards for voting systems that we should continue to elevate. And not just the merit of paper ballots, but a different angle on the supply chain question that has been raised, specifically about paper. Now, a voter watching at home may say, well, wait a minute, can't you just go to the Office Depot or the local printer and pick up some reams of paper and print ballots? Not voter information guides, not specifically paper as it pertains to printing of ballots. Let me direct it to Ms. Patrick and one of the secretaries, if you want to chime in afterwards, some of the technical requirements that people should be aware of in terms of printing of ballots that voters should be aware of to reinforce their faith in the process, including certification of ballot printers.
Thank you, Senator, and it's a joy to testify before you again. I would say that one of the things to remember is that the sophistication of our tabulation equipment is very high, and because of that, we need a high quality of paper, because we need to make sure that it's pristine paper, it doesn't have filaments, it doesn't have other things that can capture the light and in some way misrepresent a voter's mark as an errant mark, what have you. So you can't just go down to Staples or Office Depot and use any sort of paper. You have to have a specific type of paper that is of high quality, and that is always and traditionally been obtained here in North America from the North American mills. So that's part of the tension, is that it's a very unique paper product. It's a high quality paper product, and in this time when the mills have turned their processing over to corrugation, it's becoming more and more difficult to obtain. Yesterday at the National Postal Forum, many of the providers were telling me that even though they have 26,000-pound rolls, that will blow through in about an hour and a half or 2 hours in their processing plants. So it is of great need.
Right. And as a former Secretary of State, I invite people to search their state's websites and see the public information on what the criteria is for the quality of paper, the certification process, who those certified printers are, and to make themselves less vulnerable to misinformation, like we're looking for bamboo filaments here. And I'll just leave it at that. I think that is critical, and again, for voters to know, it's not just about how clear the print job is to circle the bubble, fill in the bubble, or draw an arrow, or something like that, but the technology on the back end used to accurately count their ballot. I know my time is up, so a question, an ongoing conversation on disinformation. For all the concerns that have been raised, I think there's a unique additional challenge of combating, let alone trying to prevent disinformation and its impact on voters who prefer a language other than English, of which there are many, not just in California, but across the country. Either of the secretaries, can you speak for a minute just on concerns or recommendations on how to battle disinformation for linguistically diverse voters?
Sure, I can take that. Thank you for that question. So in Pennsylvania, we of course follow Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act. And actually, this is the first election where Philadelphia will provide voting materials in Chinese. So we have been working at the Department of State to support Philadelphia County, also statewide, to make sure that all of our voter education information is translated into Chinese, that we are reaching voters where they are, that we're partnering with stakeholder groups. But we also go above and beyond just the languages that we're required to provide language assistance in, and try to also provide it to the most common spoken languages within the Commonwealth. So there is still more work to be done, but we're definitely on the right track to make sure that we are providing education information in every language possible.
Thank you to Secretary Chapman. Before turning back over to the chair, just to acknowledge my experience as Secretary of State in California was the best way to battle the bad information that's out there is to try to get ahead of it with accurate information. We know that misinformation, disinformation doesn't just exist on social media, but is predominantly on social media. And from other hearings and other committees that we've had in Congress, the safety measures in place by social media platforms.
All right, everybody, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will take you out live to Capitol Hill here. You see Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi in just moments going to be holding some remarks talking about the shooting in Buffalo. We will have all of her comments as well as House Democrats speaking as well coming up here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. Thinking out to Capitol Hill, we do have House Democrats talking about the tragedy in the Buffalo mass shooting. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
From that area this morning. His leadership is greatly appreciated in the face of this unspeakable racist attack. It is heartbreaking to stand here today, just days after 10 innocent lives were taken in Buffalo, New York, in a grocery store by a gunman, espousing white supremacy, supremacist views, and hatred towards African Americans. This devastating massacre took me back to June 17th, 2015, when another white supremacist gunned down 9 parishioners at Charleston's historic Emmanuel AME Church. In the intervening years, we have witnessed far too many other acts of domestic terrorism, from a counter-protest in Charlottesville, Virginia, to a synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, to a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, and an Asian-owned nail salon in Atlanta, Georgia. All told, over 200 mass shootings this year. To be sure, all these shootings have not been racially motivated or motivated by hate, but all of them share one thing in common. They are all committed in a country too tolerant of irresponsible regulations of weapons of war and a proliferation of firearms of mass destruction. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act we passed yesterday is long overdue. It would enable the Justice Department, the Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI to prevent, investigate, and prosecute cases of domestic terrorism more effectively. I and many of my colleagues standing with me today know what it is to experience acts of racial hatred and witness events of domestic terrorism. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to white supremacist vigilantes. It impacts all of us. While the gunman in Buffalo was aiming for people who looked like me, others who did not look like me fell victims to this evil act. Shortly after my first meeting with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. back in 1960, I met with one of my professors, Ms. Rosa Harris, to share the Saul to Paul transformation I was experiencing. 2 days later, Mrs. Harris handed me a copy of Dr. King's 1958 book, Stride Toward Freedom. To share one passage from that book, I quote, "True peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act will provide federal agencies with necessary tools to help ensure that peace and justice prevail. But we must do more. We must acknowledge this country has a problem with race. Until we do that, we cannot address the cause of these racially motivated crimes, and we cannot find adequate solutions." And I'm pleased now to yield to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressman Joyce Bader.
Thank you, Whip Clyburn. I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, and I am here today to discuss the replacement theory as a key plank in the Republican platform. I'm here to call out the Republican Party for making the racist replacement theory, yes, a plank in their Republican Party platform. As chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, I called for my fellow Tri-Caucus members and congressional leaders to stand in unity against this white supremacy conspiracy theory that perpetuates the racist, xenophobic, Islamic, and anti-Semitic lie that non-white immigrants are brought here to repopulate majority white countries and disempower white voters. This is a lie. It is a lie that is rooted in old school colorism and eugenic ideology that has already inspired multiple attacks on ethnic and religious minorities. My friends, we cannot be silent. Shootings in an African-American church, a Pittsburgh synagogue, an El Paso shopping center, and a rampage at 3 spas in Atlanta. Time and time again, domestic terrorists are using the Great Replacement theory to justify their slaughter. Right here on Capitol Hill, we hear our Republican colleagues echoing versions of this theory. We must confront it. Let me say it in very clear terms. The Republican leadership is not innocent, and whether they use a dog whistle or bullhorn, they do not get a pass. Last week, we watched an 18-year-old white supremacist and a replacement theorist killer killed 10 people in a mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York. On Monday, 3 people in Korean-owned hair salons in Dallas were gunned by yet another white supremacy replacement theorist. We are seeing the pipeline from racist rhetoric to racist violence. I am asking the American people to join us and to speak out against this, to join us and demand Republicans do as Democrats did last year. So when the American people say to us and ask us, what have we done? What are we fighting for? And when we go home to our districts, we can stand proudly because this speaker, this leadership has done her job. Let me remind you that last year, Democrats passed both the Bipartisan Background Checks Act and the Enhancement Background Checks Act, and you may applaud on that. So lastly, to the Republicans who continue to obstruct gun violence legislation while amplifying the racist replacement theory, I have but one question. Tell me what you say. To the far too many families who have experienced the senseless loss of family members and friends, tell me what you say to the families of Aaron Salter, Ruth Whitfield, Pearlie Young, Catherine Massey, Deacon Haywood Patterson, Celestine Cheney, Roberta Dreary, Marcus Morrison, Andre McNeil, and Geraldine Talley. Tell me, Republicans, what you say. We cannot rest. The Congressional Black Caucus will not rest. We ask all of my colleagues to sign on to the resolution that denounces this. Let's hold people accountable, but let's hold the right people accountable. And that's the Republican Party. Thank you so much. And just in case you didn't know, let me remind you, I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, and I approve this message. And now I have the distinct honor to introduce, speaking today on behalf of KPAC, my friend, my classmate, my colleague, Congressman Mark Takano of California.
Thank you, Joyce Beatty. I am Mark Takano. I am standing in for Chairwoman Judy Chu for the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. And we stand with the Congressional Black Caucus as well as the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. We stand together as the Tri-Caucus to voice our deep, deep condemnation of the radical, extreme, and dangerous ideology of the Great Replacement Theory. It is an insidious combination of racism and anti-Semitism. Replacement theory posits that Jewish people are facilitating the replacement of the white race with people of color. This is absurd, and it is insidious. It's ugly. It's wrong. It's vile. And it was what motivated the act of domestic terrorism in Buffalo. And it's enabled by winks and nods. It's enabled by echoing. It's enabled by amplification by the Republican leadership and many Republicans in Congress and many people who hold powerful platforms that reach out to many, many people in this country. And we must say today, no longer can it be normalized in America. Radical replacement theory cannot be normalized in this country. What happened in Buffalo, unfortunately, is all too familiar in terms of the kinds of attacks that are happening on on communities of color. Just last year, a shooter targeted 3 Asian-owned businesses in Atlanta, Georgia, and killed 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women. It's not enough to continue responding to these attacks at this rate. We must prevent them from occurring in the first place. And I'm glad to be partnering with members of KPAC, the CBC, and the CHC in this important and necessary effort. And let me say this again. This past weekend, 2 mass shootings happened in less than 24 hours of each other, and the Republicans are not doing anything about it, much less saying anything about it, and we need to put and make sure that pluribus remains in the motto, e pluribus unum, out of many one. There are people who want to replace pluribus with something else, and that is just not acceptable. So I'd like to now introduce my good friend and fellow Californian Representative Barragan of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
The Congressional Hispanic Caucus stands in solidarity with our leadership, our tri-caucus partners, and the people of Buffalo today against the hateful, racist violence that took place last Saturday. El Caucus Hispano del Congreso expresamos nuestra solidaridad con nuestros líderes, nuestros socios del Tri-Caucus y la gente de Buffalo hoy contra la violencia audacia y racista que tuvo lugar el pasado sábado. Let's be clear. This was an act of domestic terrorism motivated by hateful and perverse ideology that tears at the soul of our nation. All Americans should reject the hateful lies that pit one race against another, that radicalize us and divide us, and that led to this act of racist violence we saw on Saturday that shattered the lives of 13 innocent members of the Buffalo community, of which 10 of those that were murdered were black. Our Latino community has experienced this same domestic extremism brought on by this hateful theory. In 2019, in our colleague Veronica Escobar's district, a white gunman went hunting for Latinos in El Paso at a Walmart. Like the murderer on Saturday, he was fed hateful lies and disinformation about Latinos and was radicalized by the constant stream of hate. We are seeing radical right-wing terrorism continue to grow. Several Republicans either actively talk about or hint at a validation for this racist replacement conspiracy theory, including in their leadership, while others stand by silently so they don't upset their base. Certain news agencies, alleged news agencies, and the former president, and several of his hate-filled advisors and others on the right continue to peddle this horrific and deadly lie. Those members not actively and loudly denouncing the racist language and actions and talk of invaders changing the electorate in this country, knowingly, full well know that there's potential damage of this violent rhetoric, bear the responsibility for these acts. We demand accountability for those in Congress and in social media that perpetuate this deadly ideology. The President called on Americans to seek a more perfect union, one that embraces the diversity that has made us the strongest and the most dynamic nation in the history of the world. At the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, we embrace this diversity, and we come together with our friends at the Tri-Caucus and all members of Congress to denounce hate in all of its forms. En el Caucus Hispano del Congreso, abrazamos esta diversidad y nos unamos con nuestros amigos del Tri-Caucus y a todos los miembros del Congreso para denunciar el odio en todas sus formas. Gracias. And with that, I would like to introduce my colleague from New York who had this horrific attack happen in his district, Congressman Brian Higgins.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the good people of Buffalo and a grieving neighborhood and community, I want to thank all of you for your words of kindness and compassion. All of us here are in the business of wanting better for our communities, for our nation, and for the world. This was a vile, racist act of terrorism, inflicted on good, innocent people of Buffalo. The shooting started at 2:30 on Saturday afternoon, was over by 2:35. 5 minutes, one shooter with an assault weapon, 10 people dead, 3 people injured, 11 of the 13 people shot were black. The victims were ages 32 through 86. They were mothers and grandmothers, fathers and grandfathers, young adults, good people of faith, a retired teacher, a retired police officer. President Joe Biden and the First Lady were in Buffalo on Tuesday. Our community is grateful for their visit. They are warm, gracious people. They spent generous private time with the families of the victims. Joe Biden knows compassion and empathy because he has known pain and suffering in his own life. The Greeks say that we suffer our way to wisdom. To live is to suffer. To endure the suffering is to give the suffering meaning. It is an unwanted wisdom, but it is wisdom still. Suffering can break people, but can also break them open. It can make them more caring, more sensitive to the suffering of others. After loss, people change. They may not understand what happened or why, but they can be more understanding of others and seek to be better people working to make a better world. So today we mourn the victims of this senseless tragedy. We honor them and celebrate the good lives that they lived. We ask the good Lord to look after them and the family, friends, and communities they left behind. And I ask all of us, as members of Congress, to do better, to fight hate in this world and in this country. Thank you, and I would now like to turn it over to our esteemed Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
Mr. Higgins' statement was one of beauty and unity and kindness and compassion. When we had the moment of silence on the floor the other day, he stood up and said, we have a moment of silence now, but tomorrow our voices will speak out. And that is what has been happening this week. And as we all agree, much more needs to be done. Right away on the floor, we had a Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz anti-Semitism resolution. Yesterday, we had Mr. Schrader's bill to stop domestic terrorism, And here we are now on the steps of the Capitol. We come here when it is of the highest priority. When you talk, Mr. Higgins, of the victims and give their ages, we know there are many, many more victims. A little boy whose father was buying a birthday cake for him in the store. The members of the families of the victims have endless grief. And while we mourn with them and we pray with them, we must do more. We must stop the violence. Part of that is keeping our promise to make sure that we give our children healthy environments in which they can thrive without being fearful of gun violence. We have voted over and over again in the House for background checks for Mr. Clyburn's legislation, the South Carolina loophole. We will not rest until the job is done, and we want the victims of gun violence to know that. But all of this is compounded by the replacement theory. It's an extremely alarming and despicable idea, and it must be rejected by anyone who claims to embrace our American ideals. It's spread by social media algorithms, where people find people who think the way they do in an evil way, promoted on top television networks, yes it is, and trafficked, as has been mentioned here, by leading political figures. Why isn't everyone in this Congress?
Live Now from Fox will be back in just 2 minutes. Some of you are going to see this commercial break as we look at Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi talking in Capitol Hill about the Buffalo mass shooting. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We bring you top stories, headlines from all over the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We're going to go out to breaking news out of Washington State. A really tragic situation going on there where police reports that an 8-year-old shot his 9-year-old brother. Let's go out right now to Fox 13's Dan Griffin with the very latest, who is on scene for us right now. Dan.
Well, I can tell you, Mike, that it's certainly a somber scene here. We're in Federal Way, Washington, just outside of Seattle. Neighbors have been standing outside of this apartment complex here just watching. You can see one of the cruisers here right now, but we've also seen an officer going in and out of this building here marked M. From what we understand, it was just before 8 this morning when an 8-year-old boy shot his 9-year-old brother while handling a handgun inside the apartment where they live. Now, it's not clear what was going on. Was he playing with the gun? Did he just pick it up? We just don't know that at this point. But we do know that police tried to give first aid to that 9-year-old boy. He was airlifted to Harborview Medical Center, one of the best hospitals in our region here. His condition is not known at this point, but we do know that detectives from the Criminal Investigations Section are here. They are working to try to get to the bottom of what happened here, and we know that neighbors are also just paying attention to the coming and going of police officers and hoping for the very, very best. And again, we're here watching the movement and trying to get more information about what happened, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. Mike?
Yeah, Dan, such a fluid situation and such a sad update right there to begin with. Any idea as far as the investigation continues? It looks like you still got police there on the scene. Is there any more that we can't see at this point?
No, not really. To be honest, this is a pretty small scene that we're looking at. When we pulled up here, we only saw the one cruiser. We don't see, normally you'll see crime tape or you'll see medical vehicles. You'll see a number of police vehicles. This one police vehicle that we're seeing is the only one that we've seen here at the complex. And the officer who has been here has been focused on this one building. But again, there is not major yellow crime tape or a huge response here at this hour.
All right, Dan Griffin reporting for us just outside of Seattle there with Fox 13. Thanks so much for that update, and we'll be looking forward to additional ones throughout the day. We appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox, always bringing you top stories, headlines from all over the country. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. As we're taking you out to Eagle, Wisconsin, officials talking about an explosion that happened at a business. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Utilizing with boats, particularly in the aluminum realm. On arrival, as the sheriff said, Eagle was here within 2 minutes with their police department. The fire department was here just under a minute after that with their fire chief arriving, who is the current incident commander. His name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Kugel, K-U-G-E-L. On arrival, the chief ascertained that they did have active fire within the building. They did have reports of injuries, and he ordered all of the occupants out as soon as they could exit, which they were already underway doing. As the sheriff said, the Eagle Police Department as well as the Waukesha Sheriff's Department assisted in that evacuation, and that also went on to cover the local elementary school as well as this entire industrial park. There still is a wish for all of the area community that are within a 1 mile radius of this incident to please shelter in place, as far as be in your home, have your windows shut, and do not have your air conditioning running so that it's bringing in outside air. There is no danger to the community. There is no hazardous materials here. It's just that it's a smoke issue, so no one has to worry about that. If you have been in the area and have received that on your cell phone, that means that you are under that, and if you have not received it, then you're not. But if you're about a mile away, that's something that's important. This has been a defensive fire, the entire fire attack, which means that the firefighters were never able to go inside of the building. There was significant structural collapse prior to firefighter arrival due to what occurred inside. What did occur inside is still under investigation, but we do know that the metal frame building was affected greatly regarding its integrity, and firefighters are not able to go in. This is an area without water as far as fire hydrants, so all of the water is being moved by water tenders, which you see going past us right now. This incident has gone to the 5th alarm for the MABUS system, which is mutual aid box alarm system. We have units that are coming from as far away as Kenosha County and as north as Milwaukee and up into Washington. That is, again, primarily not due to the firefight itself, but because of the massive amount of water that is having to be used to extinguish it. We have at this time 6 injuries. We have 3 civilian injuries. 1 is considered serious that was transported to a local hospital, 2 that were treated on scene. We have 3 firefighter injuries, 1 that was transported to a local hospital in good condition, and 2 that are treated on scene. Many difficulties were encountered with this incident that encompass primarily a fuel farm that was within the facility, comprised of diesel and also liquid petroleum. We did have multiple explosions during the firefight, and that is something that we're still working with now. So if you do see anything like that, it's expected, but it's certainly nothing that we would wish you to get any closer to than you are right at this time. We're getting water from 3 separate locations, be it the Eagle Municipal System as well as 2 area lakes. The evacuation is continuing, and the cause right now is remaining under investigation until we have more information on that. Does anyone have any questions regarding the fire side of it before we turn it over to the property owner?
Well, the fire itself, did that result in an explosion at that moment, or was the fire something that initiated an explosion afterwards?
We believe that both of those are actually true. So there was an explosion very quickly after the initial call of fire, and those subsequent explosions continued for approximately 30 minutes after the firefighter and law enforcement arrival.
You guys are still bringing water in from all over the place. How long do you anticipate this to go on?
So right now we're anticipating that this will likely be at least another 8 hours as far as the water that's being brought in. It's a metal building that, because of the integrity that has been lost regarding the structure, excavators have arrived on location, and we're going to start using those to be able to get into the structure and deliver water more effectively to where the fire is still burning. There have been reports that the fire is out. That is not true. We're unable to get to the fire because of the collapse within the structure.
And Assistant Chief, where in the structure have you been able to pinpoint to this time in terms of the likely origin of the fire?
That we just don't know right now. There was a fire throughout the building very quickly.
The extent of the injuries and how many people right now are in the hospital?
We have 2 people in the hospital. 1 is serious.
And the others? The extent?
The other 4 were remaining on scene. The other one was minor that was transported. Firefighter issues have been primarily heat exhaustion. The injuries sustained by the workers here were primarily due to the fire.
And where were they injured? In the building and on their body?
As far as in the building, on the body, that wouldn't be something that we talk about.
Talk about just the difficulty with, as you were mentioning, not having fire hydrants out here and just the massive response that we've seen all morning.
So this is an area that is certainly very used to having issues with water just because of not having fire hydrants. And when it's often said that 20 or 30 or 40 fire departments responded to a fire, oftentimes it's hard for people to understand why so many agencies had to come, and only one water tender will come from each fire department. So it's a tremendous drain on area resources as well if we would have another issue that would happen in the nearby county area for them to be able to adequately extinguish their problem. So that's why the burden is spread out amongst multiple agencies, and that's why it goes so far, and that's why it's gone down, as I said, down into Kenosha County now.
Any idea how many truckloads or gallons of water have been used to this point?
I don't have a total gallons right now. We believe that we're just at about 30 tankers that are operating, and then we have a little over 100 personnel.
Do you know how many people were inside at the time? How many people were inside at the time?
Sheriff, I believe you said before that it was 24. They've all been accounted for. And the owner has confirmed that multiple times. Those people have since gone home if they're able, and have removed themselves from the scene.
And those 24, where do they work? When firefighters can't get inside.
I'm sorry?
What did the evacuation look like? Since firefighters couldn't get inside to help people out.
People were very anxious to exit the building on their own. So the fire and law enforcement found that everyone had exited as they were arriving or were almost completing the process of the same.
Is there any expected impact on the local water supply in terms of residents near the area having issues with the water in their homes as a result of all the water used here?
As far as the people in Eagle and people who have water that is not from a well, if you're on a well, this won't affect you at all. If you receive municipal water in the village or town of Eagle, you're going to notice that you may have a little bit of a tinge to the water. That is just because it's filling so quickly back into the water tower. We have no information right now that there's any issues regarding the quality of the water, but that's something we're also looking at so that we can make sure the community knows.
And you had 30?
The fire is still ignited, so it will be out by the time we leave. The issue right now is just the fact that we can't get to it because of the metal that's on top of it from the roof.
So how many water trucks did you have? 30 you said, or 10?
We have about 30. This would be one of the Kenosha County assets that was called. So after the 5 alarms of mutual aid were exhausted, then they went into that area, and that's where you see multiple tankers coming for that, and that's who's arriving right now.
And Assistant Chief and Sheriff, where were those 24 people? Where were they assigned normally? Would they have been in one section of that building that's now no longer having any integrity?
I don't have that information. A business owner may be able to share that or may have an interest in sharing that, but I don't have that.
So, and again, once the incident occurred, they had quickly removed themselves outside, and including the people who had become injured were also outside on firefighter arrival.
Can you just talk a little bit about how hard it was for firefighters to really get to the bottom of what started this fire and put it out?
This has been a exterior fire the entire time, which is what we classify as defensive. When you see firefighters go inside with hose lines, that's called offensive. It's the determinant back and forth. It was understood that everyone had exited when they arrived. The owner did a fantastic job with his management team to assure that they understood everyone had gotten out, and he placed the importance on his employees far before that of the business. So the initial resources that were committed to this, as far as fire and law enforcement, were tasked with making sure that they were addressing the injuries that had occurred while they were simultaneously starting the firefight, and that's what Kettle Moraine Fire District did. They were very successful on getting water on the fire almost immediately on their arrival. It's just that fire had spread throughout the building so significantly that they realized that they needed more assistance relatively quickly because of this being an area where you have to bring water in.
Where are the injured firefighters right now?
One is in a local hospital. 2 others are still on scene. It's all been heat exhaustion, and the other 2, after being treated, were able to go back to work.
3 firefighters, 6 civilians, is that right?
3 firefighters, 3 civilians, 6 total. Correct. Any other questions that we didn't cover? As of right now, no. But we're doing our best to get more information on that. We'll update you at 1:30 if we have anything further on it.
We had heard there was a broken leg. Is that a serious injury?
That would be something that I wouldn't be able to comment on just because of the medical treatment that was provided to that person.
And the timeline, one more time, of the fire and the explosion. Can you lay out that timeline one more time?
Our understanding is that from the fire and the explosion that started this initial call were essentially simultaneous. So whatever occurred and when it was reported, we did receive multiple calls on this. So there were individuals who were perceiving the incident in various ways, but we know that there was a substantial amount of fire as well as explosions that were occurring at the time that those 911 calls were being made. But again, we can't speak highly enough on the leadership from the owner of the facility as well as the individuals who are working within it and their immediate action that they took to get people out and to get fire and law enforcement on the way here.
The civilians, were they taken to Milwaukee? What hospital?
It's a local facility right now, but we're not going to disclose where that is.
Will workers and students in the area be able to return to work at school tomorrow?
Absolutely. In fact, we have it to the point now where everyone is still able to remain undergoing commerce within the industrial park now. They were evacuated for a little bit, but they're back.
But the elementary school students were evacuated at Palmyra?
They're home for the day. So they either went home directly from the elementary school or they went to, as the sheriff said, to Palmyra High School and then were brought home from their guardians from that location. Obviously no injuries with any of them or any issues to anyone other than who was directly involved in this incident. It was purely precautionary on the point of Chief Kugel to make sure that people were out of the area so that we didn't have to worry about anything happening to them. Anything else? With that, I'll go ahead and let the owner of the business talk, and we'll remain available if you have any further questions.
Hi, I'm Larry Chapman. I'm the owner of Somerset Marine Construction. Obviously, it's a very unfortunate day for our company, but first and foremost, I want to thank God for keeping our employees safe and for getting them out safely, and the firefighters as well. I mean, they've valiantly battled this fire here today, and very unfortunate situation. And we'll get to the bottom of what happened, but for right now, I'm thankful to God that everybody's alive. It looks like everybody's going to be okay with our employees. That's what I'm thankful for first and foremost, and we're going to get through this. It's a tough time for our company, but we will buckle down and persevere and make sure that people can provide for their families and our customers are taken care of. Again, I'm thankful to God for protecting everyone and everybody in our life.
Were you here, or how fast were you able to get here?
I was here immediately right after. I was actually on my way when it happened.
What was it like driving up to see what was happening?
Can't really put it into words. Very, very disheartening.
Larry, your workers who were inside, we were told 24 workers, were they in a particular part of the plant working on a particular job? Is that why you had that number on shift there?
Well, we own a manufacturing facility as well as we do maintenance on equipment and other things. Yeah, that's about generally what we have in the shop on a given day.
And they just immediately recognized, they saw the smoke, they heard the explosions?
Oh, it was a very succinct explosion that turned into a fire. It was pretty obvious, and they all got out, and one of our employees was very heroic and dragged 2 of them out right away, and very thankful for that as well.
Because they were overcome, the 2?
Yeah, well, the concussion from the blast was very tough. You know, yeah.
The person who was seriously injured, just some basic information, age, where he's from?
Yeah, he's a younger guy. He's got a broken femur. He's in surgery. He's expected to recover fully, but obviously not a great situation. But we're just so thankful that he's alive.
Have you been in touch with them personally?
Yes, I've been in touch with his parents. He was in surgery, obviously, so that wasn't. I would be if I could be, but you know. Yeah.
Where does your company go from here?
Well, that's a good question. We're going to have a meeting today as an executive staff, and we do have a location in Madison that we can rely upon. We'll also we have a lot of contacts in the community where we're going to try and find a temporary location and keep moving.
How big is the company as far as the size of employees, and how long have you been
Yeah, we've got about 60 to 80 employees with both locations. We've been around since 1990. It's a long-standing business community, and we look forward to providing jobs and continue to provide jobs for people and stay healthy. And we'll get through it. It's only stuff. We're just glad everybody's healthy and happy, and not happy, but alive.
How many work at this location?
At this location, we have 61 employees.
So there potentially could have been more people impacted by this thing?
No, about half of our employees work out in the field.
What time does the shift start? This shift that was here?
6 to 6:30, depending on exactly what it is.
Do you guys do training for stuff like this in case of accidents?
Absolutely. Yeah, we just did safety training. We're all over safety. And we're not sure what happened. We're going to get to the bottom of it, and we're going to rectify what the situation is and move forward.
Do you know what the last fire inspection was?
I do not.
Did you have an explosion as well, Lauderdale Lakes? By
No,
chance?
no, that was a different company. That was a completely different company. So, yeah.
You've got welding products in there. You got propane tanks. I mean, do you know anything about the cause of what?
No,
sparked
we
this?
don't know yet. Yeah, that we don't know. We'll get to the bottom of it. Like I said, I'm sure more will come out later. But at this point, we know there was an explosion. We know everybody's alive, which is most important, and we'll figure out the details as we go here.
Can you spell your first and last name for us?
Larry, Larry, Chapman, Chapman. I am.
You're watching Live Now from Fox there. We're getting an update there on that explosion at the business, a construction business where 6 people were injured, including 3 firefighters, and 1 was hospitalized, but we learned that they are in good condition, so that is the best case scenario for this situation. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thanks again for joining us here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, the very latest updates from the war in Ukraine.
More than 100,000 service members to our collective defense and the Assure and Deter efforts. We've also resumed training for our Ukrainian partners. The bottom line, NATO resolve and unity is as great as it's ever been. The performance of our Ukrainian partners facing this aggression has been very, very impressive. Thank you. And I'll now flip it over to our SAC-T Commander, Philippe Levine.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Transformation is about adaptation of our armed forces and our capabilities to meet the new strategic realities. But it is also vital for being able to tackle the challenges of the future. Transformation is not only technology, it is innovation, it is a mindset change, it is people and their new skills. The Russian aggression in Ukraine and the consequences that war produced for the security of the Euro-Atlantic area is an additional trigger to accelerate the path of transformation. We are, first of all, convinced that we have to continue with building our capacity to engage and be able to operate in multi-domain operations. That means that to operate effectively and efficiently in all 5 operational domains, land, sea, air, space, and cyber. And this is both a strategic challenge and an opportunity. It is a challenge because we have to develop the ability to deal and synchronize with multiple actors, military, governmental, civilian, and industry. And it's also an opportunity because we will be stronger together. And digital transformation, one of my priorities, which is essentially about digitally transforming the whole NATO, is expected to make us, the alliance, more agile and even more coherent. And this digital transformation is the most important enabler of multi-domain operation. A digitally transformed alliance will be better capable of understanding the environment by ensuring better situational awareness. And this will allow us faster decision-making and to benefit from synergy of data sharing. Digital transformation will, in short, enable us to be stronger by harnessing the power of multi-domain operations. It is the way to respond to this renewed grid power competition, the ongoing information technology revolution, and weaponization of space and cyber by our competitors and potential adversaries. And my belief is that this transformation must accelerate today. Our 30 nations have already validated this transformation that will allow us to preserve the alliance core added value, the interoperability. We are stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now take questions. We're going to start with Deutsche Welle.
Hi, thank you. Terry Schultz with Deutsche Welle and National Public Radio. General Walters, we've just learned that Generals Milley and Gerasimov have had a phone call. For you, what's the most important priority that can be discussed in a call after such a long time that there hasn't been such communication? And Admiral Bauer and anyone else who would like to speak, with perhaps a delay in the accession negotiations and possibly even the accession of Finland and Sweden, on the military side, what preparations do you perhaps need to adjust if these two countries are not going to be coming into under NATO's command? Do you feel need to be adjusted? Not that you will have to as NATO, need to be adjusted to make sure that these potential allies will be safe before Article 5 applies to them? Do you see any dangers for them in Turkey continuing to block accession negotiations? Thank you.
I'll just go ahead and take the first part. I think what we all want the most is for diplomacy to come to the forefront. And if that conversation took place, it is my hope as a result of that conversation we get one step closer to achieving a diplomatic solution.
With regard to Finland and Sweden, I mean, their accession request is just in. And there's a normal process where the nations are looking at that request. And then there's a sequence of things that need to be done. And at some stage, we are at the point where the nations need time for ratifying, if all the nations agree to those two countries to join, then a time period starts where we need to ratify the treaty within the 30 allied nations. And then during that time, basically, it is important that, of course, the two nations have security assurances, which is not the same as Article 5 because they're not a member yet. And as we all know, there's a number of nations or groups of nations that have basically already talked and agreed to assist Finland and Sweden and to provide them with that assurance.
Okay, thank you very much. Al Jazeera.
James Bay's Al Jazeera, it's following up on that. I'd like the perspective from the three of you, as we've got the top generals in the room, on those two new candidate countries from a military perspective. What do they bring to the alliance?
Well, I'll be more general in my remarks. Finland and Sweden are our closest partners, and for a couple of years already. So in that sense, we are used to work with them in terms of our exercises in several operations. Those nations have contributed to operations of NATO. It is about interoperability, it is about connectivity, it is about modern capabilities that the nations have. So I think they bring a lot, and this is a logical sort of continuation of that relationship. So in general, I would say it is good news.
And I would just add, our NATO military strategy promotes comprehensive defense and shared response. And these are two nations that are very skilled in promoting deterrence. So in all domains, as you would expect from a military perspective, in air, land, sea, space, and cyber, we will be able to share tactics, techniques, and procedures with Finland and Sweden. They will be able to share with us. And there are unique regional aspects that they have more expertise on than we've seen in the past. And the sharing of those tactics, techniques, and procedures will enhance the overall deterrence capability of NATO.
Thank you very much. Politico?
If I may, just as you say, expertise, modern tools. They've got also innovation in their armed forces. They've got a strong defense industry also. So for NATO is of course very important, and they have they've got center of excellences, so they can bring a lot of expertise in their domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Lily Bayer from Politico. How are you balancing calls from Baltic and Black Sea countries for a larger NATO footprint in their areas? Can the alliance beef up presence in both areas?
Again, we have a NATO military strategy, and from that strategy, we constructed a concept called the Concept for Deterrence and Defense of the Euro-Atlantic Area. It ensures that we're balanced in all regions and in all domains. And we've certainly been practicing that concept over the course of the last 3 years to ensure that for every deterrence gain that we have in one point, we look for vulnerabilities in others to ensure that across the board in all regions and in all domains, we're applying the appropriate forces to support NATO as a defensive alliance to ensure that we have comprehensive deterrence. And that obviously applies in the Mediterranean, in the North, in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Baltics, in the Black Sea, and certainly in all domains. And we'll continue to do so in the future, and that is exactly what the Concept for Deterrence and Defense of the Euro-Atlantic Area calls for.
And to add to that, in terms of the general discussion, it is a response, basically, to the changed posture of the Russian Federation in Belarus and in Ukraine. And that's what the leaders talked about already in terms of a change of our posture that needs to be looked at, and that's what we're doing.
Thanks for the question. Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg. I understand the allies are discussing changes to the long-term defense posture, and I'm wondering how that might change if Finland and Sweden do become members. And secondly, are you considering positioning any sort of permanent NATO bases or even nuclear weapons in those countries if they do become members? Thank you.
We're excited about the potential accession of Finland and Sweden. And when it comes to posture, one of the luxuries that we have in NATO is a very, very gifted exercise program that's been tried and tested over and over again. And one of the agreements that is certainly going to come into play is when we do have the official accession, as we start that process, militarily we will begin to exercise together, and we will find out where we may have some seams and vulnerabilities, and we'll be able to use these exercises to improve upon some of these potential vulnerabilities capabilities so that as we go forward, we're a stronger 32 than we were in the past as a result of heavy and comprehensive exercising.
And it's important, NATO is consisting of 30 sovereign nations. So every nation decides for itself whether or not it wants more troops.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on LiveNOW from Fox.
NATO is forcing onto nations. It is a combination of requests from nations and a discussion who is going to help those nations if they have that request. So one of the discussions we will have if Finland and Sweden will become a member is whether they actually want that. So because we are not forcing anything on anyone. This is a discussion amongst sovereign states.
And if I may add something, and we already mentioned the word of interoperability. And of course, we are working, and we've got already some exercise with Finland and Sweden, and so they are very interoperable. But we will continue to progress in that domain in order to make them more interoperable. I mean, it's not only a question of technology, or it's also a question of education of the people, and of course the training. In order then 30 plus 2 will be more than 32.
Thank you very much. Financial Times.
Hi, Valentina Bob with the Financial Times. I think my question is for General Walters. It's more of a maritime question, so bear with me. In terms of this new rebalancing that you've talked about, and you said that we are covered in the north and the south and the Mediterranean, Black Sea and Baltic Sea. Specifically in the Black Sea, do you see a role for NATO, if not as an organization, but maybe NATO member states, naval forces, to perhaps escort cargo ships that are blocked now because of the Russian aggression, and this whole blockade is contributing to the rise in food prices around the world. Do you see a role perhaps there for, if not for NATO, then for member states? Maritime forces. Thank you.
Certainly member states have the right to make their own decisions about how they would like to apply their maritime forces. As you well know, in previous years and previous months in the Black Sea, many nations have traversed. They are international waters. They will continue to be international waters. In NATO, we're always concerned about the right to passage in international waters and international airspace, not just in the Black Sea, but in the Mediterranean, extending all the way to the Atlantic, all the way back around to the Arctic, back into the Baltic Sea. So the comprehensive utilization of safe passage in the maritime is important to all of us. And from a NATO perspective, we'll continue to promote that in all quadrants and in all regions, certainly from the Black Sea as it extends to the Mediterranean, to the Arctic, back to the north.
Thank you very much, Yuri Shiko, Ukrainian service of Deutsche Welle. As you talked today to Ukrainian Chief of Defense, so can you tell us your military assessment of the current situation on the battlefield? How long do you expect Russia to be able to continue the current offensive push on Donbass, and when do you expect maybe Ukraine to be able to start a counter-offensive to liberate its territories? It's a question to both Admiral Bauer and General Walters. Thank you very much.
Well, we all have our opinion about what is taking place, and I would just tell you that most of us look at the situation as it currently exists, and we use the term grinding. What we're very concerned about is Ukraine being able to achieve their sovereignty and their independent state. And as the campaign continues, what is most important to us is our support to the Ukrainian armed forces, and that will continue.
But what it also shows is the tremendous morale that the Ukrainian forces have, and the importance of morale. So it is not only about capabilities, technology, weapons, but it is about the will of people to fight for their own nation, whereas the Russian soldiers, many of them probably don't even understand why they are there. And that is a huge difference when it comes to the success of the military. It is not only missiles, ammunition, capabilities. That is important to continue the fight, as General Walters talked about. It is about being able to continue to fight in terms of the support. But if you are unable to understand and to explain why you are fighting, that's a huge difference from the Ukrainian soldiers that actually fight for their existence. And that's actually what we saw happening and what General Zaluzhny was talking about.
Victor Numlin from the Swedish news agency TT. We go back to Sweden and Finland and the challenges that Sweden and Finland brings in. I mean, it's two quite big countries, big geographic area, and you have the archipelago, you have the forest, you have the very cold area. So what kind of challenges do that bring to NATO, and how much are you going to practice this fighting?
We look at those attributes that you just described as tremendous opportunities to improve our ability to comprehensively deter. And we've, as you well know, we've had a very robust exercise program, an activities program, and an investment program with Sweden and Finland from a NATO perspective for a very long time. We expect to thicken those engagements over time, and we expect to do that in certain areas based off what we perceive as the potential vulnerabilities that could exist. And that will occur after we have deep and long consultation with our military partners in Sweden and Finland to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music about how we should target our exercises for all of us to go forward in a more productive path in the future. But we're very, very excited. And with respect to those attributes, those are exciting attributes that Sweden and Finland are going to teach us a lot about.
Okay, and then we're just about ready for the final question.
Hello, Nagayo Taniguchi from Japanese media. Today you have 4 guests from Asia Pacific. I wonder if this is only an ad hoc visit, or would it be more or less becoming more institutionalized in coming years? Secondly, the communique that I have received, it says you discuss regional developments. Could you elaborate what kind of discussions and priorities were discussed in a more concrete way? And does regional implies what kind of geographical concept? Does it include Africa, perhaps Middle East, West, these other regions, a bit wider than we have a concept of the Asia Pacific? Thank you.
First and foremost, this is not a coincidence that we're talking to these nations. So for a longer time, those 4 nations, Japan, Republic of South Korea, New Zealand and Australia, are partners of NATO. And the fact that they are not every time here in every meeting is for a reason, because they are not part of the Euro-Atlantic area, which is our operations area, so to say. But the interesting thing of the discussions we had is that there is a lot of similarities when it comes to the challenges of those nations. They are challenged in a different way than we, but to exchange those experiences is what we did basically. And I think to learn from each other when it comes to the rules-based international order and the challenges that both NATO nations and the 4 nations that visited us today is in many ways similar. And so we learn from each other. I visited the Republic of South Korea in April. I will visit Japan very soon, in early June. So this is a commitment of both those nations and of NATO for a longer term.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good evening. This concludes the press conference.
All right, so everyone, wrapping up there. We do want to continue to bring you more news. This just coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Moments ago, Senate has approved that $40 billion Ukraine package. The vote was 86-11. All Democrats who casted their ballots voted yay. All the nays came from some of our Republicans. The House and Senate have now aligned. They have passed this through. The bill goes on to President Biden for signature. Live Now from Fox, always staying on top of the latest, coming to you from across the country. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. Since we've been talking about Ukraine and the war, the latest developments, especially as we are getting up there near day 100, that will be coming around the corner faster than we even know it. Right now, we do have still a lot of union members, United Nations members, that is, who are speaking about the very latest on the war. Right now, you can see we do have our Russian representative who is speaking. Obviously, do want to let our viewers know what they have been saying versus what everyone else who's been part of the United Nations Security Council has been saying has been completely opposite. Obviously, still trying to fuel all of the lies that they've been giving to their own people as to why this war has started, why they continue to fight in Ukraine. So I do want to listen into this here for a little bit with the Russian representative right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Supplies or greater stores of maize, but the main purchasers weren't countries on the verge of food insecurity, but rather states from the European Union that buy more than a third of the volume. In this context, the calls that we've seen from Western officials to increase the exports from Ukraine, honestly, they give rise to some bewilderment on our part. It's clear that the situation with Hungary and Ukraine should be bracketed. This is something that the Kiev authorities should think about. But there's another logical question, which is that where do these deliveries go, and what relation do they have to food insecurity in the world? Once again, I'd like to ask David Beasley, have the humanitarian deliveries of Ukrainian grain through the World Food Line taken place this year since February? As far as we know, they haven't. But grain, if you believe the statements of Western politicians and data from the media, are being carried out of Ukraine actively using railways and using barges on the Danube. But where is this grain going? We have reason to suspect that this grain is not being used to feed the hungry in the global south, but is being stored in grain storages of a number of different European countries. Thus, as we understand it, Ukraine is paying for deliveries of Western weapons in this way. Something also happened in the history of Ukraine. In February 1918, according to an agreement with the government with its central Rada, German and Austrian troops came into Ukrainian territory allegedly to defend it from Soviet Russia. In exchange, Kiev committed to delivering to Berlin and Vienna foods, and as a result, some 37,000 wagons of supplies were exported. I would be grateful if our Western colleagues, first and foremost the United States and the European Union, could comment on this version of grain for weapons, which many experts are talking about, if they could publicly reject that claim, and also if they could at the same time explain how these deliveries help to anchor the global food security. In conclusion, I'd like to comment on two statements from the Secretary of State. He accused Russia, in terms similar to the siege of Leningrad, of blockading Mariupol and causing hunger there. There is a great number of witnesses, of citizens of Mariupol themselves, that saying that their food was taken away, according to fascist tradition, by the Azov battalion. We are trying to help the Syrian people, but our opponent didn't hear what we were doing. And the last thing, the United States is calling for collective action and mentioned yesterday's meeting of ministers on the food crisis. This is very illustrative, and it illustrates the United States' attempt, instead of having a unilateral measure, to form a coalition on interests where the situation is resolved by the United States, rather than looking at a solution for all. Thank you.
In my capacity as president, and the rules of protocol require that I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement, I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Dondieu, and Ms. Minka for their briefings. The figures speak for themselves. 2022 will hit a new low when it comes to people living in food insecurity resulting from conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, and climate change. The regions of the Sahel, Lake Chad, South Sudan, the Horn of Africa, Yemen, Syria, or even Afghanistan are on the front lines. But Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is also a war against global food security. It has led to increased risk of famine worldwide. Russia would have us believe, including just a moment ago, that it is sanctions adopted against it which are destabilizing global food security. But let's be clear. There is no sanction targeting the food sector. Russia alone is responsible. It is an unjustifiable and unjustified war carried out by Russia, which is preventing Ukraine from exporting its agricultural production, is destabilizing global supply chains and leading to price hikes, endangering access to foodstuffs for the most vulnerable, and it is ongoing fighting which threatens food activity in Ukraine and future harvests. Mr. President, given the global food insecurity, the most effective response is the immediate cessation of Russian hostilities and the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukrainian territory. Exports of foodstuffs by sea must resume from Ukrainian ports, today blocked as a result of the war. We call on Russia to provide necessary guarantees to that end. France supports the Secretary General's efforts leading to the export of these foodstuffs, as well as initiatives taken by the European Union to transport food by land. We must strengthen international cooperation in order to counter the risk of famine and prevent the devastating fallout of this war, and that is why France fully supports the initiative of the Secretary General through the UN Global Crisis Response Group. This is also why France, as President of the Council of the European Union, launched the Farm Initiative, Food and Agriculture Resilience Mission, endorsed by the European Council. It is aimed at better regulating markets, guaranteeing supply to most vulnerable countries, and promoting sustainable food systems. We call on all public and private actors to join in this initiative. Mr. President, France will continue to increase its financial contribution to food aid, which this year will reach 114 million euros. That's a 241% increase since 2018. We are also mobilized through our contributions to international organizations and projects carried out by civil society, as well as action by the French Development Agency. France will continue to work to counter the negative impact of the war waged by Russia against Ukraine on global food security. Thank you.
All right, once again, we've been listening in with the United Nations Security Council. They are continuing that conversation, an important one that does affect a number of countries around the world. Food security. Again, we have been reporting before Ukraine, a big developer and agriculture community there. And of course, with the war happening, a lot of products not only leaving the country, but also we can't help get products into the country as well. So a lot still to come here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories coming to us from across the United States. Want to just mention, too, as we take a live look at the White House, President Biden not there, and First Lady Jill Biden also not there. We'll be giving you more details on that, plus some of the latest press conferences from Capitol Hill, right here in Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look again at the White House, and neither the president or First Lady going to be seen there for multiple days. So First Lady Jill Biden on a Latin American tour for the next 6 days to help kind of iron out some of the relationships of the United States with countries like Ecuador, while the president, well, he's headed to Anchorage, Alaska, where they are going to refuel Air Force One ahead of his trip over to Asia. So, of course, Live Now going to be keeping track of the president's trip overseas and bringing you all of the events that we are able to. You can make sure to follow us and make sure to go and subscribe if you haven't yet to all of our social media platforms. So, with that being said, and since we were talking about Capitol Hill, I want to take us into some more press conferences that have taken place earlier here today. We did have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She was giving one of her weekly press briefings on a number of topics. We know that Democrats already this morning have had a press conference outside of Capitol Hill talking about abortion rights. We've also had this baby formula crisis happening across our country. So let's go ahead, get into that press conference and see what topics is discussed this time around.
And we're so pleased that we're proceeding in such a strong bipartisan way with the Competes Act. It's a transformational bill for America. It will make us independent, will make us self-sufficient, and so that consumers can benefit from that. Right now, there's a lobbying effort going on. The Chinese Communist Party is having a big lobbying effort going on, but we are confident that we will be able to pass the bill, and hopefully we can do so in time to celebrate our new independence on 4th of July. Again, we have an expeditious timeline, but we're hoping that that will work. As we gather, we are pleased that the Senate will soon follow the House's lead in passing the $40 billion supplemental funding bill for Ukraine. This funding will make an immediate and substantial difference in Ukraine's fight with funds for security, weapons, humanitarian assistance, food, giving them the opportunity to sell their food abroad, humanitarian assistance also to get food to people who need it in Ukraine, economic assistance, and also all of this to combat Putin's brutality, but part of it being part of the discussion we have about sanctions as well. Today, so I was trying to anticipate your questions in my fuller presentation today. Shortly, I have the high honor of meeting with the Finnish president and the Swedish prime minister. They are here to talk about their entry into NATO. This is so exciting. It's so historic. On behalf of the Congress, I will thank them for their partnership, thank them for their courage and in the face of Putin's aggression, and I warmly will welcome. We will have a bipartisan meeting with them as we warmly welcome their accession to NATO. Any questions?
Madam Speaker. On the infant formula issue, are you satisfied with the urgency with which the White House has handled this issue?
Yes.
And with the Senate may or may not even vote on something before they leave town today?
Well, I don't know if they will do it when they leave town today, but the bill that we passed, the WIC bill, is a bill that perhaps you weren't here, but for those who were, we were here with Debbie Stabenow just the other day when she was introducing the bill with Bobby Scott and Johanna Hayes. So we have already gone down that path. And then in terms of them, yeah, I mean, we have to have the money for the FDA to do its job. So I think that we'll have some success. And what's the objection? We don't want to spend money on babies who are crying for food? Okay, let's have that debate, okay? All right.
But you're fully satisfied with the administration?
I am, yes. These things, first you have to analyze what the problem, how did this happen? How did this happen? Where is the problem? What is in the private sector, which has a big contract to supply all of this, where did that fall down? But in the meantime, you're seeking, in other words, it's one thing to solve the problem as we go forward. It's another thing in the here and now to get that baby food on the shelf, the infant formula on the shelves. So the president has been very clear. We want to be as fast as we need to be, but we have to be safe and we have to be therefore cautious. And they have taken the steps. I'm very pleased with the president did yesterday, but what they have been doing as we go along. It's never soon enough to have food for a crying baby.
Madam Speaker,
Yeah.
about the price gouging bill, so even if this does pass the Senate, it will take time to implement. What's your message to the American people who are looking for relief right now and are asking the question, why aren't you guys doing something that would have a more immediate impact?
Well, we're doing a number of things. We're doing market manipulation, actually, today as well. But the fact is that this situation had to be addressed for now. Everything we talk about, we're talking about how do we solve it for now, but how do we prevent it from the ongoing? The fact that it might take a little while to implement is not a reason not to do it. When they are exploiting the market in the manner in which they are. So we are very proud of the work our committees have done. We announced that here, again, House and Senate, was that a week ago, a couple of weeks ago, lost track of time, but recently, and we will do this and other things to help with the price at the pump. A lot of it is about supply, and those are negotiations that have to go on about supply. And countries just not ratcheting up the supply, or people here not drilling, using the permits they have to drill in our country. So it's multifaceted, it's not one thing. But this is for the ongoing. Stop price gouging of the American people. Let us have the market manipulation tools to stop market manipulation tools that we need for the FTC. That's what these two bills will do. For now,
a couple members of both parties have expressed a concern. You have another incremental phased reopening here at the campus May 30th. I got members of both parties saying they'd like it to happen wider and faster because they're saying no to school groups.
Yeah, no, it's...
Can you use your office to make it happen faster?
Well, since I'm not the House Capitol physician, no, I can't. So that, if I ruled the world, we wouldn't have COVID, and we certainly would have treated it differently 2 years ago when it reared its ugly head. But this is all based on the Capitol physician and what he enables us to do, working with the Sergeant at Arms. But we all want our people to come. This is the people's house. The joy of it all is to see school groups and others come. And there's a lineup. In other words, they're trying to move people in as quickly as possible, but as safely as possible. So this is not up to me, and it's up to the official Capitol physician as well as the Sergeant at Arms.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah, what do you got?
Good morning. Good morning.
Hi.
In order to maintain control of the House, you obviously need all of your Democrats on the same page. It seems like there is a lot of blowback against the head of the DCCC, Sean Patrick Maloney, what district he will run in, all these maps in New York.
Yeah.
Some younger members of the party going after him. Is he putting himself in the appropriate position here in terms of his personal race to be able to manage things across the board for the fall?
I'm not getting involved in the politics of New York and their redistricting. He, as well as other members of the New York delegation, said they were going to run in districts where their home is. They'll find out what district that is on Friday when the announcement is made. The public period of comment was ended yesterday. Friday, they'll make an announcement. That's what that is.
This doesn't affect the party at large.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well,
hey,
why not, though? You said, I can understand
because it doesn't. It doesn't. We have a great chairman of the DCCC. He's a master of the 3 M's. The mobilization, own the ground to get out the vote. The messaging that is non-menacing, that fuels the get out the vote, and the money, the resources needed to do that. He has worked very hard. I'm very proud of the work that he's done. He is elected by the members. He's not appointed by the Speaker. He's elected by the members, and welcome to our world. Have you heard any complaints about me and politics and everything?
Once or twice. We get
Yeah. Well, we don't agonize, we organize. Yeah. Yes, Jake.
Speaker, I want to ask 2 questions since we're not here the next couple of weeks. Number 1, on COVID relief, when do you anticipate 4 corner negotiations?
And did you next session?
And then we'll start. And The FDA had a whistleblower report on the formula issue and has not even as of, I mean, I think the FDA commissioner today was in front of the Senate, didn't talk about why they didn't.
Thanks again to all of our viewers watching here with us. Speaker Nancy Pelosi having her weekly press briefing earlier here this morning. She's discussing a number of topics that are being debated as well as being voted on Capitol Hill. We are going to be sending some viewers off to our final 2-minute break of this hour. Right back in here listening in on Capitol Hill with Nancy Pelosi when you return.
NATO, security, the whole thing. Here's the thing. To the point of the whistleblower, there was a whistleblower in October regionally. That was reported regionally and that was investigated, and there wasn't found to be the problem as described, so it wasn't reported up the line. That's what that is. That doesn't excuse it or anything, but that's what it was. So the FDA writ large never really received that report, and that's the report that Rosa, Madam Chair, was telling us about. The FDA, when I first came here, for years I thought it was the Federal Drug Administration. I didn't even know it had anything to do with food because they have such a small food budget. And one of the reasons they have a small food budget is because there's resistance from the food industry to pay the fees that, on the drug side, you pay the fees, and that helps fund the FDA, as I understand it. So we are going to have to, and Mr. Pallone talked about this the other day, and he tried to, the fees were an obstacle to expanding. So on the food side, I think they have like 8 people who are doing formula. I mean, really? So we have to, again, think in terms of the here and now and the future, and we have to give more resources to the FDA to do its job to protect the American people. And one more point that you didn't ask about, but that I said the other day, is the FDA doesn't have the authority to recall and drugs on the drug side. They don't have that. You think they do, don't you? Didn't you think they had the authority to recall? They don't. They can talk about it, and then by moral suasion, bad press, or whatever it is, the company would then fall down. So we have in the CHIPS Act the ability for them to recall, and Rosa's bill has a small amount now, but 26 million or whatever the final figure ends up to be, that helps with this here and now. But we really do have to look at how we deal with the food part of the food and drug. Yes, sir.
I was curious how concerned you are about the problems that are piling up, inflation, gas prices, the baby formula shortage, impacting your ability to hold the House.
We are, look, we do our elections one district at a time, and we have our candidates here this week. Spectacular. More to come as primaries happen. Spectacular. So when I talked about the 3 M's, money, mobilization, message, money, there are 3 legs of a stool that hold up the platform for the candidate, and the candidate will largely tell, and that is what we're so proud of. So there are challenges. There's no question we would like COVID to have not had other variants emerge, but it did, and it's being dealt with. The inflation issue is related to COVID. It's also related to other factors in terms of supply and the rest. And even though some apologists for the very wealthy are saying it doesn't have anything to do with unemployment going down, it does have something to do with that. So again, it's not about whether it exists or not. It's about what are we doing about it, the recognition, and what are we doing about it. And one of the biggest things we're doing about it, of course, is the Competes Act. Another is to take down the price at the pump. Another is to reduce the cost of food in these agriculture bills that we are doing. And then obviously the baby formula is something that we don't even consider political. That's right at the kitchen table. So we think from the standpoint of the kitchen table that there is no comparison between where, I mean, they don't even vote for domestic terrorism. Isn't that sad? Even 3 of the authors of the sponsors of the bill on the Republican side didn't vote against domestic terrorism. Safety, it's the oath we take, protect and defend. Safety is a critical issue, and that is where we have to show, and we would hope that all of this would be bipartisan. This is not to find an issue to campaign on. It's about trying to meet the needs of the American people. So I'm not, I have absolutely no intention of the Democrats not winning the House in November. I think that in terms of the work that this president has done, and he's been a great president. I don't know about polls, but I do know about winning the races one district at a time. When we won in 2018, we won 40 seats, 31 in Trump districts. 30, they're giving this a clue. 31 in Trump districts. He wasn't on the ballot. I said, now comes the hard part, because he's now on the ballot in 2020. So we lost about a third of those seats, but the ones who won are practically ironclad. Some of them have little different tweaks for better or worse on redistricting, but we expect them all to come back and to add to our number. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the optimism we have about how urgent this election is. Our democracy is on the ballot. People expect that to be taken care of. They want to know what we're doing about their kitchen table issues. Food, education, prescription drugs. You want to talk about prescription drugs? Only 12 of them voted with us to make insulin cheaper. So our democracy on the ballot, freedom that springs from our democracy on the ballot. A woman's right to choose is on the ballot, and that is a kitchen table issue. So we feel we're comfortable. We love the candidates. They're great. They're emerged from their districts, as will our message emerge from the people. And we just have, people really want us to win. So from the standpoint of their generosity in terms of ideas and volunteering of time, as well as the necessary resources to win the day, we feel pretty confident. And we're very proud of Sean Patrick Maloney. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Nancy Pelosi wrapping up her weekly briefing there, talking about so many different topics. Wanted to at least show the big board in full here for our viewers who keep track of it. You can see Dow down. We have a lot of red up there on the big board. Up, though, from earlier, last time I looked was around 10 a.m. Eastern time, and it was not looking too great. Yesterday, we were down more than 1,100 points at one point during the day, so just wanted to pop this up. Still seeing a lot of red here on this Thursday afternoon. Thanks again to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. One of the big problems that we've been facing right here in our nation has been that baby food shortage. We've heard that Abbott is going to be back in production, but it will take multiple weeks to get the shelf stock backed up. And even the FDA is saying that we can get more baby formula from overseas shipped back here. That, again, is going to take a lot of time to kind of make up for that supply that has been down for so long. So multiple weeks still expected when it comes to the shortage of baby formula. We did have our Fox 11 team talking more about this story. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, great. So for weeks now, the baby formula shortage has left many parents out there scrambling, trying to feed their infants, wondering what other safe alternatives exist. Yesterday, new guidelines were released by the American Academy of Pediatrics to help parents struggling to find baby formula. Back with us is Dr. Tanya Altman, a pediatrician and founder of Calabasas Pediatrics. Thank you for sticking around now to talk about this topic. And one of the big things that came out yesterday was this recommendation that if babies are 6 months or older, they can have whole cow's milk. Usually pediatricians say wait until the baby's 1 year old before you introduce cow's milk, but because of the situation we're in, it's okay now to give this, and it's in fact better than diluting formula. Speak to that, please, doctor.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think right now we are all searching for solutions on how to help feed babies in the United States. So the cow milk the cow milk guidelines were actually just for parents who have those few days where they really don't have formula. We know that cow's milk is not usually appropriate for babies 6 to 12 months of age unless they are eating a wide variety of iron-rich solid foods. In fact, in my practice, in certain cases, I would actually prefer a clean label toddler formula in those cases because we know that it's fortified with iron and other nutrients that are so important during this critical time where babies are growing and developing rapidly. But of course, talk to your own pediatrician because it's going to depend on what your baby is already eating.
Yes, so important to highlight that, yes, this was recommended as a temporary fix. In fact, they said maybe a couple of days or so. This wasn't meant to be something long term. So that is an important point to make. Now, let's talk about some other things that parents are struggling with in the sense that many online forums are now trying to say, hey, if I have extra breast milk, for example, stored, maybe I can share some with you. That's nice and everything, but there's also some this isn't regulated, and so you need to be very careful if this is an avenue you go down.
Yes, you're right. I mean, as a pediatrician, I am a huge advocate for breastfeeding. I do think that breast milk is the best nutrition for babies. And that's why I applaud the Human Milk Bank of North America. They've been working around the clock to help source extra breast milk from moms who have extra that their baby doesn't need. They are testing, they are pasteurizing, and they are turning it around to give to other families. So for moms looking for breast milk as an option that don't have it themselves, or parents, any caregivers, I should say, you know, please look for a valid breast milk bank where the breast milk has been tested as a solution.
So the House is going to vote today to try to tackle the baby formula shortage. One of the things they want to do is step up FDA inspections so they can get some of the products onto store shelves quicker. What are your thoughts on this approach? And shouldn't have this been done like weeks ago?
You know, it's been really interesting, but one of the things that the FDA announced earlier this week, which I definitely applaud them on, is that they are opening the doors now to clean, trusted global manufacturers to help solve this national crisis. So they are taking applications from countries like Australia, where they have clean label formula that has been feeding babies for over 15 years without any issues, where they already meet the Infant Formula Nutrition Act of the United States, where they already have FDA registered facilities. And I think that when the FDA moves on this, it will really help us get more formula to the shelves here in the United States for babies in need.
I was in Costco just the other day, and they were limiting the amount of products that someone could buy. I think it was like 2 formula boxes, if you could even get your hands on it. So yes, this is definitely something so many people are struggling with. What is your advice for a mom who's watching us right now, who's in the thick of it right now and doesn't even know what she's going to do in a couple days from now because she's going to run out of formula?
I know that is so hard, and I get emails and phone calls from parents all day long. So reach out to your pediatrician, because often we have samples in our office, and I know we are prioritizing and giving those to babies in need. In most cases, as long as your baby doesn't have a food allergy or sensitivity or serious issue with a previous formula, you are okay to switch brands. Most of them do have equivalent nutrition, so that's something you can also look at. And I know this is a really tough time, but I think the FDA is working really hard to solve this issue, and we will see a lot more formula available in the coming weeks.
Okay, Dr. Altman, thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking around to answer all of our questions this morning. Take care.
And a little hi from Michaela, by the way, Dr. Time.
And thank you to our Fox 11 team for that story. Of course, a big, important one to continue our coverage with. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, going to continue to bring you some of the top stories coming to us from across the country. Stick around. More to come here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have been following this story ever since it happened over the weekend. Buffalo mass shooting that killed 10 people. Well, there's more developments to talk about here today. We did have a grand jury. They have indicted the accused gunman in Buffalo, New York. Grocery store shooting again left 10 people dead, 3 others wounded. They did indict him on a first-degree murder charge. The 18-year-old appeared briefly in court here today on Thursday. Let's go ahead and listen in just to those moments right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Counsel, can you state your appearances on the record?
Your Honor, Gary Hackbush on behalf of the people.
John Furletto on behalf of the people.
Ryan Haggerty on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Parker on behalf of Mr. Gendron.
Dan Dubois on behalf of Mr. Gendron.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Cutting on behalf of Mr. Gendron.
Good morning. Gentlemen, are there any motions? Well, first, I want to make a ruling about the media. Obviously, the media does have access to any court proceeding. Since there's no testimony actually being taken at this time, the media is allowed to be in the courtroom. We do not want any live streaming, but they are allowed to take still photography and video. Any objections, gentlemen?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Any other motions I can put on the record before you go?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. I've been a matter scheduled for felony hearing this morning. Mr. Hackbush, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. The people have filed with the court and served upon the defense an affidavit pursuant to criminal procedure law, section 180.8, section 2, certifying that an Erie County grand jury, specifically term 4B, on or about May 18, 2022, has voted an indictment against the defendant, Nathan Gendron, with respect to the felony complaint filed on or about May 14, 2022.
Thank you. I have a copy in the file. Lead counsel, Mr. Park.
Judge, we acknowledge receipt of that affidavit. It was sent over to our offices yesterday. We understand that alleviates the need for a felony hearing this morning. However, we are not going to waive anything on behalf of our client today. So I believe that would just require a return date in front of Your Honor.
Well, at this time, he's held over for further action of the grand jury. He's remanded. I have one other issue before we adjourn today, is that I believe Mr. Parker, lead counsel, has contacted the court about not requesting a forensic evaluation. Is that correct?
Judge, that request was withdrawn, and I confirmed that both telephonically, and I sent a letter as well.
Yes, we just wanted to make sure it was on the record as well.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing else, your client is remanded at this time. And before we conclude, to explain what's happening today to your client?
We have, Your Honor.
And he understands what today's proceedings is about?
He does.
And he understands that he's held over for further action of the grand jury?
He understands.
All right. So he's remanded. You'll get a new date shortly. Thank you.
If we could have at least 3 weeks for a control date, by which time I believe an arraignment will be scheduled.
Okay, then we'll do that. Okay, all right, I'll use that. 3 weeks, gentlemen? How about June 10th at 9:30?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Judge, could we actually do the day before that? Could we do the 9th?
Hackbush?
That's fine.
June 10th, June 9th at 9:30. And we'll schedule for further proceedings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will that be in this building?
He'll be in this part.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey, you're a coward.
All right, so once again, the 18-year-old there wearing orange, he did not say anything, silent during the proceeding, was sent back to jail. Someone, as you just heard at the very end, shouting, "Peyton, you're a coward," as he was led out. Now, 10 people were killed, 3 others wounded in that Saturday shooting at the Tops Friendly Market. It is in a prominently black neighborhood of Buffalo. Now, authorities said 11 out of the total 13 people who were shot were black. Again, there's a lot more stories coming from this incident. And of course, LiveNOW from Fox can be staying on top of it here for you with always the latest developments. Taking us back out to Capitol Hill, did want to just let our viewers know again, President Biden, well, he is on the, well, not on the road. He's up in the air. Air Force One took off earlier here this morning. He's going to be taking that trip to Asia, where he's going to be meeting with a number of different world leaders there. Right now, though, we do have, it looks like Vice President Kamala Harris. She's going to be actually meeting virtually with some abortion providers at the White House. She's going to be doing some opening remarks, followed by conversations with these providers. Of course, LiveNOW always giving you both sides of the issue, especially since we've had a number of people speaking out ever since we had that leaked document from Supreme Court. Let's go ahead and listen into that briefly right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox. Those opening remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris.
Protects the right to use contraception and the right to marry the person you love, including a person of the same sex. Overturning Roe opens the door to restricting those rights. It would be a direct assault on the fundamental right to self-determination, to live and love without interference from the government. At its core, this is about our future as a nation, about whether we live in a country where the government can interfere in personal decisions. This is about our future. Yet at the same time, we cannot deny that this decision will have real and immediate effects on women around our country. So I'm here today, joined by doctors, nurses, and leading advocates who are on the front lines against this war on women's rights. Just half an hour ago, in Oklahoma, the state legislature passed one of the most extreme abortion bans in the country. A ban that would outlaw abortion from the moment of fertilization. Now think about that for a second. From the moment of fertilization. It's outrageous, and it's just the latest in a series of extreme laws around the country. Several of the medical professionals joining us today are seeing the impact of these laws that are designed to punish and control women. Like many of you, I have spent my entire career fighting for women's health, safety, and well-being. The power a woman has to make decisions about her own body, I believe, is directly connected to her power to make decisions about her future. I look forward to discussing how we can all work together to make sure women in all of the states in our country have access to the health care they need. Thank you all. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. All right, those are the opening remarks that we were able to get sent to us. Of course, if there was more, we'd show it to you. A live look here on Capitol Hill, and I want to continue to bring you more top stories happening here across the U.S. Right now, we do have another press conference that's going on in Pennsylvania. We actually have some of our officials, including one of the county DAs, who's speaking about a illegal drug operation and the results, what they were able to find and take out of their community. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox.
Important press conference today. With me here today to participate is, of course, my Chief County Detective, Michael Gumbar. I am pleased that Pennsylvania State Senator Judy Schwenk has joined us, and she will have some remarks. And also Jacqueline Sneed, the Program Prevention Manager from the Council on Chemical Abuse, will also have some remarks. The investigation that we are here today to speak about was initiated by the Berks County District Attorney's Drug Task Force after receiving numerous complaints and information regarding several establishments. Vape, smoke shops, some of our mini markets that were selling illegal substances in Berks County, which are causing the users to become sick and or intoxicated. Some of the complaints came from the parents of minors who consumed these products. I'd like to read to you a text message that we received from a parent in the Wyomissing School District regarding the problems that he witnessed. 4 individuals, minors, had extremely high blood pressure and heart rate for over 4 hours, hallucinations and nausea. He was about to take them to the hospital, but the heart rate came down just after the 4-hour mark. And these were 10th grade students. We have received various other complaints. Senator Schwenk has received numerous complaints that were passed on to detectives in my office. We received complaints from many of the school districts in Berks County as they are seeing an uptick in the vaping problems in the schools. Hamburg School District has gone so far as to install vape detectors in their bathrooms. When they began this pilot program, which is now fully operational at the Hamburg School District, within 20 minutes, they had 8 violations of individuals vaping in their bathrooms. Now that, as a result of these vape detectors being installed, that problem has dissipated at the Hamburg School District. But I'm just trying to shed some light on some of the complaints that we have received in regard to these products, which are displayed here today, which have been confiscated from the various locations, stores, mini markets, smoke shops in our county. This investigation revealed items marketed and sold as containing hemp or hemp derivatives, which do not meet the legal threshold standards established by the Department of Agriculture. In order to be classified as hemp under the Industrial Hemp Research Act, a product cannot contain more than 0.3% of a concentration of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol delta-9 THC. Any product containing a concentration greater than 0.3 or contains any other THC isomers, including but not limited to delta-8 THC or delta-10 THC, is classified as a Schedule I controlled substance, Drug Device and Cosmetic Act in the state of Pennsylvania. The possession or distribution of such products is illegal. Quite frankly, if I would have a degree in chemistry, I could explain this better for all of you. But the bottom line is delta-8, delta-10 are illegal in the state of Pennsylvania. As part of our investigation, products such as vaping liquid, vegetable matter, and edibles were purchased and seized by undercover detectives from the various locations in Berks County which were selling these products. Initially, these items were tested by the Pennsylvania State Police Lab and found to be illegal. These products were marketed as Delta-8 and Delta-10, which is a Schedule I controlled substance in the state of Pennsylvania. Our detectives recently, over the past 3 days, hit 14 stores throughout Berks County. We hit and went to stores that we had received complaints about or received information from confidential sources that these stores were selling these illicit products. We seized a total of approximately 1,700 units with an estimated total value of approximately $85,000. As we move forward, any individual in possession of or selling the products identified as containing Schedule I controlled substance may choose to cooperate with law enforcement in lieu of criminal charges. Cooperation includes the immediate surrender of the illegal products from the establishment and the ceasing of any future sales of such products. Unlike most times that I stand before you, we did not arrest anyone. All of the store owners cooperated fully with us and turned over their illegal products to us. And we have not charged anyone at this point, nor will we, unless they continue to possess or sell these products. During this investigation, as I had said, all the store owners were cooperative. You know, I just want to emphasize, this investigation began as a result of the numerous complaints that we received, Senator Schwenk received, police departments throughout Berks County have received. And as we hear the issues and the controversy over these products, one of the most serious implications is that we believe some of these stores, some of these locations, some of the smoke shops, they were selling these products to minors, or these products were being diverted to minors by adults, and they were being used while these minors were in school, and they were disruptive, to say the least. We are taking the appropriate steps to rid our community of this health hazard. And it's one that we have found has detrimental effects, especially to teenagers. We have we have heard numerous stories, including the story of a 16-year-old who started utilizing these products. And one thing led to another. He's now at the Caron Foundation. And the bottom line is they're illegal, and we needed to take the appropriate steps to rid our community of these dangerous products. And today's the last day. They're off the shelves, or these shop owners will face prosecution in the future. Thank you, and I'd like to turn this over to Senator Schwenk. Thank you.
All right, once again, listening in with some of our Pennsylvania County officials. They're talking about trying to crack down on the illegal sales of THC products in their area. We are going to be stepping away from this. I know a lot of people can see what we have up in that watch box. We do have, coming up here shortly, a Pentagon press briefing. Press Secretary John Kirby expected to give more details on the latest in the Russia war with Ukraine. So that's going to be something that we have coming up here in just a few moments. But on the other side of this break, there's been so many people talking about the Twitter deal. Is it going to go through? Is it on hold? What are these renegotiations going to look like? We'll have more details on that for you again right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Tesla CEO Elon Musk promised taking over Twitter would enable him to rid the social media platform of those annoying spam bots, but now he's arguing, without presenting any evidence, that there may be just too many of these automated accounts for the $44 billion deal to move ahead. Here to discuss it more and break it all down with us is Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady. And Kelly, I just have to ask, Twitter's stock price is up nearly $20. Is there really room for him to renegotiate at this time?
So actually, it was just reported, I believe, by Bloomberg that Twitter held a meeting with its employees today, and they're saying we are not going to renegotiate. We are going to go forward with the deal as planned. Now, there's been a lot of speculation, right? I mean, I think the stock is trading around $37.40 or so. I looked right before we got on. I mean, that is quite far from the $54.20 offer price. And we've seen a tech sell-off across the market. So a lot of people are saying that he has, quote, put the deal on hold because he's looking to renegotiate. I do want to highlight a couple of things. There's what's called a specific performance clause in the contract. And so everyone's been saying, okay, well, Elon could just walk away for $1 billion. That's the breakup fee. It's chump change to him, right? He's got over $240 billion at his disposal. But this clause actually would allow Twitter to enforce getting the equity, so that's roughly $21 billion that he's put up, and they could actually take him to court and go after that debt unless he proves that they intentionally misrepresented something in those filings. So Twitter's saying we're not renegotiating, but of course, I mean, Elon has been able to use his celebrity and his wealth to get this far. So, this could move a little bit further.
And hearing that these executives are saying, no, there's this deal that's been said it's going to be done. We don't want to go back and forth on negotiations. Does that mean that this could possibly just be altogether dropped and everyone just has to walk away?
So yes, I mean, I think when Elon Musk anything is involved with anything is possible. Each side has a $1 billion breakup fee. I mean, from where Twitter is sitting, I mean, their stock price, it shows how much leverage Elon has. The fact that he's saying this deal is on hold, we've seen it drop dramatically over the past couple of days as that has been in the news. And so if Elon were to walk away, if Twitter were to walk away, I think what you would see is investor confidence drop even further. So I think Twitter felt like they were backed into a corner with all of this. Originally, they didn't want to take the deal, and now they were pressured into taking the deal once Elon was able to garner that financing. So I think they are trying to push forward at the $54.20 offer because that's what's best for their shareholders, and they're saying, okay, well, we didn't want to do this in the first place. We certainly don't want to take less. From Elon's perspective, he's looking into what percentage of the platform has, these fake bots or spam accounts. And he's arguing, not only do they propagate misinformation and really, sort of impact the algorithm to push extreme views, but it's also really important from a revenue perspective. Advertisers want to know whether they're reaching 95% real people or 50% real people, right? So if he is able to prove, okay, Twitter is misrepresenting how many fake accounts are on the platform, I think he could walk away scot-free. But if not, Twitter does have cause. I mean, there's a signed contract to take him to court and have this be a drawn-out legal battle. So it's kind of contingent on a number of different things, and I feel like you have both sides playing chicken right now.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to some of these mergers, cold feet, nothing new for people. And I know, Kelly, it's been hard for all of us to try to pinpoint exactly, when these deals could be going through. This was before all these negotiations anyway. Is there any insight that you have on possibly when we might hear if things are going to continue on with this deal or if things are going to be just dropped altogether, if there's going to be more lawsuits out of this?
Yeah, so I mean, the deal is supposed to go through by October 24th. So that's kind of the mark on the calendar that I've circled in my head, that this could continue this whole saga until then. That's quite a long time, right? I mean, Elon has many other things that he's focusing on. You're also seeing Tesla stock take a hit, as of course the markets in general are taking a hit, but shareholders are also saying, okay, well, where's your focus, right? Is it on this? Is it on taking people to Mars? Is it on Twitter? Is it on Tesla? So I think you're going to see this evolve in the next next couple of weeks. You know, I believe this all started at the beginning of April. That's when my life got crazy covering Elon, certainly. And so this has moved very quickly. We're in the middle of May. I don't think you're going to have to wait until mid-October, end of October, for this all to come to fruition. But I mean, Elon is a very unpredictable guy. He has a very unpredictable history on Twitter. And, you know, I just look at some deals that have happened in the recent past. LVMH and Tiffany's, you know, they utilized this external pressure in order to renegotiate a lower price. And so if Elon is confident, you know, hey, I need to make sure that these bots are, or this representation of bots on the platform is accurate, that's going to take a little bit of time to validate. And he may be holding out to try and pressure Twitter to get something lower. So I would say, just based on my experience, you know, in the next couple of weeks, we'll see something come from this. But, you know, it's Elon Musk. We could wake up tomorrow and find out he's blocked.
Right? It seems like he's very business smart. He has a lot of well thought through plans. It's just, what are those plans that we never seem to know? So we do appreciate you helping kind of keep track of it all, especially since there's been so many pieces that have been moving. Fox's Kelly O'Grady, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys, as we continue giving you some more of these top stories right here on Live Now, I do want to show everyone we do have this live picture inside of the Pentagon. You can see still waiting for Press Secretary John Kirby to step out. That will happen any moment here. Also want to remind our viewers, haven't shown this in a while. We do still have a feed coming in from the courtroom inside Fairfax, Virginia, where the defamation trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard is still taking place. You can see here more witnesses are taking the stand here this week. We do have a feed on our YouTube page. You can always go and watch that. Viewer discretion advised, because it's not filtered. So if you do like that drama, that's where you're going to see it, is with us on our YouTube page. So I wanted to mention that. When we come back after this 2-minute break, if we don't see John Kirby out here at the podium, we'll be giving you some more of the top stories and press conferences that have been taking place across our country. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you all back here in a moment. Here we are back live in the Pentagon. You can see an empty podium. We are still waiting for Press Secretary John Kirby. He is expected to give a briefing any moment. I'm very surprised, you guys, I have to say this. Usually he is very crisp on time, but it seems like these last few weeks, I would say about 2 weeks, even if the press conference is scheduled, at the half-hour mark, it seems like he's been running a bit behind. I'm sure there's so much information that he has to go over before relaying it to the press. So as soon as he does step out, this is going to be what we're going to be headed into here for everyone who's watching with us on Live Now from Fox. But of course, you know what we like to do here for you. We like to keep you informed on all these other press conferences that have been taking place from coast to coast. Earlier here this morning, we did have some of our Democratic leaders outside of the Capitol. They were speaking about abortion rights. It's been a big issue ever since that leaked draft had been put out from someone within the Supreme Court who had access to that opinion, saying that Roe v. Wade could possibly be overturned. So while I go into that press conference, I just want to remind everyone, we're of course going to be switching gears as soon as we do see John Kirby step up to that podium. So you can expect that sometimes we just get into it and it's only a few minutes or seconds, and sometimes we're listening in for about 10 minutes. So we'll just be on standby for that press conference. Until then, though, let's go ahead, listen in with our Senate Democrats as they are speaking again on reproductive rights.
I do.
The Walt Disney song, Tammy.
A lot of women of my generation were named for that. Yes.
Right.
Because of that song.
The hoot hoot.
And did I not just say it? All right, John Kirby right there standing up at the podium. Let's go ahead. Listen into this Pentagon press briefing live here on Live Now from Fox.
So bear with me. I think you all should have now, if you don't, when you get back to your desk, you'll have it, a statement by the department about the next tranche of presidential drawdown authority, another $100 million. This was in pre-existing authorities that we already had available to us. And in that package, there will be 18 155 millimeter howitzers, 18 tactical vehicles to tow those howitzers, and 18 artillery tubes, basically is our equivalent of a battalion, an artillery battalion, and 3 AN-TPQ-36 counter-artillery radars. This is the same counter-artillery radar system that we talked about before that had been provided to Ukraine, and then some ancillary field equipment and spare parts and that brings to a close the pre-existing authorities that we had and draw down $100 million. That stuff will start to flow very, very soon. I cannot give you an exact date of when it's all going to show up in Ukraine, but you can imagine, having seen us do this in the past, that we're not going to sit on our hands. We'll start flowing that stuff immediately. And these are all items that we have provided in the past, so there's a process in place for that. So there's that. That means that we have now committed approximately $4.6 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of this administration, and that includes approximately $3.9 billion just since the beginning of Russia's invasion on the 24th of February. So basically $4 billion just since the beginning of the invasion. And since 2014, overall, the United States has committed more than $6.6 billion in security assistance. And then obviously we're going to continue to work with allies and partners to continue to provide additional capabilities. I think you know that. Okay, on to the news last night about support for the baby formula crisis here in the country. U.S. Transportation Command is expeditiously coordinating across federal agencies to include the Departments of Agriculture and Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration to support the President's direction to conduct Operation Fly Formula. U.S. Transportation Command will leverage its partnership with commercial air carriers to contract and accelerate the importation of infant formula into the United States that meets our government's health and safety standards. Now, we're in this active coordination right now. I do not have a specific flight to speak to today or exact quantities to speak to today. We are in active coordination with the interagency. We've got our marching orders, and we'll work through this. The first step of that is, again, working with the interagency to identify locations where formula can be had overseas, and then getting the right aircraft in place to bring that to the United States, and then, of course, working out the destination. So I'm sure you all have a lot of questions about this. We are in the very early stages of working through this. We all share the same sense of urgency, and we will participate and cooperate to the best of our ability, but I just don't have specific aircraft information to give you today. As I think you know, today the Secretary is hosting his Spanish counterpart, Spanish Minister of Defense Margarita Robles, to the Pentagon. We'll have a readout of that meeting later today. That meeting's ongoing. This morning, I think you also know, the Secretary shared a working breakfast with Israeli Defense Minister Benjamin Benny Gantz. The two leaders, who know each other quite well, discussed the administration's commitment to preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and addressing Iran's destabilizing actions throughout the region. The Secretary commended Minister Gantz on Israel's deepening relationships with countries across the region and the increasing opportunities for military-to-military cooperation that are enabled by Israel's transition into the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility. Quick update out of Southcom this week. From the 16th all the way through today, the U.S. Southern Command has been hosting U.S. chiefs of mission and senior policymakers from the Western Hemisphere for a conference to discuss support to U.S. foreign policy and diplomatic efforts in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. And those discussions, we are told, have gone very, very well. And then lastly, just on schedule again, the Secretary will be taking some time later this afternoon to meet with the members of the Suicide Prevention Independent Review Committee and as they kick off their deliberations. So he's very much looking forward to that. That'll be very soon this afternoon, and this thing died on me. Okay, with that, Ben Fox, questions. Perfect timing for it to die, by the way. It's good. Ben.
Hi. Yeah, with respect to NATO, what types of things would the U.S. be willing to do in order to help provide security assurances to Finland and Sweden, particularly during the time before any formal approval of NATO membership? Would that, for example, include increased troop rotations into the countries?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of where we are in staff-level discussions with Sweden and Finland. We've said before, these are two militaries we know very well. We've operated with them in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Kosovo. We exercise with them routinely. And we are actively now talking to them about what kind of security assurances they might need or welcome. And we'll work our way through that at that level. But I don't have anything specific to speak to in terms of actual deliverables on that. When we have more to say on it and when we can talk about it, we certainly will. In the room, yeah, in the back there.
Hi there, John. I'm wondering if you can tell us at all, with the newly passed bill that's expected to be signed, what types of equipment will you be sending first in those tranches?
So, as you know, there's a good chunk of this new supplemental that will go to Presidential Drawdown Authority, and the Congress added some additional money to that. So it's we asked for $5 billion. I'll get you in a second. Right, let me answer the question, and then we'll that way you're just not going to exhaust your arm holding it up there because my answers can be quite long. So those additional funding that'll go to Presidential Drawdown Authority, we are in constant communication with the Ukrainians about what they need on a almost daily basis. So we already have some thoughts about future systems and material that'll go. I don't want to get ahead of the decisions yet because, I mean, there's a process here that has to play out in terms of what we propose to the Ukrainians, the back and forth we have with them, and then what ultimately the president authorizes. But I can tell you this, that just like you saw with the $100 million we just signed out today, the kinds of things that will go forward will be relevant to Ukraine and to the fight that they're in, understanding that over time that fight's going to change. So the future drawdown packages will probably, at least in terms of frequency, look a lot like what we've done in the past. I mean, we now have some longer runway, and so we're going to meter these out appropriately so that Ukraine's getting what it needs in the fight that they're in, and that fight could change over time. So I don't want to get ahead of where we are. I don't want to speculate about future specific systems. But go ahead.
With the fight in the Donbass going on right now?
It is not out of the realm of the possible at all that there'll be future artillery systems in there. But again, I don't want to speculate or get ahead of where we are. Artillery clearly has proven to be a critical element for the Ukrainians in this fight. We said that when the war was going to now go into the Donbass, that it was a fight that was going to be heavily reliant on long-range fires, artillery, and we've seen that bear out. We know that the vast majority of the howitzers that we have sent, just the ones we have sent, are actually on the front lines in various places in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are using them and using them quite effectively. So as you said, we just sent another 18, or we're going to send another 18 here soon. It's entirely possible that artillery could be in future drawdown packages, but we'll work that through. And just like we've done it in the past, we'll be as transparent with you when we can. When we have made these decisions, we'll certainly make that public.
John, you started. That's all right. You started.
No, he had his hand up first, and he waited a long time.
Okay, would you finish the thought? You started with Caitlin saying we had asked for $5 billion, then you got off. The
original request was $5 billion, and Congress added some additional funds to this. I don't have the exact figure, but they added some additional PDA authority.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Jamal Shael from Al Jazeera English. I wanted to ask you about the working breakfast between the Secretary of Defense and Benny Gantz. The readout didn't mention anything about the killing of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Obviously, there is a lot of condemnation that's come from U.S. lawmakers with regards to the killing of the journalist. It is highly likely that she was killed using an American weapon, considering the weaponry used by the Israeli military. Was this discussed in between the two during the meeting? And if indeed there was some sort of an investigation that established that U.S. weapon was used to kill an American journalist, will there be any reprimand or sanctioning from the U.S. with regards to this?
What I can tell you is the subject did come up in the breakfast, and the Secretary welcomed Israel's clear statement of intent to investigate this. He welcomed that.
Sorry, the Israeli military said they will not be, actually, they came out today saying they will not investigate it. They refused to.
The government of Israel, it's not for the Israeli military. I believe it's in their Ministry of Interior, and they have stated a clear intent to investigate, and the Secretary welcomed that investigation. And obviously, we look forward to seeing what the investigation finds out. But I'm not going to get ahead of it or speculate about what the outcomes might be one way or the other.
Sure, but do you not think that there is a bit of room for concern, considering it is Israel that is accused of killing the journalist? And if it was another country, let's say, that killed an American journalist, maybe the U.S. wouldn't be so welcoming to allowing for that country to investigate itself. Let's say it was Iran or another country.
I appreciate the chance, the opportunity here to get me to speculate about investigations that haven't been started for events that haven't happened yet. We welcome the fact that there will be an investigation. We've made clear we want to see this investigation be thorough and transparent and complete. But I also don't think it serves anybody's purpose to get ahead of it when it's ongoing and it hasn't concluded. So let's see what the investigation comes back and what it says. But it did come up in the conversation. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, John. Tima from Al Jazeera English. Just to follow up on Jamal's question, would you support an independent investigation?
I think we've already said we welcome the fact that the Israeli government has indicated a willingness to investigate this, and I'm not going to get ahead of the process of where we are. Travis.
Thanks, John. I had a few questions about the baby formula flights. I just wanted to clarify, you said that Transcom is going to be working with commercial partners. Does that mean there won't be any military aircraft involved? These are going to be contracted commercial carriers?
We believe at this point that probably the most expeditious and, quite frankly, the most cost-efficient way to support this immediate need would be through commercial contract carriers. Transcom does not believe they have to activate the CRAF. At this point, they believe they can probably handle this, again, most efficiently with contract carriers that are already in the satellite, the orbit of carriers that they work with every single day. And they do. I mean, so much of the security assistance that goes to Ukraine, for instance, is going on contract carriers, not gray tails. That said, Travis, if a requirement can best be met by a gray tail, Transcom will certainly have the authority to use a gray tail. But they believe right now probably the best and most efficient way to do this is with contract carriers. We'll see. We just don't have a lot of detail right now. We're working it out closely with HHS.
All right, now we are listening in live with Press Secretary John Kirby. This is the Pentagon briefing, but wanted to point out that upper right-hand box. We do have some of our leaders out of Buffalo, New York. They're expected to meet here with the press as they give us more updates on this latest from that mass shooting that happened on Saturday. Of course, we already showed you the suspect in court earlier here today, but this will be yet another briefing that we'll bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. I am sending our viewers off to our last 2-minute break of this hour, but we're going to continue listening in with John Kirby right here on Live Now from Fox when you return.
To those policies or priorities. Obviously, we're not immune to the same shortages that the rest of the American people are experienced with respect to baby formula. We take the president's direction very, very seriously, and we'll work this as hard as we can. Yeah, Barbara.
For, I think, what is the first time you called this a baby formula crisis. You used the word crisis, not a word the Pentagon uses lightly. So can you tell us a little bit more about, you know, how the Secretary is getting information on this? Has he appointed, is there any kind of working group? Is there any kind of watch group? Has he asked somebody to take charge in the building of making sure he's getting the information he needs on this? What has led you to the conclusion to use the word crisis?
I think it's evident, Barbara, that there's a significant shortage out there in the American population of baby formula, and the president has taken this very, very seriously. That's why he called for use of the Defense Production Act and asked for DoD to support HHS and agriculture in terms of finding inventories overseas that we can bring home. I think I was simply stating the obvious, which I think we've all recognized, that it's an issue out there in the American population, and the Department of Defense will do everything we can to help alleviate that. There has not been an establishment of a group here at the Pentagon to manage this. U.S. Transportation Command is going to be our lead agency for working with the interagency to find these inventories and to try to get them here to the United States.
Can I have a quick follow-up on a different subject? Earlier today, a senior defense official talking about the situation at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv said right now there's no U.S. military security component to their embassy security needs. So that is broader, no military security component broader than just U.S. Marine Embassy contingent. If you, and I fully understand it comes at the request of the State Department, but nonetheless, if there's no U.S. military security component to the embassy's security needs, are you not concerned? I don't know how to put it, other than you could have a repeat of the kind, not exactly, but the kind of tragedy that was seen so many years ago in Benghazi, where some of the State Department didn't feel security was required. Military security was brought in late because they weren't asked to be there. Do you just wait for the State Department, or do you at some point take a more assertive role and say, we have assessed and we think you need security? Or do you think no security is needed by anything other than State Department personnel?
I would say we work very closely with the State Department about their security requirements. And those security requirements are not the same in any two places around the planet. So we are in direct conversations and coordination with our State Department colleagues about their security footprint there at the embassy in Kyiv. And I don't have anything to announce today with any changes to how that's going to be done in the future. We're in constant communication with them, and I don't think that it would be helpful for me at all in any way from the podium to talk about what that security footprint looks like, what the postures looks like, and how the security requirements are going to get filled. And I would certainly refer you to the State Department to speak to their decision-making process in terms of how they better secure diplomacy and their diplomats. If there is a validated need for U.S. military assistance, then again, that's a discussion that we will absolutely have with the State Department. I mean, we obviously want our diplomats to be able to do their jobs, and we're glad to see that they've resumed operations in Kyiv. We agree with them that that's an important move. And if there's something that the U.S. Department of Defense can do to assist them in their diplomatic work, then we'll have that conversation with them.
So you're being just to be clear, you're being very prospective, shall we say, in looking down the road. You are repeatedly saying you will have that conversation if there's a need. We
are having that conversation with the State Department about what their security requirements might look like. But it's ultimately up to the Secretary of State to determine there or anywhere else around the world, how he wants to better secure and protect his diplomats. And if there's a role that we can play, then we will absolutely have that discussion with them. But I'm not going to get ahead of where things are right now, and I am certainly not going to talk here from the podium about security footprint at that or any other embassy. I think you can understand we wouldn't want to go there. Yes, Ms. Yura.
Thank you. John, as you know, Afghanistan people's situation get worse every day. Women's situation, you know, Taliban push them, force them to wear burqa, chadari, and the other side, Aqani, a week ago said we are close friend with American, we are not enemy. American is not our enemy. If it's not enemy, although I asked this question from the State Department, if you have a good relationship with American, then why they don't open the school for women in Afghanistan? And the other side, as I read the report for the Pentagon yesterday, Pentagon concerned about Daesh also, and $7 billion value equipment of United States left behind in Afghanistan. This is complicated. What do you think? And the second question,
what's your first question?
The first question is about
what do I think about what?
Daesh. Pentagon is concerned.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day. Last time I was at the podium. I mean, we've been nothing but clear and consistent that we don't want to see a return of ISIS, particularly ISIS-K inside Afghanistan. I mean, they're already there, but I mean, you know, a growth in their capability such that it would threaten our interests, and we're watching this as closely as we can.
About Al-Qaeda?
Same thing.
Okay. Do you accept the Aqani's friendship? Taliban say we are friends with the United States. We are not enemy.
I'll tell you what we won't accept is another threat to the homeland that emanates from Afghanistan, and that's why we're going to stay focused on making sure we have an over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability to deal with that.
And also there is rumor that the United States.
All right, guys, I know you can see someone speaking at those microphones there out of Buffalo, New York. Right now, he's just giving everyone the rundown of which speakers are going to be starting off this press conference again. Right now, this is going to be the latest happening in Buffalo, New York. This is, again, a live picture, live feed coming in here to our desk, especially after we had 10 people lose their lives back on Saturday. You can see all the microphones set up. They are getting ready to roll with this press conference. They say they're also going to have a couple faith-based leaders who are going to be saying a prayer during this time as well. Speaking of that, we have quite a few different live events going on. Just wanted to remind everyone watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, you ever feel like you missed out on a story, you want to go back and rewatch a press conference all the way through, that's exactly what we do here for you. I always keep you informed on the top stories happening from across the country. All you have to do is go and subscribe, like, follow our social media sites, our pages, and be sure to stay up to date always on the latest information. Also want to tell people, LiveNowFox.com is the place to go. If you're ever traveling out and about, you're not watching us from your normal destination, you can find all of our different streaming platforms there for you, or just watch it right there on the website, because that's where we're always streaming the latest news conferences from coast to coast. So right now, waiting for our Buffalo officials to step up to those microphones. They're going to be giving us yet another briefing. You can see behind the microphones also, they still have this grocery store blocked off as they still have the crime scene tape up. We heard just the other day that this is still obviously a scene where this investigation is not all the way concluded. So the store not back open to those public people who used to shop there. I'm sure also there's a lot of folks who have been normally shopping at that location who just felt like it could have been them if they were shopping on that Saturday during that time. As we had heard before, the gunman, that suspect had driven 2 hours specifically targeting this location, saying that it was because of research done about being in a predominantly black community. And so here again, unfortunately, all 10 victims who passed away from this incident are African-American people, and that was his goal, was to go and spread more of that hate. Earlier here today, we did have him inside of that courtroom where he was indicted. We are going to continue to follow the latest when it comes to those court appearances, just as we always have with all of these top stories. Whenever we have suspects in the courtroom, and we do have cameras in there, you can count on LiveNOW from Fox to be bringing you those pictures as well. Since it looks like we have the time to take a 2-minute break, I'm going to send our viewers out to a 2-minute break. If this is not up and running with our Buffalo leaders speaking, we'll jump back into that press conference with Press Secretary John Kirby. He's still at the Pentagon speaking about the latest on the war in Ukraine. More to come here again on the other side of this break. Back out live here to Buffalo, New York. You can see even more of the leaders. They're getting together, and they are expected to be giving a briefing at any moment now. Again, 10 people's lives were lost after a gunman went into the grocery store and started shooting, targeting black individuals. And of course, we showed you some of those moments in the courtroom earlier here today, just as he was being walked out after being indicted. One of the people inside of the courtroom yelled, "Peyton, you're a coward." So whenever it comes to those court appearances, we are, of course, on top of that here for our viewers with us on LiveNOW from Fox. Because this hasn't started yet, we do have Press Secretary John Kirby still speaking at the Pentagon. We're going to listen in with him as soon as, though, we do see those individuals in Buffalo, New York, stepping up to the microphone. That's what we'll switch over to here for you. So let's go ahead, listen in with John Kirby as he continues his Pentagon press briefing.
Politically and also militarily and also traps of the government there. As far as this building is concerned, anybody is in touch with the Sri Lankan government because of the heavy loans from China. Took this one family running the Sri Lanka, and now they are in trouble. The whole community, whole region is in trouble because of that.
I don't have an update here from the Defense Department on that. Again, I'd refer you to my colleagues at the State Department to speak to Sri Lanka. Let me go to the phones here. Sylvie?
Hello. I have two questions. First, about the Ukrainian fighters from Mariupol who just surrendered. I wanted to know if US is trying to facilitate any negotiation to help them to go back to Ukraine? And my second question is about grain and grain exports. Are there any talks about creating a security arrangement so that Ukraine grain can be exported, either from Odessa or elsewhere?
Yeah, Sylvie, I mean, obviously, we know that the Russians continue to be able to blockade in the Black Sea and prevent exports of grain from Ukraine, and we obviously understand the economic impact that not only to Ukraine but to so many other countries around the world. I mean, this is something that the administration is having discussions on from an interagency perspective. Excuse me. And I'm not going to get ahead of those discussions. And then your other question was on the soldiers taken from the Azovstal plant. I mean, look, our expectation is and we've said this before, is that all prisoners of war will be treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention and the law of war. That's our expectation, and we'll be clearly watching this closely with that expectation. But beyond that, I have nothing more to say. Tara Kopp.
Hi there. Thanks for taking this. Just getting back to the Marine security detachments, is there any possibility of a different type of security arrangement, like through contractors or something that's being considered instead of actually having U.S. boots there protecting the embassy? Thanks.
Again, Tara, this is a better question put to the State Department. They are in charge of security or determining what security footprint they want. And obviously, if the United States military can assist, and we have Marine security guards at embassies around the world. I mean, it's not like we don't recognize we play a role here, but it is in the footprint of that and what that looks like and how it's comprised is all done in close consultation with the State Department. And I'm simply not going to get ahead of where they are in terms of their security protocols at Kyiv. I mean, those are much better questions put to them at this time. Tom.
Thanks, John, for doing this. Two quick questions. One, is it just a coincident timing of the new $100 million shipment towards Ukraine came the same day as the Senate passed the $40 billion? It's just a coincidence of timing, or you?
I'm not aware that there was any direct linkage. I think we have limited to no ability to dictate on what schedule the Congress passes proposed legislation.
Fair enough. My second question is, could you give us a little non-security details on the calls today between General Milley and Gerasimov?
I don't have more than the readout. I mean, I'd encourage you to speak to General Milley's staff for that. I will tell you the Secretary was glad to see that the conversation happened because, as we said when he spoke to Minister Shoigu, a few days ago, I mean, we believe it's important for the lines of communication to be open. So the fact that General Milley was, for the first time since I think the 11th of February, able to speak to General Gerasimov, we certainly believe that's a good thing.
All right, guys, going to cut away from the press secretary here as we have all of our officials out of Buffalo, New York, lined up, ready to begin this press conference. We're going to be bringing you the latest, live, raw, unfiltered, right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Racially motivated mass shooting in the city of Buffalo, New York is concluded. I want to just express on behalf of all of the elected representatives, members of law enforcement that are standing here today, that our continued thoughts and heartfelt prayers go out to the families of the victims of this terrible, heinous crime. I want to also thank law enforcement at every level for their work. So again, we are here to report that the evidence collection phase of this portion of the investigation inside the Tops supermarket has been concluded. We are fortunate that there has been such an incredible outpouring of support for the family of the victims and for the members of this community. Tops Markets has been among those who have come up with a variety of different ways to support families and the community. I now want to ask John Persons, the president of Tops, to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and I think I'll start by saying that Tops understands the role it plays in the Jefferson Avenue community and the role that this store plays in particular to the neighborhoods, and honestly the role that we play in the city of Buffalo. And we have been committed to the city of Buffalo for a long time, since our beginning, since our founding 60 years ago, and this event doesn't stop that commitment. We will be here, we will be in this store. It will take some time for us to understand exactly the specific timeline for opening. We want to bring the best-in-class store to this location. We want to make sure that is done right, and we open it in a respectful manner for our associates, our employees, and for the community at large. But you have our commitment that we will do that. We will balance all of those priorities, and we will make sure we open this store, and it will be a beautiful, wonderful store, and it will be an honor to the victims and all the survivors of this tragic event. Until we can open it, we will be in the community supporting the neighborhood, supporting the people of the community, and of course supporting our associates. You have our commitment with that. Thank you.
John Persons, president of Tops, thank you. We thank you for your commitment to this community. I've had the opportunity to speak with John during the course of this tragedy. Governor Kathy Hochul has had the opportunity to speak to John during the course of this tragedy, and it is good to hear that Tops will try to reopen the store, not try, but will reopen the store as soon as they possibly can. I also want to thank Governor Hochul for her supports and resources to the community. Unfortunately, Governor Hochul could not be here with us today, but she is watching remotely. Now I would like to turn things over to Trini Ross, the U.S. Attorney for the Western District.
Thank you, Mayor. I want the community to know that I spoke with the Attorney General of the United States this morning, Merrick Garland. He is aware of the situation and the need for this supermarket in this community that is a food desert. He is committed, and he has been committed to making sure that this supermarket could be returned and open to the community as soon as possible. And so we're here today to do that. And I want the people of Western New York to know that the Attorney General is quite aware of this investigation and what's going on in this community. He provides his support. We have all the support of the Department of Justice that we need to make sure that we do the investigation we need to, the way it should be done in this community. I'm here to serve the people of this community, and I will continue to do that. Thank you.
We are now going to have a prayer from one of the City of Buffalo Police Department chaplains, Reverend James Lewis.
Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, the creator, sustainer of all of us, irregardless as to who we pray to, we're all praying, and Buffalo's a praying community. Father God, we ask you to join us at this time. Wrap your loving arms around us. We pray for the 10 souls that have lost, those that were wounded. We pray for those that have been victimized and subjugated to this horrific act. Now, God, we pray that healing would now start to take place in this community. We thank God for Tops. We thank God for a Top that is caring. Tops cares, and we care about Tops. because we care about this community. We pray that this supermarket will open, not might open, but will open bigger and better than it's ever been. We pray that this will be the new flagship of this 60-year-old organization, and it'll rise up bigger, stronger, and better than it's ever been, and that the people of this community will be blessed from this time forward. Thank you for the mayor, the governor, the leadership, and all the law enforcement people. We thank you for those that cleared the building, and now for TOPS to prepare it for us to go back and shop. Now, God, be with us in our uprising and our down sitting from this time forward. Bless as only you can. In his name we pray. Amen.
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 Mayor, I'd like to present on behalf of the FBI and everybody here who was doing the work of the evidence collection, this flag that was flown over the supermarket.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now present this flag to John Persons, the president of TOPS. I want to thank Steve Belongia, the special agent in charge of the Buffalo FBI, for his work and for the work of the men and women in the FBI and law enforcement.
I'm going to say a few words and talk a little bit about the evidence collection that we were doing here the last few days. I want to start by expressing and re-expressing my heartfelt condolences to the victims and the families of this vicious massacre. The FBI has completed our evidence recovery operation, and we are releasing this solemn site back to TOPS. We want to thank the community for their patience as we completed our work. Know that we understand the important role TOPS plays in this community and the hardship that has been caused by the loss of access to this important resource. But our work must be thorough and methodical. The FBI's National Evidence Response Team, as well as response teams from Buffalo and other FBI field offices, have been on scene since this weekend. World-class evidence collection and documentation are premier capabilities of the FBI. We brought with us specialized tools and techniques, including scene scanning, spherical photography, drone photography, bullet trajectory analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, firearms analysis, and the ability to produce sophisticated digital, 3D, and physical recreations of the scene, interactive presentations, and ultimately formal laboratory reports that will be critical to eventual prosecutions. Application of these sophisticated techniques to complex crime scenes is difficult and tedious, and it takes time. We are determined to hold the person responsible for this horrific attack accountable, and our work to collect evidence is a critical part of that effort. We only have one chance to get it right, and we owe it to the victims of this tragedy and the families and to this community to get this case right. Our investigation does not stop here. As I've stated before, the FBI and our local, state, and federal partners are conducting a parallel federal investigation spearheaded by our Joint Terrorism Task Force and civil rights investigators. Federally, we are investigating this as both a hate crime and as a case of racially motivated violent extremism. At the same time, Erie County authorities are pursuing state charges. The full weight of the FBI and all federal, state, and local partners is behind this investigation. I want to close by thanking the Buffalo Police Department and the FBI local and national evidence response personnel who helped process this horrific scene, as well as the Buffalo Police, Erie County Sheriff's Office, and the New York State Police who kept the scene secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We are going to conclude this portion of the news conference. We're not going to take any questions in this portion other than those that you might have for Mr. Persons at TOPS. Then there will be a second briefing by law enforcement at the federal, state, Buffalo Police, and Erie County Sheriff, and District Attorney. Any questions of Mr. Persons?
Mr. Persons, do you have at least a rough timeline of when this grocery store could be active again?
It's difficult to actually put together a specific timeline as to when we will reopen. We haven't had access to the store, understandably, so we don't exactly know the condition. And of course, we want to make sure when we reopen, we are bringing a best-in-class supermarket, so that will take a little time to make sure that we're bringing the right amenities, the right look, and make sure we have input from our associates and the community. But I commit to you that we will do it as soon as we possibly can.
Is Tom's making any efforts currently then to help people in this neighborhood while they don't have a grocery store within walking distance?
Yes, we are making a number of efforts. We're helping out in the community. We have a free bus shuttle to other stores running every single day, running nonstop. And on top of that, we are supporting the food distribution sites that are located close by to the store.
So what would you say to associates and shoppers who are anxious about this whole process? Even now, there are reports of threats on social media, so on and so forth, schools. People are on edge. What would you say to people to reassure them that this is going to be a viable community center again?
Yeah, what I can say is Tops has always been an integral part of the community. This store has been the center of the Jefferson Avenue neighborhood. And we'll make every effort to make sure our stores are representative of the community, the neighborhoods, and we're committed to that.
When you do reopen, can we expect to see any memorial honoring the victims inside the store? And also, it sounds like there's going to be some renovations to the store as well. Is that true?
Yes, there will be some renovations to the store. We want to make sure that we're respectful in what we do and how we do it, and there will be a new look in the store. And certainly, we're not exactly sure how we're going to have, the victims memorialized and honored, but we will in some way, absolutely.
One more question if there are for Mr. Persons.
On the east side, the store at Bailey and Broadway, I spoke to a ton of them yesterday down there. They closed 3 years ago. They're having to go to Cheektowaga or up to Elmwood or somewhere else to get their groceries, and they're scared. What do you say to those residents who are now scared to go to Tops? And will there be an additional Tops on the east side potentially?
We haven't looked at that. We haven't looked at an additional site. Our commitment right now is to our associates, which is what we've put a lot of our focus to, and to the immediate community in Jefferson Avenue. And that's where our focus is right now. And I'm committing to you, certainly, that we're going to make every effort to get this store turned around and opened up quickly and in a very respectful way. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Just the idea that there are a lot of people, many of us journalists have spoken to, who look at this as sacred ground and they don't want to set foot in there, no matter what you do. It's traumatizing. So just any thought, any plan. I know you said as of right now, but a second grocery store, I mean, it doesn't seem that far-fetched for a community that has been working so long and so hard just to get this one.
Yeah, I recognize that it's a difficult situation. I can tell you that our help desk call lines and the comments that we've received, just hundreds and thousands, asking when the store is going to reopen. So we certainly know and we recognize there are a number of people that want this store to reopen. And in the near term, that is absolutely our commitment, and that's what we'll be doing.
There are residents that are scared, though. Will there be additional security? I mean, these residents are scared to go to any grocery store.
You want to have it to your left, or you want to have it?
So I can't speak for Top Security. I know they have security. We know they had security here. Our officers are committed to being out. I think one thing is that we have to take our neighborhoods back. We have to take our stores back. There's, grocery stores, multiple grocery stores throughout the city, and we have to push back, and we have to live, and we have to survive, and we're going to push back against this. So our officers are committed. We're going to be out where we need to be, and I'm sure Tops is going to continue to have security as well.
I'll step back. So let me just say on this point, and this is going to be the last one on this, and then we're going to have a law enforcement briefing. But the budget that I just proposed for 2022-2023 provides more resources to the Buffalo Police Department to protect this community, to protect our shopping areas, to protect our neighborhoods, to protect our schools that our children attend. And it is important that that budget with the resources for extra police protection be supported. People are saying that they are scared. People are saying that they want police. We have an Envision Neighborhoods community engagement process going on right now. The number one issue out of that engagement process for people in the black community is public safety. We intend to give our community the public safety that they are requesting and they're asking for. This is going to conclude this portion, and the elected officials will leave, and there will be then a law enforcement briefing for the ladies and gentlemen of the media. Thank you all very much.
And that was the latest regarding the Buffalo shooting, on the mass shooting that left 10 people dead. Officials updating us that they have cleared the scene at the Tops grocery store. They have collected the evidence needed to do their investigation. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and continue to update you with top stories across the country. Stay tuned. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow the latest developments on that mass shooting that happened in Buffalo at that grocery store. The suspected shooter, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, was back in court today. He has been indicted by a grand jury. Now, he has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder after allegedly killing 10 people at that grocery store in a predominantly black neighborhood. He is ordered to remain held without bond. Now, earlier today, Democratic lawmakers gathered to make remarks in Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and hear what they had to say.
Hate-filled violence that is plaguing our nation. I also want to thank Representative Brian Higgins who represents Buffalo and just returned from that area this morning. His leadership is greatly appreciated in the face of this unspeakable racist attack. It is heartbreaking to stand here today, just days after 10 innocent lives were taken in Buffalo, New York, in a grocery store by a gunman, espousing white supremacist views and hatred towards African Americans. This devastating massacre took me back to June 17th, 2015, when another white supremacist gunned down 9 parishioners at Charleston's historic Emmanuel AME Church. In the intervening years, we have witnessed far too many other acts of domestic terrorism, from a counter-protest in Charlottesville, Virginia, to a synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, to a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, and an Asian-owned nail salon in Atlanta, Georgia. All told, over 200 mass shootings this year. To be sure, all these shootings have not been racially motivated or motivated by hate, but all of them share one thing in common. They are all committed in a country too tolerant of irresponsible regulations of weapons of war and a proliferation of firearms of mass destruction. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act we passed yesterday is long overdue. It would enable the Justice Department, the Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI to prevent, investigate, and prosecute cases of domestic terrorism more effectively. I and many of my colleagues standing with me today know what it is to experience acts of racial hatred and witness events of domestic terrorism. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to white supremacist vigilantes. It impacts all of us. While the gunman in Buffalo was aiming for people who looked like me, others who did not look like me fell victims to this evil act. Shortly after my first meeting with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. back in 1960, I met with one of my professors, Ms. Rosa Harris, to share the Saul to Paul transformation I was experiencing. 2 days later, Mrs. Harris handed me a copy of Dr. King's 1958 book, Stride Toward Freedom, to share one passage from that book. I quote, "True peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act will provide federal agencies with necessary tools to help ensure that peace and justice prevail. But we must do more. We must acknowledge this country has a problem with race. Until we do that, we cannot address the cause of these racially motivated crimes, and we cannot find adequate solutions." And I'm pleased now to yield to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressman Joyce Bader.
Thank you, Whip Clyburn. I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, and I am here today to discuss the replacement theory as a key plank in the Republican platform. I'm here to call out the Republican Party for making the racist replacement theory, yes, a plank in their Republican Party platform. As chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, I called for my fellow Tri-Caucus members and congressional leaders to stand in unity against this white supremacy conspiracy theory that perpetuates the racist, xenophobic, Islamic, and anti-Semitic lie that non-white immigrants are brought here to repopulate majority white countries and disempower white voters. This is a lie. It is a lie that is rooted in old school colorism and eugenic ideology that has already inspired multiple attacks on ethnic and religious minorities. My friends, we cannot be silent. Shootings in an African-American church, a Pittsburgh synagogue, an El Paso shopping center, and a rampage at 3 spas in Atlanta. Time and time again, domestic terrorists are using the Great Replacement theory to justify their slaughter. Right here on Capitol Hill, we hear our Republican colleagues echoing versions of this theory. We must confront it. Let me say it in very clear terms. The Republican leadership is not innocent, and whether they use a dog whistle or bullhorn, they do not get a pass. Last week, we watched an 18-year-old white supremacist and a replacement theorist killer killed 10 people in a mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York. On Monday, 3 people in Korean-owned hair salons in Dallas were gunned by yet another white supremacy replacement theorist. We are seeing the pipeline from racist rhetoric to racist violence. I am asking the American people to join us and to speak out against this, to join us and demand Republicans do as Democrats did last year. So when the American people say to us and ask us, what have we done? What are we fighting for? And when we go home to our districts, we can stand proudly because this speaker, this leadership has done her job. Let me remind you that last year, Democrats passed both the Bipartisan Background Checks Act and the Enhancement Background Checks Act, and you may applaud on that. So lastly, to the Republicans who continue to obstruct gun violence legislation while amplifying the racist replacement theory, I have but one question. Tell me what you say. To the far too many families who have experienced the senseless loss of family members and friends. Tell me what you say to the families of Aaron Salter, Ruth Whitfield, Pearlie Young, Catherine Massey, Deacon Haywood Patterson, Celestine Cheney, Roberta Dreary, Marcus Morrison, Andre McNeil, and Geraldine Talley. Tell me, Republicans, what you say. We cannot rest. The Congressional Black Caucus will not rest. We asked all of my colleagues to sign on to the resolution that denounces this. Let's hold people accountable, but let's hold the right people accountable. And that's the Republican Party. Thank you so much. And just in case you didn't know, let me remind you, I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, and I approve this message. And now I have the distinct honor.
And that was a bit of the congressional Democrats speaking on the Buffalo mass shooting. Obviously, a number of people have very strong opinions about this disturbing situation that happened over the weekend in Buffalo. Now, coming up after the break, we will bring you a prayer rally that's happening in Houston, and that's coming up live here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. Well, we continue to follow the latest developments out of that mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, including people have gathered in Houston, Texas for a prayer vigil. Let's take a look at some of that live video here. This is actually happening right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God. Hallelujah.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Singing of the goodness of God. Singing of the goodness of God. And sometimes when it's dark, it's hard to concentrate on the goodness of God. But God is still good. Even when people are mean, God is still good. I want to begin calling off the 10 names of those who were slain in this horrific episode. Before I do that, let me call the names of the survivors. Zari Goodman, Jennifer Warrington, Christopher Braden. Those are the 3 survivors of this vicious attack. The names of those who were less fortunate, who did not survive. Roberta Drury, age 32. Marcus D. Morrison, age 52. Andre McNeil, age 53. Aaron Salter, age 55. Geraldine Talley, age 62. Celestine Cheney, age 65. Hayward Patterson, age 67. Catherine Massey, age 72. Pearl Young, age 77. Ruth Whitfield, age 86. Grandmothers, spouses,
sisters, parents, church members, senior citizens, young adults. These were taken from us in this awful tragedy. At this time, I'm going to ask Bishop Sheldon Beatty to come and lead us in prayer. After Bishop Beatty has led us in prayer, I'm going to ask that Jody Bernstein would come on behalf of Interfaith Ministries, and following her, Randy Zaleski with the AJC, and we will proceed from there. Bishop.
To a faithful God who never leaves us nor forsakes us, we bow our heads, we humble our hearts. We first declare that we don't have the words to petition, but we have faith knowing that you're able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think. So we trust you, Holy Spirit, to pray through us. You know the plight of our society, the plight of mankind now. Father, you saw this even before the foundation of the world, but yet you allowed us to be created. Lord, perhaps that we were born for such a time as this to make a difference. So open our eyes that we may see what we can do. We realize the problem, and as bad as we can see it to be, you know all the depths of it, and you know the root of evil. So Lord, help us to be a part of the answer to uproot evil. And first, we start with our own hearts. Forgive me, Lord God. Wash me, Lord. Open my eyes, God. Teach me how to be more kind, loving, and understanding. Teach me to be more tender and considerate. Teach me, Lord God, to reach out to my brother and my sister more. Teach me, Lord God, to be quick to gather with others who have a heart to make a change. Lord, I realize apart from you that my heart is wicked, it's evil, but Lord, with you, I can love my brothers, my sisters, even those I do not know by name. So Holy Spirit, we ask that you would breathe on us afresh today. Awaken the good in us, for we're made in the image and the likeness of God. Allow that part of us to be great. Allow that part of us to dominate us, so that we can be instruments of love, instruments of peace, instruments of unity and gathering together of people to reflect the very image and glory of God. Lord, for all of us that are in this room, will you bind us together and allow us to operate one accord? To those who are viewing, Lord, allow them to have a like heart, so that as we are purged and made right, we can be an instrument to help our brothers and sisters. We pray, Lord God, for those who hear this and see this, and all those we're connected to. Let our change bring about change. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
In the spirit of collaboration, my colleague Kim Mabry joins me in offering this statement on behalf of Interfaith Ministries. We stand together with the Black community, and indeed with all communities impacted by hate and bias. We pledge our support to do what we can through dialogue, service, and collaboration to categorically reject hate and violence and foster positive interfaith and intergroup relations. We represent Houston's grandest, diverse communities of faith. Today we have a heavy heart, but we have open arms of support and comfort, considering the horrific act of violence on the Black community in New York that claimed the lives of 10 people, injured 3 others, and wounded our country and all of our hearts. We extend our sincere condolences to the families of those who lost lives, prayers of healing to those who were injured, and solidarity to all in the Black community whose sense of security has been shattered once again.
We realize that words alone cannot offer the deepest comfort needed to those grieving, and to people of goodwill everywhere who are horrified by these continued attacks on the Black community, we offer our continued dedication to the work needed to challenge racism, hatred, and violence, address inequities and inequality, and foster a deeper understanding of the other during these difficult days ahead. In closing, we remember the words of Martin Luther King Jr. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Fighting hatred matters. And on this, we pledge not to be silent. Amen.
Good afternoon, Bishop Dixon. Thank you very much. I'm Randy Zarlinski with the American Jewish Committee and American Jewish Committee's Community of Conscience, who a number of the participants of the Community of Conscience are here. If you can join behind me, Bishop would appreciate that. So. I was going to say that includes the bishop. Zara Jamal, well, she was on my left. She's now behind Rabbi Steve Morgan, and you all know the bishop. An attack on one faith or one ethnic group is an attack on all of us. Buffalo, sadly, is the latest of incidents in the United States. Orange County, California, was recently. Here in Houston, last weekend, a Catholic church was desecrated and vandalized. Colleyville, outside of Fort Worth, recently just happened, an attack, a terrorist attack on a synagogue. Sadly, American society has never been more divisive in contemporary times. We need to remember, no matter what faith or ethnic group you come from, we are all immigrants. We need to listen to one another. We need to talk to one another. We need to strengthen education from kindergarten to 12th grade for students, for future generations. We have one future, as Bishop Dixon has noted previously. How we plan to implement that future and relate to the future depends upon all of us. Thank you.
I'm Rabbi Stephen Morgan from Congregation Beth Yeshurun. The Jewish tradition teaches us that God created two human beings at first, Adam and Eve, and he created them in his image. And as has already been said, that means that each one of us here is created in God's image. We have a spark of divine holiness inside each one of us. And so if I ever want to hate somebody, or if I want to denigrate somebody, or if, God forbid, I want to hurt somebody, I should look into their eyes, and I should see that spark of holiness in them, and then realize that I would be doing that to a holy being created in God's image. We also learned that God created those two creatures, the human beings, to tend the garden and to observe it, to guard it. And from that we learn that it's up to us. We are God's agents in this world to take care of this planet, to take care of the plants and animals in it, and most especially to take care of the other human beings. We are one family, as Bishop Dixon says. One family, all descended from that same first couple. There's only one race, the human race. And we need to all take care of each other and love each other. If that message resonates in your...
And that there is a very somber but moving prayer vigil happening in Houston, Texas, for the lives lost in that shooting massacre, that mass shooting in Buffalo, New York. Coming up after the short 2-minute break, we'll continue to share some top stories with you happening across the country here on Live Now from Fox. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're getting an update from officials on a sad story out of Houston. A 14-year-old boy was shot and killed over his sneakers. Let's listen in.
And the aunt and the brother of Axel, who was a freshman at Lamar High School. And I just want to start off by thanking these parents and the brother and the aunt for being with us today. And I know it's difficult, and asking everybody to continue to lift them up in prayer. Axel was enjoying the life of a teenager, and his teachers described him as a very good student. But on Friday, May the 6th, at about 8:10 p.m., two men approached Axel in the parking lot of his family's apartment right at 9545 Ellery Lane in West Houston, and shot and killed him without any regard for his age, his dreams in life, or the family that would be left behind to mourn him. We want to find these individuals who did this. We want to hold them accountable. And we fully understand that it should not have happened to Axel, and we don't want it to happen to any other person at all in our city. Someone knows who the shooter is and who he was in the company of, and can help the Houston Police Department and Axel's family by coming forward. You can contact HPD or remain anonymous by giving a tip to Crime Stoppers for a reward. Again, I want to thank Tim and Fatita for putting up $20,000. So the total reward offered in this particular case is $25,000. So whoever comes up with information leading to the arrest of these persons, the Crime Stoppers Award is $25,000. You know, I've had an opportunity to meet and talk with these family members. We know it's tough. They've suffered a permanent loss, so we want to continue to pray for them. Axel's families have set up also a GoFundMe page to help the family. So many are devastated by his loss and would like to bring the community together to help the family with one less burden. We can't bring back Axel, who was lost due to a senseless crime, but we certainly can help bring some peace and closure to this family by finding the persons who are responsible for what happened to Axel. Before I bring up members of the family, let me turn it over now to Chief Fenner to discuss some of the facts of this case and anyone else that he chooses to bring up. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank this very strong spiritual family for standing with us. Can't imagine what they're going through because if you hadn't lost a kid to violence, you don't know what they're going through. But I can promise you one thing, we're standing with them and we're going to find these suspects. I'm asking that all of our citizens, and I've said it before, even the neighborhood have rules. It's a 14-year-old kid, an innocent kid, his whole life ahead of him. Lamar High School student. It's senseless, and it just makes no sense. And it angers me. But I tell you what, we're going to stand strong and get these individuals in custody. I also want to thank the Crime Stoppers, Tillman Fatita, and I'm asking whoever knows, because it is somebody out there that knows something, to please step up and do the right thing. Bring some peace and some sense of closure to this family that's hurting so bad right now. I want to thank our investigators, our entire homicide division for doing just stand-up work, working around the clock. I'm going to have Sergeant Duncan to come up after I speak to speak to what's going on with the investigation. But I want to thank them, and I want the city to know how hard our frontline officers, how hard our investigators work. Yeah, we are in a tough time, but we're going to continue to move this city forward. Sergeant Duncan.
Thank you, Chief Finner. Thank you, Mayor Turner, for this time, and appreciate the family for coming and the media as well. I'm Sergeant Colin Duncan with the HPD Homicide Division, and on Friday, May 6th, around 8 p.m., Axel was shot and killed in front of his apartment complex where he lived at 9545 LE Boulevard. A good Samaritan heard the shooting, was close by, came to Axel's aid, and learned from him that he was shot during an apparent robbery. This same Good Samaritan witnessed two Hispanic males, approximately 15 to 17 years of age, flee the scene and enter a PT Cruiser. We believe there are at least 3 people in that vehicle. Through our investigation, reviewing surveillance cameras in the area, we've been able to develop a license plate on the vehicle and a direction of travel. So this time we're working those leads and calling on the public also to help us.
At this time, we're going to bring up the father. He feels more comfortable speaking in Spanish, and that's fine with us. And my commander, Garcia, will come up and translate. But come on up, sir. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Muy buenas tardes. De parte de la familia Turso.
All right, a very sad situation there in Houston. That was the latest on a Houston teen who was shot and killed over his sneakers, according to authorities there. They are pleading to the public, asking for them to come forward with any information they might have that will lead to an arrest. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And now we have some news out of Florida for you. We're getting an update from the Sheriff's Department out there regarding a deputy who was involved at a situation at a gas station. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That's going to go with what we're going to put out. So if we have any technical difficulties, we'll work through them really quick. And hopefully it'll go by fairly smooth. All right. On February 27th, the day of the fire at the Wawa, I requested the fire marshal's office to immediately conduct an independent investigation into the origin and cause of the fire. Also instructed detectives from my agency to investigate the criminal actions of all parties involved. This investigation included a full and complete review of the actions of my deputies. I chose not to send this case to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for two reasons. One, a taser was used in this incident, not a firearm. Typically, FDLE investigates the use of lethal force. This case involved the use of a taser, which is considered less lethal force. So the incident is not the
All right, we're having some technical difficulties here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and jump back into that update from that sheriff's department in Florida here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to try to do this without the glasses. Please bear with us. We're going to have some video, some visuals that's going to go with what we're going to put out. So if we have any technical difficulties, we'll work through them really quick. And hopefully it'll go by fairly smooth. All right. On February 27th, the day of the fire at the Wawa, I requested the fire marshal's office to immediately conduct an independent investigation into the origin and cause of the fire. Also instructed detectives from my agency to investigate the criminal actions of all parties involved. This investigation included a full and complete review of the actions of my deputies. I chose not to send this case to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for two reasons. One, a taser was used in this incident, not a firearm. Typically, FDLE investigates the use of lethal force. This case involved the use of a taser, which is considered less lethal force. So the incident is not the same as an officer-involved shooting. The second reason I chose not to send this case to FDLE is because I have full faith and confidence in the abilities and integrity of my detectives and all employees at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. I knew they would determine the facts based on the evidence, and they would do their jobs regardless of who was involved in this incident. I acknowledge this investigation took some time to complete. Unfortunately, sometimes doing a complete and thorough investigation takes time. Every case is different. Cases can become unique and complex. We really got to make sure that we have everyone doing their job to keep the utmost integrity and maintain the case with pure facts prior to concluding an investigation. I trust that the Osceola County citizens have the patience and desire to wait for the truth. What I'm about to present are the facts of what took place that day. These facts have determined through the collection of evidence from witness statements, video evidence, audio evidence, and an additional and independent investigation performed by the fire marshal. As part of the presentation, you will see and hear some of that evidence. It's important. All evidence associated with this case will be available at the conclusion of the press conference, so you all will have the ability to ensure nothing has been altered or taken out of context. On February 27th at approximately 5 p.m., the Sheriff's Office received several 911 calls from concerned citizens. The citizens reported two Hispanic males on blue dirt bikes had pulled guns on them and the occupants of an additional innocent vehicle. This is the relevant call portion of 911. We're going to play it for you here.
911, this is Ash for the emergency. This is Pediatrician on a recorded line. I'm speaking to the caller because the call was transferred over to us. He said the incident happened on Carroll Street when he was coming off of 417 in reference to the male pulling out a gun on him because they were doing wheelies. And when he went around them, they pulled out a gun on him. And where did this happen at? At Michigan and East Carroll. Okay, is he on the line?
Yeah, right.
Okay, hello caller? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, can you confirm the location for me?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can you confirm the location for me?
Where it happened? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, where it happened?
Yeah, so it was right at the light on Carroll Street, West Carroll Street, and Main Street.
Okay, and tell me exactly what happened?
So I was passing on 417 coming from the Florida Mall, and right on Hunter's Creek, right when you go past 417, there were these two Hispanic guys on blue dirt bikes doing wheelies, holding up traffic, so I went past them. I guess they thought I was going at a high rate of speed. They were around us, but they were holding up traffic. So then they followed me all the way down to when I got towards Carroll, down to Maine, and then he was like talking to me, and he pulled out his gun. He brandished his black firearm, and I told him I'm going to do what I have to do, and I'm also concealed to carry. So then he actually pulled out a gun on another driver, a white car, and they were actually telling me, hey, they have a gun, and I was like, I know that, I'm calling the cops now. And then they turned right by the Kissimmee Hospital, right next to the Wawa. And so the other driver actually went and followed them, and is actually calling you guys as well. I'm not sure if you haven't recorded that, but that's what happened.
As a result of the 911 call, several deputies went to the location in Osceola County near Orange Blossom Trail and Old Dixie Highway. Deputy Crisco Phoenix arrived on scene and saw the suspect, later identified as Gian Barreto Barraga, on a blue dirt bike, which matched the description of the caller. The deputy also noticed the suspect was driving erratically and did not have a tag on his bike. Deputy Kofinas attempted to conduct a traffic stop in his marked patrol unit with his red and blue lights activated. The suspect fled from the deputy, and here's video evidence of that encounter. Play the video. See, he's doing a wheelie right there, and then...
Just my career. So I'm sitting on that blue dirt bike. We all doing wheelies downtown, Donegan, up to northbound Michigan.
Number you attention me?
It's for 1028 East Spring, heading eastbound on Donegan.
Number 1031?
As you can see, they activated the lights and sirens, and the subject decided to flee, not stopping. For the safety of everyone, no one from my agency engaged in a pursuit on the roadway. However, one of the sheriff's office helicopters identified the suspect and followed his actions from the air. I'm going to let the video play for a few minutes because it shows how reckless the suspect was and how much danger he brought to himself as well as other members of the community. His behavior continues for approximately 30 more minutes. I'm not going to show the whole 30 minutes of the video, but I have pulled some clips so you guys can watch them. It's approximately 7 minutes, and you can see what a menace this guy was on the roadway and really disrupting the life of all our law-abiding citizens who were traveling the roadway that day. Play the video.
Yeah, Tim North, blue dirt bike, I got it. Looks like a white Hispanic male, blue jeans, black shirt. Yeah, I got on Michigan, correction, Donegan, towards Michigan. Just did another wheelie.
These guys are taking over our roadways.
He's coming back at you, going around a black car. He's on the far right-hand side of the lane. Just past the black car, past the red car, passing the black pickup truck at the moment, doing another wheelie.
Passing cops, popping wheelies. He doesn't care. He's going to start going against traffic and running red lights here shortly. Right there.
All right, now they're driving in the opposite lane, crossing the railroad tracks.
He does not care about anybody, neither himself. You see him every now and then, he'll wave his hand to rally up the troops. They can continue and do the same.
Wait, Lieutenant, anybody trying to stop that motorcycle? 10-4, I tried to stop it. He took off. He's not stopped. They just played games. All units, 1022. Sorry that you can try to follow it. And hopefully it'll stop somewhere, but everybody else pull off the road.
26. He just passed Old Dixie.
There he goes again. Everybody going.
I'm bounding past Old Dixie towards 792. Right, going north on Orange Blossom Trail, he's in the inside lane. There's still several bikes there. So he's going north on OBT.
deal with this all the time here. And people are just sick of it. Sick and tired of this stuff.
Still northbound OPT, right lane, or outside lane, coming up on West Jackson. Doing wheelies still. At this point, I can't tell that he looked back up. I don't think he realizes visually that we're up here, but I'm sure he hears us.
Is he saying hello or giving the finger? I can't make it out.
All right, going in through the intersection at Carroll. Come up to Woodland Creek. Speeds are about 70 miles an hour.
Here goes again, another wheelie.
Northbound coming passing Country Boulevard, doing wheelies right down the center lane of Orange Blossom Trail. Come up the barn.
So, how's the traffic congestion up there?
Mostly bikes. He just went through the intersection. He slowed down, but went through the red light at Osceola Parkway. He's coming up on the Tupperware, just slowed a little bit, but went through the red light there as well.
Yes, so make sure you make it the 39 to Orange County.
Right there, we let Orange County know that we're coming. It's clear on the radio. Imagine this 400 or 500 pound bike crashing in the windshield of your mom or your kid and killing them. This is the kind of stuff that we have zero tolerance for. In Osceola County, we don't play these games. We're going to continue, regardless of the outcomes. We have to stop this behavior. And in conclusion of this, you guys, hopefully, people will learn their lessons and stop this. This is a great example of what we shouldn't do when we travel on the roadways.
I just went through town center. He slowed, but went through the red light.
The blue dirt bike is covered up, but I got charges for flaying, probably on right now.
On the intersection of, we just went through Deerfield, excuse me, slowed down, but went through the red light there as well.
Orange County Watch Commander in that area for one.
Right there. Orange County Watch Commander, give us a call. We're still continuing into your county. Fresh Pursuit, we don't need to ask for their permission, just so people know.
Slowed, but went through the intersection, Stable Drive. Still northbound, Orange Blossom Trail, no other cars around. Went through the intersection there, red light. He is in the right lane. Somewhat slow, within about 30. Might be waiting on other vehicles or breaking on the motorcycles to catch up. Looks like he is going to be turning east on Weatherby. He's now eastbound on Weatherby in the inside lane. Did another wheelie. Stand by.
Look at this guy. You notice he'll go against traffic here, and then you'll see there's pedestrians on the bike on the side. Imagine if someone veers off and kills that person on the sidewalk. You know, do we condone this behavior? You know, if it's the law, we have to take action when people call and complain. People have to realize that. That's our job. We'll do it in a second here. There you go. You notice there's a guy on a bike somewhere around here. It's a very long video. You'll notice that a lot. Anybody could have veered off and got hurt during the
Alright, so the U-turn, he's now heading back
right there.
Eastbound, actually westbound on Weatherby towards Orange Blossom Trail in the outside lane.
Looking at 253.
Alright, back northbound on Orange Blossom Trail. Alright, just pulled into the BP gas station here, 9999 South Orange Blossom Trail. Stand by. He's under the awning of the gas pump set. He's coming back out onto Central Florida Parkway. He's going eastbound on Central Florida Parkway.
And he's not that far from his house. Quite a few times. He could have just gone home.
I continued on Central Florida Parkway, crossed over Orange Blossom Trail, continuing westbound. Traffic is still light. North on Ramblewood Road. Alright, he is now on Whisperwind Lane again, southbound. Back on Central Florida Parkway, eastbound towards Orange Blossom Road. Alright, you got the Orange Blossom Trail and did a U-turn. Still on Central Florida Parkway, now heading westbound again.
During this video, if you guys seen, he committed quite a few offenses. He ran approximately 13 red lights at intersections, 6 wheelies on public roadways, drove on the grass, sidewalks, next to pedestrians, approximately 6 times, drove in the opposite lane of traffic approximately 5 times, drove recklessly around other civilians more than 8 times, drove through a neighborhood in Orlando recklessly. I have said and I'll continue to say, here at Osceola County, the Sheriff's Office, we have zero tolerance for this type of behavior. We will identify you, we'll catch you, even if you flee into a different county. Because the agency helicopter is following the suspect the whole time, this is what is called fresh pursuit. The fresh pursuit doctrine allows for law enforcement to follow and apprehend a suspect in a different county. We also notified Orange County office and let them know that we were pursuing a suspect, so they would know we were in there. Again, it's perfectly lawful. As I mentioned, after 30 minutes of the suspect's reckless behavior, the suspect stops to refuel. He goes to the first pump and then moves to a second gas pump. While he's doing this, the deputies in the helicopter have advised deputies on the ground that he has stopped at the gas station, in this case the Wawa. This leads Deputy Crawford to arrive on scene and locate the suspect. As you'll see, Deputy Crawford, who believes the suspect may have a firearm because of the 911 previous call, he approaches on foot and attempts to apprehend the suspect. The suspect actively resists as 2 other deputies attempt to get his hands and handcuff him. And play the video.
Parkway, come up to Grand Lakes Boulevard, direction John Young Parkway, but he's pulling into the Wawa gas station at John Young and Central Florida Parkway.
Again, it'll be a couple minutes, this video, because we were not in the area. We were letting the helicopter do their thing, and then we were going to approach.
On the Wawa. Looks like he's needing to get gas here. 3951 Central Florida Parkway, so 3951 Central Florida Parkway.
Not sure what happened, why he moved.
Still the gas pump, get gas.
Yeah, he went from that pump to another pump.
All the bikers still sit on
it. He's sitting on the bicycle or on the bike getting fuel at the moment. Looks like he's at pump number 4.
I'm trying to get there, but we're a little ways out.
Got that in blue shorts, black shirt with some sort of striping or lettering on the back, white tennis shoes, orange or red helmet, black gloves.
One of those other ones will be there about 2 minutes away. Facing John Young or Central Florida?
Central Florida Parkway and John Young. Central Florida Parkway and John Young. Meyer, he's facing John Young. I'll let you know in a minute which way he's going to go out. pump 4, but he's moved up to another pump.
Spotter company at the lower amount.
It's a FLIR camera change. You could hit the button. The time is still consistent. All right, pause it for a second. As you see, this is where the deputy has parked his vehicle, is approaching on foot. We have other deputies that are going to come in. They're going to attempt to apprehend him too, so he doesn't get back on that bike. Okay. There he goes. He's running towards to get him off the bike.
They made contact with him at the bike. Looks like they may have to stand by. They got one on the ground.
Pause.
They're going to get him in custody.
They're not sure if he has a gun at this time. He still has hands underneath him. They're trying to get the hands out, and you know, that's why they're struggling with a little bit. Okay. Pause. We'll show you some more video in a second. At that moment, the bike got tipped over when he knocked him off the bike. The gas cap wasn't securely fastened, and gas is now pouring out of the motorcycle. Deputy Kofinas, when he arrives, he attempts to take the subject into custody to comply by using his taser, but doesn't have the desired effect. Deputy Crawford yells, kill the pump, there's gas." Deputy Kofinas' taser is then moved off to the side. He discards it. He decides to go hands-on with the suspect. Deputy Crawford then picks up Deputy Kofinas' taser and says, "You're about to get tased again, dude." Immediately after his comment, the fire ignites. Both Deputy Crawford and the suspect become engulfed by flames. As you're about to see, Deputy McLean, who also suffered burns, immediately grabs a fire extinguisher and immediately goes to the suspect. The fire on the suspect is put out prior to putting the fire out on Deputy Crawford. Deputy Crawford is still rolling around trying to get the fire out. The extinguisher was being used on the suspect. One of the deputies improvised, grabbed a bottle of Gatorade, threw it on the deputy's legs, trying to extinguish the fire. We're going to play a video now. Hold on. I'm just going to show a little bit of everything igniting, stuff like that. Pause it. That's the motorcycle. The deputy's going to be going in this direction. Our suspect is taking off in this direction. You won't be able to see when his is out, but you'll see they're extinguishing him like immediately. Okay.
All right, so give the deputy there. They got fire pumps.
There's a deputy, and then this is our suspect. Then you'll see now how he goes out, and they have to go back and get him.
Cycle's on fire.
See how they ran straight to him? Pause it. They ran straight to him and rendered aid and put him out like immediately. He wasn't, he didn't get any special favors, neither did the deputy. These guys, they did their job. They just went to work like they're supposed to. And go ahead. I believe this is the end of it, correct? That's the extinguished fire. All right. We're going to conclude here shortly. It's clear from the video and all body camera evidence that deputies immediately administered first aid to the suspect. Last Monday, we reached out to the state attorneys to schedule a meeting to go over all the evidence in this case. Earlier today, we informed them that our investigation concluded there is probable cause for the following crimes by the following people. First one is our suspect, Mr. Gian Barreto Berga, fleeing and attempting to elude law enforcement, felony. Reckless driving, misdemeanor. 3 wheelies offense, felony. Resisting an officer without violence, misdemeanor. And then we also have, concluding the investigation, we filed charges with the state attorney's office against Deputy Crawford. Culpable negligence, it's a misdemeanor. This isn't a common crime to charge, so I'm going to explain it. Deputy Crawford was aware there was gas in the direct and immediate area. We know this because he says on body cam, kill the pump, gas. After that statement, he picked up the discarded taser that was located in gas. It says, you're about to get tased, dude. Immediately after that statement, with the taser in his hand, the fire ignites. According to the taser log, there was a trigger pull that coincides with the timing. Although I personally believe there was no malice in this decision to do so, because he also received burns and injuries. Under the law, his actions were reckless and held to such a disregard for human life that it rises to the level of probable cause for culpable negligence. This is obviously a tragic situation for everybody. Both Deputy Crawford, Mr. Gian Barrega, they're still recovering from their injuries. My thoughts and prayers are with them, and I wish them both a speedy recovery. Let me tell you, when our detectives looked at this case, they had different detectives looking at this, and with the utmost integrity, they found him culpable. Let me tell you, these are people who know each other. These are people who are raising kids together. These are people who have gone to the police academy together. But at the end of the day, they did their job in the most professional manner they did, because they know it's the right thing to do, and that's how we maintain integrity and complete public trust. Now,
And you're watching Live Now from Fox. That was the latest regarding an investigation in Florida. The sheriff there updating us regarding an incident at a gas station. You can see that video on the right side of your screen. We're told a suspect was driving erratically through traffic on a motorcycle. That suspect pulled into a gas station, and the deputy believed the suspect had a gun and tried to arrest him. Now, at some point, the bike tipped over, the gas cap was open, and then gas was leaking out. Now, one of the deputies had a taser, and then a fire ignited. You can see that in the video right there. Now, the sheriff says that they did administer aid, and the suspect did break a number of laws there, and throughout the investigation they came to the determination to charge that deputy with culpable negligence. The sheriff says that they are wishing the suspect a speedy recovery. And that's the latest with that investigation right there out of Florida. We are going to bring you many more top stories here on Live Now from Fox, including a Ben Crump press conference on the latest in Buffalo, New York. Stay tuned here to Live Now after this short 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you to Buffalo, New York now, where the community is still grieving from the mass shooting that happened over the weekend and left 10 people dead. Now, a number of civil rights activists are gathered to speak out on what happened. Let's go ahead and listen in to Reverend Al Sharpton.
Now it's in Buffalo, and there's been no real national legislation. There's been no real addressing of how we're going to monitor and stop this in advance. To go to Tops, the only supermarket in the black community in Buffalo where people have to go and shop, and innocent people mowed down by a man that had put on social media what he was going to do, that had been held suspect in another situation, questioned and let go. It's time for the president and others to convene on how we stop this.